Hello, everyone. Welcome to tonight's episode of Spirit and Salt. Previously on Spirit and Salt, our heroes were under attack at the Gilded Parlor by a nefarious gang of smugglers called the Rat Kings. They were attending this swanky party at this casino called the Gilded Parlor in Glimmerwick at the behest of Olga Sinclair, a media mogul in Daybreak City, who had hired them to get rid of the Rat King's leader, of Rami Asher, the leader of this gang. In doing so, the casino was attacked by this gang, and things were looking a little dire, but eventually the party got the upper hand in this combat, and the remaining gangsters started to flee, getting into getaway cars out front, as Rami Asher, revealing himself to be a dragon, busted out a window and flew away from the casino. So our heroes jumped into cars of their own and motorcycle of their own and chased the fleeing gangsters and the fleeing Rami Asher through the streets of Daybreak City, eventually incapacitating / disabling the fleeing cars, and Bones getting ahead of the rest of the party, chasing after Rami, weaving through alleys and such, and eventually following Rami to downtown Matanak, to sort of a stretch of buildings near the Daybreak Transit Company headquarters. And speaking with one gangster that you had apprehended, one Rosie Malone, learned that indeed the headquarters, as expected, is underground in the subway system. Specifically, there were two ways to get to it, either by elevator from the DTC or through the subway system. And after some debate and conversation, you decided to go through the subway system with Rosie kind of as your guide. Made your way through the subway system, eventually found the Rat King's headquarters. Busted in just in time to see Rami with a few straggling gangsters in the process of lighting fire to and destroying all of the contraband and goods that the Rat Kings have been hired by other gangs to move through the city's underground. And Rami essentially seemingly cutting his losses in the most spiteful way possible, and planning to just leave Daybreak City and leave destruction in his wake. You guys battled with Rami, with the last few gangsters, and in the process managed to save a few items from the destruction that was going on in the chamber, as Rami was just as much fighting you as he was using his breath weapon to destroy goods and stuff. But eventually killed Rami, killed the remaining gangsters, and put out the last of the fires that were roaring through the chamber, destroying goods. And we left off right there. Let's move into our map. Inspirations before we get started. 1 to Morisco for your cayenne pepper attack. A beautiful thing. And then 1 to Boss for your first time driving a car, being in a firefight street race with a fake Ruxy Mafioso leaning out of your window with a Tommy gun.
I already have mine, so I'm going to give mine to Cadence for the I think I hit a rat.
Perfect.
Shit,
that was so good. With that, you guys are here in the Rat King's headquarters in the subway system of Daybreak City underneath Matanak.
Also, didn't my boss shoot that shotgun first time boss has ever fired?
Yes, first time firearm.
Yeah.
A firearm, first time.
A lot of firsts for boss.
Maybe the second time being in a car, or the first time driving a car, certainly.
Yeah.
First time talking to Patches.
First time hearing of a movie.
Yeah, Patches and I had a very quick acquaintance. Made a very quick acquaintance.
Wild sesh indeed.
Weird and wild. Weird, but also wild.
Marble, you get a hand raise. Go ahead.
Yeah. Other than these magic items that are found, is there any loose change
Sure.
lying around?
I assume a couple of people have these questions. What can you find left over in this place? So either one person with advantage or 2 people separately roll me investigation checks.
I have a 6.
Investigation.
Or I'll tell you what, we'll do it this way. We talked about this the other day. Anyone who has proficiency with investigation may make an investigation check.
I love that a lot. If I'm not investigating the room, do I need to do it separate?
Oh, are you investigating for something?
Yeah, I'm
Go ahead and roll, and we can talk about what you're looking for afterwards. But you can roll your investigation
It
check.
is worth mentioning, are all the fires out?
Yes, you guys have put out all the fires.
Okay.
Are we
Yes.
still in initiative?
No, as you can see kind of on the map here, we're out of initiative. A lot of the shit has been destroyed. There's still sort of smoldering embers around. The room is made of stone, so it's kind of out of kindling now anyway. You get all this stuff is burnt up, and the room itself will not burn. But, there's a lot of ruined, smoldering stuff around. Marisco, go ahead.
So, weird question. How does my recipe book treat demi-humans like dragons?
That's a great question. Roll me. Actually, you don't need to roll anything for this. It's just a book that you have on you. Your book, The Art and Alchemy of Monster Cuisine, does not have anything in it about cooking with dragons.
Okay.
You would know. Now go ahead and roll me a history check, actually.
Okay.
And you can apply monster lore to this. Nature's also okay if you're better at nature. I assume they're the same for you, though.
Yeah, they're the same. 14 plus lore, so...
16?
Yeah.
Okay. You know some stuff about dragons. You know, specifically since we're talking about like using them for cooking ingredients and whether they're humans or not. Dragons are... all dragons have the ability to shapeshift between their human form and their dragonoid form.
Okay.
And they are kind of both in terms of like creature type. They're both dragons and people. They're full humans. They're regarded fully as people by the world. They're full citizens. There's a country of dragons, etc.
Oh, there's a whole country that I probably shouldn't use.
Yeah, you could. You do know dragons are on a 16. Dragons are inherently magical. They are like. They don't reproduce naturally. They've spawned from the weave. They're they're magic-born creatures. So they they're kind of like an extremely advanced, complicated spell effect more than anything else. They very much are intelligent and sapient, but they don't reproduce naturally. They don't. On 16, I don't know if you know that little tidbit, but you know that they are very much considered people. Eating them would not be normal, but they do have some inherent magical properties. You could try to suss that out if you want to. And just a little note: this isn't really super relevant here right now. A dragon's humanoid form and its dragon form are both equally its quote unquote true form. There's not a true form of it that's a dragon and the humanoid's a disguise. They're both equally considered its real form. So for whatever that's worth. And then Marble.
Yeah, that's probably more important than looking for money. I want to see if I can find anything that could lead to the bomb device that was put on sale.
Okay,
See these
cool.
cards.
Hell yeah. I'm going to kind of just roll these investigation checks into everything that you look for in this room. It doesn't need to be for any one specific thing. So go ahead and tell me the investigation checks that were rolled.
22.
22?
22.
22?
23.
23. And 16 for Ghost. Okay, cool. So a series of 22s and 22s and 23s and 16s. Okay. Let's see here. We'll do the things that you asked about specifically, I guess, to start with. On a 22 for Marble, you look around for some sort of clue about the device that was planted on Sadie's car or something similar to it, or any evidence towards that whole case.
And I don't know if this would help, but I do have, from my background, I have supply chain. So,
Okay.
I don't know if that would
Good
be
to know.
beneficial in this.
You look around the room really carefully and kind of try to find some trace of that. And you don't find anything. You don't find any parts that resemble that weird explosive device. You don't find any paperwork showing a paper trail for that. It's hard to rule anything out because so much of what is in here got destroyed. You can see that these metal shelves are melted from his radiant breath, and so much stuff is just incinerated to just ash. So there's a chance that there was something here that got destroyed. But in terms of what you can find here, you don't find any kind of evidence or smoking gun towards the Sadie Fairfax car case situation. Cadence, what are you looking for specifically to start with?
I'm going through his desk for just
Lovely.
everything.
You go over into his sort of office and up to his desk. Looking through everything in there on a 22 investigation check. First of all, he shapeshifted from dragon form into human form into dragon form right there, and all of his shit tore off. You do see that laying on the ground is his suit. There is sitting near his sleeve is a ring, so you can grab that. You pick it up and it hums with some kind of magical ring.
Amazing.
You also find in his back pocket just a wallet. You can sort of open that up and it says it's got 200 marks in it.
Okay.
Just in the back pocket of his pants that tore away. And then in the inside coat pocket of his coat, you find a ticket aboard a passenger Zeppelin that was departing tomorrow morning from Daybreak City to Calumet. So he had bought a ticket, an extremely expensive thing, by the way, to fly in a passenger Zeppelin overseas like that. But he had a ticket. He had 200 marks on his person and a ticket to Calumet, and he was wearing a magical ring. As far as what was on his person.
Oh, sorry, keep going. I'll
There you
look
go.
at the map.
And then, oh yeah, I'll show you that on the map too, just for context.
So all of his gear ripped off of him when he transformed. That's typical for dragons.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Some magical gear, and actually, the ring probably would have stayed on his person. So you find on his dragon corpse, there's a big giant ring around one of his claws
If you
that
take
would
it
have
off,
stayed
does
with
it
him.
shrink down.
Yeah, you pull it. You've guessed it takes probably some effort to work that thing off that big dragon claw. It's not that big, and yeah, it starts to shrink
He's got
down to
quick
normal
tools. He
ring
can just
size.
cut off the finger.
Like most
I was
magic
gonna say, you
items.
could just cut off the whole thing.
Yeah, that works too. Like most magic items, it will shrink down and size itself to whoever's attuned to it.
Okay.
Looking over on the map here. You guys are on the continent of Okasis and the nation of Sol in the city of Daybreak City on the southeast coast. Across the Okasic Ocean is the nation of Alderaan. And the capital city of the nation of Alderaan is a city called Calamont. Cadence, roll me I'm going to call this a history check. You're kind of making a geography check. I'm just going to call it history.
Okay. Now we're back at it. 5.
5, okay. Nothing really sticks out to you. Moving our map back. You, after getting all this stuff kind of from his personal belongings on his person, you head into his office. Over behind his desk, you see that the wall is scorched with black marks, and that there is melted down to a metallic puddle, almost, is a safe. He breathed on his safe when he first got here and melted it and everything inside of it. And then you start looking through the desk itself, and find not necessarily valuables in terms of money, but things that are probably, I assume, more valuable to Cadence than money would be. You find the Rat King's ledger books and their records, essentially showing their smuggling movements. It shows their customers, it shows who was smuggling stuff, who the customer was, what was being moved, how much was paid. This is as far as the symphony is concerned, this is a treasure trove. Hugely, hugely valuable to you and to your operation. Looking through that on your 22 investigation check, you look back a few days and sort of a later entry in the book on the 8th of Sprouts, which is 12-ish days ago, I believe, if I'm doing my math right, and importantly, is the day that Vanera went missing. You see a ledger where Vanera hired the Rat Kings, after meeting with Rami specifically, to smuggle her out of Daybreak City and smuggle her to a train station outside of town. This is sort of recorded as an official ledger in the Rat King's book. And then there's a handwritten note on that where Rami essentially details that he had her tailed after dropping her off at this train station to see where she went. And she took a train to Cherry Falls. I'm going to move us back to the map again for a second.
This is so juicy.
Okay. You guys, as I mentioned, are in Daybreak City, in the nation of Sol. You can see if you move along the southeast coast of the continent of Okasis, you eventually reach the nation of Toluska, and then its capital is a city called Cherry Falls. You would know that you can take a train all the way there. It would take some time, but you would eventually, over a couple days on a train, maybe a week on a train, would eventually get to Cherry Falls.
Okay. Train heist next.
And yeah, you're aware that, you just rolled a 5 on geography. You don't know much about Toluska or about Cherry Falls. But you know that Vanera, according to Rami anyway, got on a train to Cherry Falls after paying Rat Kings to smuggle her out to this train station.
Okay. One last thing, and I'll let you pass it to someone else.
Yeah,
Can
go
I
ahead.
try to sleight of hand pocket this without being noticed?
Yeah, give me a sleight of hand check.
I feel obligated to point out that I was planning to observe people.
Okay, understood. Roll me. You can roll me a active perception check here.
Same. That's 20 on my perception.
Okay.
For 28.
If your passive is better, you can just tell me your passive.
15 passive.
15 passive.
28.
28. Nice.
Not 20 for 28.
Whoa! Shit. Give me a roll. Let's just roll 2 straight d20 to see who wins this roll.
9.
3.
Okay. Bones, there's
I'm busy.
you're making an effort to keep an eye on everyone, but everyone scatters, so you can't keep an eye on everyone at the same time, essentially. Boss, I'll come back to what you're doing in just a second, but I assume that you're headed right to the room to get the girl that's trapped here. But I think that as that's happening, just out of the corner of your eye, you see Cadence go to Rami's office and stick something into a bag.
I would say so as well, because after I got the girl secured, I was planning to go to the office.
Makes sense.
So
Yep.
as I saw Cadence make her way into the office, I'm definitely going to keep my eye on it to see if anything juicy happens.
For sure. Absolutely. Yep, you see her pocket something.
And I was
essentially.
and I was also going to check the suit and things like that too. So
Makes
did
sense.
I run that perception into everything?
Yeah, your perception and just keeping an eye on what everyone else in the room is doing. I'll keep that in mind.
Specifically Cadence. Was
Right.
If seeing her move towards the office, which was a big concern of mine.
Makes sense. But that's all that you really find in his office. I say all like it's not a lot. For you, this is a lot. In terms of, magic items or money or anything, he seems to have burned the valuables, and here he literally melted his safe.
Right.
But you find his book, so there's that. And then Bones, what are you looking for, if anything specific?
23. Bones is looking wherever he first started destroying things. It's very unusual to Bones that rather than go straight into fighting us, he took time to destroy things, and he assumes he was destroying evidence, so he's looking there first.
Makes sense. You likewise kind of doing your sort of ranger survival thing, trying to figure out what order things were burnt in.
Right.
The first thing he did when he got down here was burn his safe. He came into his office, burned his safe, and then
Do I
turned
have
back into
any
the
inclination of what was in it?
You, on that investigation check, you see a melted pile of metal. And I mean, you also, it was a good investigation check. There's bits of, precious metals in there, silver and copper.
Okay.
So, presumably some money in there.
Do I see anything that resembles wire, springs, coils, bulbs, filaments, machine parts?
No,
Okay.
not in the safe. Nope.
Got it.
And as you look through the rest of kind of the rubble of this chamber where all of this sort of stuff is melted and destroyed and broken, you do find some stuff that resembles parts of machines. Is there anything specific that you're looking for?
Not necessarily, no. I'm just trying to see what he was most interested in destroying, which sounds like it was in the safe and was made of metal,
And it
potentially.
yeah, it strikes you as roll me an insight check also.
Low. 5.
5. Okay. Yeah, the pattern that you're seeing is certainly that first he went into the office, burnt this safe. Meanwhile, he seemingly maybe shouted orders at his gangsters, burn all that shit, and they started burning it. And then when you guys arrived, you saw what happened. When you guys arrived, he just walked up the door and just breathed on everything.
Right.
The destruction that happened when you guys got here seemed indiscriminate. It seemed like just destroying everything for the sake of destroying everything.
Fair.
So, seemingly whatever was in the safe was his first priority.
Cool. I'm cool. It's also worth pointing out, I'm not doing this if nobody else is going to deal with the girl. So I
Understood. I assume
Right.
somebody's going right to the
I assume somebody else here is going to handle it.
Yeah, we'll come to that. And then Ghost, you rolled a 16 investigation, you said?
Yeah, Ghost is pretty distracted by everything else going on. So,
Okay. Is there anything particular he's looking for?
not especially, I don't think, on a 16.
Okay.
He's probably kind of rooting around, making sure that, all the fire is out and that things are actually, calm.
Right. Makes sense. As you start rooting around, and I think you probably still have your detect magic up from last session still, because it's only been, a couple minutes, if that. You do find a couple things that jump out to you on a 16 investigation. You find a case of sort of thin doctor's syringes with a white milky liquid inside that ring up with transmutation magic. And I think on a 16 you know what these are. They're just potions of healing. So you find a case with 4 potions of healing in it.
Okay.
And then you find a briefcase, the outside of which has been pretty badly scorched and damaged. But you open it up, and inside, oddly, not as damaged as in kind of pristine condition, even though they're in a destroyed briefcase, which immediately makes you think magic. There are 2 spell scrolls in there. And you take a quick gander at them. There's a scroll of grease and a scroll of enthrall. So you can add those to your inventory. And then you guys have a handful of magic items that you recovered last time. We'll go over those whenever you guys get a chance to identify them and such. Okay, that was everybody besides Patches and Morisco and Boss. So which one of you guys is doing something at the moment?
I will take this. So, like I said, watching with intention of securing the girl, and then intending to also investigate the body, the suit, and the office. I'll take that perception as like my primary thing as I'm walking towards. But
Right.
I want to go get this girl out of this room.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and you've got the key to the door. You walk up and the door is locked. Not
Think about the door being locked.
would have been.
I have a key.
Not to your surprise, though, you get this key ring that you got off of Kent's son, and one of the keys does manage to unlock this door.
Is it like a skeleton key to this area, or is it like a cell key?
Give me a investigation check. Actually, you don't need to do that. You can just check this. You might not do this first thing, but at some point in this investigation, you go try it on another door, and it unlocks a different door too. It seems to be like a master key for several doors around this facility. And you unlock this door and pop it open.
Not yet.
Okay. Yeah, you put the key in. You see that it would
Yeah,
work.
and I want somebody to check this for traps.
Sure.
Is there anyone here that can check for traps?
I can take a look at it.
Sure. Give me an investigation check to check this door for traps.
7.
That seems fine. Seems like a locked door.
I think it's good.
I'll just open
Okay.
it.
You pop the door open.
Everybody dies.
Inside, you find what looks like essentially a little prison cell for about 3 people. Though currently only one of the beds is occupied, you see. I shall describe what you see in a second. Because the first thing I need is for you to make a dexterity saving throw.
11.
11. You are good. As you push the door open, and even just like your trunk or an elbow or whatever sticks through the door, there's like a clink against the wall next to you as you see like a long needle or something, like a long quill pops against the wall. And you hear a voice inside yell out in a little child's voice, say, "I told you all, the next person to come in here was going to get it."
I mean you no harm. Little one.
You kind of push
I'm here to rescue you.
as you ease the door open a little bit and cautiously look through. There is a little girl, a little Shisk girl. She looks to be maybe 10 or 11, or maybe even younger than that, 9 or 10. You had a photograph of her, so it's her. You see Miri is in here. She's this little Shisk girl, kind of dark tan skin, looks mostly half elven with like pointed little half elf ears, like quarter elf ears, except that the hair is all just like porcupine frills, like dark porcupine frills. And they're all kind of like up, like hackles raised, sort of. She has one arm is like manacled with a chain running to the wall, where she's like essentially like kind of chained to this wall. You see that she has a handful of like 3 or 4 quills in her hand that she's like getting ready to throw at the next person to come in here. Roll me just like a persuasion check with advantage.
14.
She doesn't put her quills down. She holds them in front of her. And just passive insight. Had that quill hit you, you might have taken 1 point of damage. And she says, is he gone? Is the dragon gone?
Yes, he is dead. Well, I mean, he's in the room, but he's no longer alive.
Where's my mom and dad?
I want to take you back to them.
I don't know.
Do I hear this?
Yeah, you all that are in the room hear this conversation.
Out of character, I don't. In character, do I remember their parents' names?
Yes, Jack and Ravenna.
Jack and Ravenna, yes, we spoke with them. They sent us to look for you.
I have a photo of you that they gave me to make sure that I could find you.
She looks at it and kind of furrows her brow a little bit and doesn't say anything, but she like doesn't throw quills at you as you walk. You see her body language untense a little bit.
Isn't she missing a shoe that I have?
Yes, she is.
I
She's missing one shoe.
I also noticed you were missing a shoe, and I hold out her other shoe.
She, kids are weird.
Yeah. Sure.
The shoe, for some reason, is the thing that like breaks her emotions. She just begins to sob, kind of uncontrollably heaving. What do you do?
Slowly approach, hands raised, gently.
Yeah.
And I ask her if I can loosen the mandibles and free her.
Yeah, she kind of wipes her eyes, puts on a stiff upper lip, and just kind of raises her wrist up to you.
And I say, all right, no more quills. No more quills.
Sorry, I like to keep my promises, and I told them if anybody else came in here, they were going to get it,
Would it make you feel better if I got it?
No, maybe.
And I hold out my hand jokingly. Like, you want to? Go ahead. And then
kind of laughs and sets the quills down on the bed next to her and kind of lifts her wrist up to be unlocked.
The key works. The master.
Yes, master key, or
So-
the master key that Kent had on his pocket unlocks it.
Man, these come in handy. So unlock her mandibles, and then I would like to just gently pick her up.
Yeah. She tenses a little bit just at like being picked up, but eventually it's you've made it very clear that you're not an enemy or anything here. She
Then I would like to ask her if she has anything else. Do you have anything else in this room that you need before we leave and take you back to your parents?
she shakes her head and says, no, just if we can just go home or go to my mom and dad.
We're going to walk into this other room, and I would like for you to close your eyes.
Thank you.
And so I would just like
Why?
take a. There are things that you do not need to see.
Like what?
There was a lot of destruction. You heard the noise.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. You just don't need to see what happened out here. We are going to take you very quickly, and we'll get you back to your parents as fast as possible. Trust me, yes.
She nods. She doesn't say anything else, but she just kind of nods and sniffles and wipes her eyes a little
Put a
bit.
little blanket over her head.
Go ahead.
Even with that, I do make sure that if there are like corpses right along the path, I'm going to go blanket up.
Yeah, a wise thought. Rami himself, his corpse is a mangled, bloody mess. It's a dragon, so it's a little less like
More abstract.
Yeah, but there is a gangster here that was, I think, killed by a shotgun, and there's one that was like vaporized by Rami's breath and is now just like a a skeleton. So
I was a kid once, and I know she will peek. Good.
yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I put like a blanket over her. Try to. Actually, it'd be funny if I just kind of like took my trunk, kind of wrapped it over her face,
Yeah.
just to obstruct her view slightly.
Yeah.
Right. Bones, because you've said
one
it,
of my
I'm not going to
ears.
make you roll. You do see that there's like a little like attempt to pull the blanket up to take a peek, but you've secured it so that she can't, and it is for the best, probably. In that time, Marisco and Patches, are you guys doing anything specific? Or just kind of helping look around the room?
No, I was... Because originally I was just like trying to find items and everything
Yes.
like that, so...
Yeah, you continue just picking up magic items. I don't need you to roll anything. Actually, you know what? Go ahead and roll me an investigation check or perception to look around here. And apply your Mafia lore.
It'd be 26.
26 is amazing. There's a bunch that's just ruined and destroyed here, sadly. It boggles the mind thinking about the money that was just vaporized in this room. But amongst it all, kind of buried under a pile of rubble, you move some stuff out of the way. You find a wooden crate that you can sort of pry the lid off of. And there's just a bunch of drugs in there. There's a bunch of Big Shot and Bumble and Dancing Root and Sap and Slumberjack. And then inside of it, there are 2 more vials of Xenium, that like short rest drug. So you've got a big crate of drugs, essentially.
I will grab it.
Cool.
Can I carry it? Or...
Yeah, it's kind of heavy, but you can carry it. You probably couldn't carry much else while you're carrying it, but
Yeah, so I'll
you're
go
the
ahead.
strongest in this party with your 10
That's true.
strength.
I am the strongest one, so...
Are you really the strongest with 10 straight?
Yes, he is. Everyone else has 8.
And I'm also the shortest, so...
Wait, does Sam not have like Loxodon strength, carrying
He
capacity
does.
or whatever?
He does have the carrying capacity thing, but you know.
So he could
Um,
carry
his
more than
strength
you,
is
but he
what-
couldn't beat
yeah.
you in an arm wrestling match. That's
True,
what
exactly.
matters.
Okay, so yeah, I'll go ahead and grab that.
Yeah.
Assuming I'm not finding anything else. and
Yeah,
just
that's
carry
all you
that.
find that's really of value for the most part, other than the magic items we found last time. Marisco.
With everyone being shifty and watching each other, Marisco doesn't find an opening to do what he wants to do. So when he sees Bones covering up the bodies, he helps and tries to
Okay.
cover someone else or
Love it.
Well,
try
it's
to hide
covering
this
the
dragon a
dragon.
bit. Yeah. I mean, just cover the dragon and
Yes.
then chop it up. No.
I will say, Patches, other thing that you find, you go down these stairs over here.
I find Cadence. Oh, upstairs.
Wrong stairs. You find down this set of staircase a room full of weapons. There's just tables and shelves covered in guns and ammunition and all kinds of goodies down here. If you look through it all, some of this stuff is in fact magical. The total that you find, and you guys can write this down or I'll give you stuff for it later. Roll me 3d4.
6.
6? Okay. You find a +1 pistol, a magical pistol, it just gives a +1. You find 2 non-magical pistols, 2 shotguns, 2 rifles. You find 4 explosives, essentially grenades. You find 50 rounds of ammunition for pistol, 50 for shotgun, 50 for rifle. And then in addition, you find 6 rounds each of +1 ammunition. 6 for pistol, 6 for shotgun, 6 for rifle. So some magical ammunition, some magical weapons, and then just a bunch of like mundane weapons and ammunition. In addition to the stuff that we found last time in the drugs and all that. And then Marble, you've had your hand raised for a while. Sorry.
Yeah. So I know you said that I didn't find the bomb. Did I find anything else? And I know you mentioned scrap mechanical parts. Can I collect those to use as...
That's a good question.
I'm a scrapper by choice. By life.
Roll me a luck check just to hear how particularly valuable this scrap in particular is. But yes, you do get some scrap that you can do something with.
12.
12? Okay. Yeah. You, on a 12, you find some of the, I don't know, just cheaper material that you need to get working on your getting your car repaired and your power cord and your engine and all that sort of rebuilt. You don't find any of the specialty niche parts that you're going to need to get that stuff fixed, but you find some of the materials that you'll need. It'll basically give you a little bit of a discount when you go to start crafting that stuff, essentially, or if you want to use it for other stuff.
Yeah, I know. I find I need money. I know you mentioned he found melted metal. Can I take?
No, sure. Yeah, I mean, you can just take some melted copper and silver if you want to. Yeah, I'll say it's roll me. You just did a luck check. You find, we'll call it 12 marks worth of melted silver and copper, and then no cash, no gold, and then just write down that you have, we'll call it 10 marks worth of essentially scrap metal that you can only use when you craft something. Does that make sense? So a 10 mark discount on your next crafting based on just having all this scrap metal with you. If that tracks. And with all of those rolls, all those weapons, weapons, ammo, explosives, your scrap metal, the scrolls, the potion, the magic items you recovered last time, the crate of drugs, Ghost has a box of jewelry. That's sort of all that you can find still salvageable here in terms of valuables. And Cadence obviously finding some very valuable information. This all takes you guys, you all rolled really well. This probably takes you guys 15, 20 minutes to do all of this, salvaging and digging stuff up. You have a handful of magic items that will require some sort of investigation to suss out what they are, or identification, I should say.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that. Well, I have identification.
Yeah. So
and I assume our wizard does?
Who can say?
It's impossible to say.
With that, about 15 or 20 minutes or so pass. You guys are kind of just holding Miri. I assume you maybe take her out of this room and just kind of wait out front or something.
Yeah. Mums does just a subtle reminder. There are 2 out in the hall, don't forget.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about that as well.
Yeah. Those are probably the gruesomest ones, because one of them was burnt to death and one was splattered against a wall. Oh, one of them you left alive.
Yeah, he's just unconscious.
3 of them. No, I guess it's 2.
I didn't
that one's alive.
Which that actually brings up a point. This has not come up yet because this is a ZE thing. The one that you left alive is conscious again by now. They only stayed unconscious for 1d4 minutes. There was one gangster up front that Marble KO'd, incapacitated, but did not kill.
One of the guards.
Yes, one of the guards out front, and the one that was not burnt to death is conscious now, kind of groggy, moving his head back and forth. Go ahead, Marisco.
There was a dead rat over there too. But Cadence decided.
Oh yes, there is the horribly dead Rosie with a bullet through the front of her skull.
She's probably still just bleeding out. She's fine.
Oh no, she's dead.
No.
She's dead.
I'm super glad to hear that.
Marble, in character, you know this. You know that you didn't kill that guy, and you know that he'll be awake in a number of minutes. Do you do anything about that, or do you just...
I mean, like what? I'm not planning on killing him.
I don't know if you go apprehend him or something, or whatever. It's up to you.
I'm not being paid to arrest people.
Okay.
I mean, I think if anything, Boss would also feel at this point, if he was left alive for this reason, it might be worth letting him know that your entire band has been disbanded. Just kind of walk through go find a new life.
Yeah. Boss, roll me a perception check. You can have advantage from smell.
Nat 20.
Nice. Hell yeah.
For 28.
Okay, so here's what I'll say. You leave this room, So your friends keep digging for magic items. You just get Miri out of this room and try to get her away from all this horror, essentially. When you walk back down and out of the staircase, down and out of this chamber, back down into like the subway tunnel, you don't see that guy that had been just knocked unconscious. I don't know if you even would have known that he was only unconscious and not dead anyway. But you, on a 28 perception check, you walk down here and see that where there were 2 people now, or earlier, there's now 1 body, and you can smell in a nat 20 for 28 that someone has left. The guy here that was left unconscious got up and is running away. Or walking away, probably. Probably doesn't have an end to run right now.
Also, are we going back to the sewers or are we taking the elevator up?
That's up to you guys.
The elevator, of course.
Yeah.
Well, this is the headquarters. They said this would be very dangerous to come down through. I can't imagine leaving through this.
Rosie was lying.
I don't know if she was. I do have the master key.
I do think we take whichever way is opposite of the way that guy ran.
Yes, that's easy enough to do. So, all that in mind, do you guys just gather the stuff and leave? Is anyone doing anything else before you leave this place?
I need to get a scale off Rami for
Easy.
Tommy.
Which
Easy
direction did he run?
He ran...
The way we came in.
No, he ran the opposite of the way you came in.
Okay, so,
So you-
further down that.
Yeah, further
Hallway.
down the hallway. Yep, exactly. So yeah, you guys at the moment think you could go back the way you came in without running into anybody, unless something has moved in behind you or something.
Anything with a perception check? This thing. Yes, like he just left.
10-ish minutes ago.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And then Caden's, no roll required, easy enough. You go over to Rami's body. Again, it's about the size of like a hippopotamus or so, not including wingspan. So it's a big corpse, and you can easily just pry off a big crystal scale off
Amazing.
of it, no problem.
Sweet.
Are those valuable?
Ooh, do I know if they're valuable?
Do I know?
Kind of.
So that's not really my area of
Yeah,
expertise.
no,
but-
no rolls required on any of this. Yeah, to a certain extent. They are like a crystal dragon. Its scales are. It could be used by a talented artificer or like an alchemist to make potions or something. It could be a component in some magical crafting, potentially, yes.
So I can use it for some like radiant.
Yeah, if you wanted to make like a radiant potion or a radiant
To the
shield
right
or
buyer.
something. Yeah, you could find a market for it.
Just to kind of tangent off of that, quartz is used a lot in radio stuff. Would this have any application for
I think I did describe it as quartz, actually. Yes.
Awesome.
So yes, for sure.
Okay.
You can use some of this stuff, and I will say that in terms of like selling and trading it, I'll come right back to you. That is super not legal. This is a person's
It's a
body.
person's body, yeah.
Yes. So you for sure can't just like go to a jewelry store and sell off dragon scales. And be like, you brought me a human's flesh.
Americans basically do the same thing where it's only good
Use
for
it
like
to
crafting
craft.
with.
Makes sense. And then Mauricio, you had something?
Can I make a deception check to make it look like I'm only taking scales and take a little bit more than that?
1,000%. Make a deception check.
We just like sleight of hands a whole arm.
A steak. Yeah.
Does my
I just
perception
want, like,
earlier?
escape
Yeah.
with some,
Okay.
It's a dirty 20. I'm going to wait. I can only favor if I miss, right?
You can do it if there's not like a clear hit or miss threshold. You can just do it if you want to add it to a roll. It's fine. Because here there's not like
I'll
a...
precast guidance on myself.
Okay.
Like that's
Yeah. Give side D4 on
making
there.
sure I don't fuck it up. So that's a 23
23?
instead.
Okay, cool. I think you probably get a fast one on everyone here besides Boss, who rolled like a 28. And once again, just kind of notices you taking a little bit more than just some scales. What do you take other than just scales? You do just like some flesh? Some
Yeah, like-
tenderloin?
Yeah, a little tenderloin works. Take a little single scale.
Perfect. You take a little dragon steak, and then go ahead and whoever wants to, or two people, one with advantage or two separately, give me survival to just like remove intact scales from a dragon.
I can do that since that's what I'm pretending
Oh
to
yeah,
do. Anyway.
that works great.
Thanks.
And you can do it with advantage if you got help from somebody.
Okay.
He just starts.
Does
He's
somebody
like,
have
hibachi knives out.
proficiency in survival? Does anybody have proficiency in survival?
I do.
It's high. but
Just
not
you though?
proficient.
Okay, then
Only
it's
survival
so you can only help with with proficiency. So,
So
you don't have help. It's just you. That is crazy.
You have guidance. I don't know how often you can use it though.
Guidance is still active, right? Because there's just one.
You applied it to the other one. It's
So
one
it goes
check.
away?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
one check.
That's only a 13.
13. Okay, yeah, you get some scales. I will say. Let's say again, you get. We'll call it like. That's a lot. You get 100 marks worth of quartz dragon scales. Essentially, that I call it 100 marks. You're gonna have a hard time finding a buyer for these potentially, but 100 marks off of the next thing that you craft
Right.
that takes dragon scales. And then also a dragon tenderloin.
Who was the other person? Was it Cadence looking for?
Yeah, just Cadence.
Yeah, Cadence just wanted a single scale, essentially like a souvenir.
95 marks. She takes 5 marks.
Sure, that works.
Perfect. Yeah.
Oh, hold on. I will write that down.
Unless you want some. Yeah. You did all the work. You can take as many as you want.
I'll take 5 as like a trophy.
Okay, I'll take 90 marks worth of dragon crystal scales.
Yeah, we'll say, we'll just make it easy, 1 scale, 1 mark. So you've got 5 scales, Cadence has a scale, so you've got
90 scales.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Is there anybody else that's just like chilling? Oh man, never mind.
Nobody down here is chilling.
No, so let me go back to the entrance of this place during our last session. When we came through, were there other doors that we passed on the way in?
Yeah, several, yes. You guys essentially spent like maybe 30 minutes or so working your way through a whole subway system and like maintenance doors and subway stations and tunnels and stuff. So many times you passed other doors that were just not part of your path. But yes, for sure.
Yeah. Just for my sake, let's say that like Miri and I, or is her name Miri?
Yes, Miri.
Like, let's say she and I were just sitting on the stairs to a point where we couldn't see the bodies below, couldn't see the bodies above, and I was just holding her on my lap there while we waited on the rest of the party.
Yeah.
When possible, I would like to just keep it covered and walk down the closest door to where we were that we already passed. I want to see if this key will work there too, or if this is just specific to this headquarters.
Makes sense. You get a little bit of distance away from Rosie's corpse and all the corpses, and the smell is really strong down here. You know, your Loxodon, but there's a strong smell of like ozone and burning and smoke and blood, and just it's not a good smell here. So you establish some distance away from that for yourself and for Miri, and eventually find a door that seems to not be part of the Rat King scene. It's just like a door in the subway system, and the key does not seem to unlock that.
2 more to try those.
Yeah, you got the other keys in there too. Yes, one of the other keys does. And the door that you open is like a maintenance door. It just leads into a little like maintenance room for maintenance workers and such. So you get the sense Kent had like a key that was for Rat King stuff and a key that was for actual subway business, DTC business.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Morisco.
Speaking of Boss and his smell, to keep him from smelling the meat, I'm going to immediately put it in my
Your chest of
the chest
preserving.
of preserving. Yep.
You put it in your bag of colding.
Just for what it's, I mean, maybe you didn't notice, but I noticed you.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have noticed.
Potentially, yeah. Either way, it probably makes sense to put it in there anyway.
Yeah.
Preserve your meat. All right, as Boss makes a little bit of distance from this place, and a couple of you kind of do your last minute checks for secret entrances or anything crazy, it sounds like once you've sort of pilfered everything that you can find in here, you guys just GTFO and go back out the way you came?
Yeah.
All right.
Is that what we prefer to do?
I mean, I prefer taking the elevator.
Say the elevator's right there.
Yeah.
To you guys.
Are we taking the elevator?
I would like to avoid the elevator, but go the opposite direction of the guy that ran.
Right, so go the way that we came in.
Right.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay.
I don't trust the elevator. I assume
do
that
I.
he may wait at the top and do something to it.
Yeah, I do not care for that.
Right.
Okay. Sounds like a couple people don't like the elevator idea. Bones, last session when you guys came to this place, you rolled alongside Rosie, even though you didn't need to, and rolled very well. So you remember the way out of here without any kind of guidance. You're able to sort of lead your group back out of the sewers, back the way you came. Eventually, as you guys are walking, it takes like 30 minutes, and eventually, Miri, like underneath the blanket, is like, "Can I open my eyes yet?"
Yes, little one.
And she kind of pops her head out from under the pillow. The rest of you see for the first time Miri, this little girl with quills sticking off the back of her head.
Let you imagine it takes like 2 minutes to pick the blanket like off the quilt.
Like pricks in a couple spots. So you guys aren't like more bad guys, right?
Well, I cannot speak for them, but I am not.
Well,
I give her a little wink.
So the rest of you bad guys?
I'm a good guy.
I'm a good guy. I ain't guy old.
My lawyer says I should not to speak about this.
Your voice sounds funny.
I mean, you would look funny, so.
She laughs at that.
And I do the kind of like hands on like this.
Absolutely. She kind of smiles at that. And you guys eventually make your way through the sewers and back up to the streets of Matnack, walking just out of a subway
I'll
station.
take the elevator.
Are you? Because everyone else did not.
We
Everyone was
avoided it pretty deliberately. You can if you want.
Wait, hold on. What's the reason for avoiding it?
We think the guy may beat us up top and like booby trap it or something. Or at least that's what Bone thinks.
I don't
Boss,
see why.
Boss doesn't trust it at all.
Okay.
Especially because now he has this little girl, and the one thing he knows is that the way we came in was safe,
Right.
and if he can get the little girl out of here the same way,
That's
fine.
valid. Okay. I'll take Marble and go on
You guys
the
want to go
elevator.
over? Hell yeah, I'm glad.
Can I do a quick look over this elevator to make sure that it's actually
So
functioning?
this is a minor point of order. You can do that as well, but before you even get to that point, you go to get in this elevator and there's a padlock locking the door for which you don't have a key. You can try to pick it if you want
Oh, I
to.
already unlocked it.
I've got the key.
Did you unlock it? Oh yeah,
I
you
unlocked
did.
it.
You
I
did
unlocked
test
it just
on
to
that.
see if the key worked.
I've got the key from Rosie too.
Yes, and Rosie's key would work on it
Yeah,
as well.
okay.
So yes, you're good. You can unlock it easy enough. And give me a Arcanotech check.
Does this, looking at the buttons, does it stop at the lobby, or is this like a one-way go straight up to the top floor situation?
I'll have him roll. There's just
Okay.
a button that says up and one that says down.
Oh, okay.
But he can check. And,
Natural 24
Oh, a zillion.
30?
Incredible. I think it may be our first time breaking 30 this campaign.
That was so fast. That was really quick.
You study this thing. Yeah, it's not trapped. There's nothing nefarious going on here. It's just an elevator, a pretty simple one. It's actually kind of like behind the times a little bit. Elevators are a little more sophisticated than this. It's just a lift that is going to take you up and into DTC headquarters up above you. And you, on a nat 20 for 30, study like the length of the pulleys and look up sort of the shaft and all that stuff. It's just taking you to the ground floor of DTC. What you know from Rosie is that somewhere in DTC headquarters is a secret elevator that is this elevator. You're just going back up to wherever the secret elevator is in the headquarters. Cool.
I'm gonna go with them. I don't want to take my precious ingredient for the sewers.
Sure, makes sense. 1 second here.
Because DTC is like a public open building most of the time, right?
No,
Not
I mean, it was
really.
locked- it was locked.
Okay.
It's not a place of business. It's sort of like, wherever Greyhound's headquarters is. It's not a
Okay.
customer facing place. It's
Okay.
where like DTC employees work essentially. So
That is a place of business.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
sorry, place of business, but not a
For the
customer
record,
facing
like
place.
DTC is not gonna. This is gonna be fine. DTC is not gonna explode their own employees walking in the front door, and DTC is not a gang.
I mean, are you sure?
Well, they are now, but Ken's being dealt with.
I mean, you have to assume that they have guards that know where this secret elevator goes, and that it goes to a gangster's hideout. And there must be a guard at the top of that, even if it's even to be a secretary of some sort. You have to assume it's a guard that like allows Rosie and the crew pass, but also stops other people. Be like, that elevator's not for just general employees. Like, there has to be some sort of hierarchy of knowledge and.
Oh, I trust it. Plus, if I have to walk out of this elevator and kill somebody, I have to walk out of this elevator and kill somebody.
So boss says what he has to say.
That's Caden's attitude. Okay, so it sounds like Marble and Cadence are taking the elevator,
Yeah, I
and
got a
Morisco, and the other four of you are walking through the sewers.
territory.
It can Risco enter the elevator if a woman's inside?
He can, but I'm not gonna whistle into the mic, and it's gonna be terrible. But he awkwardly whistles the entire time to avoid conversation.
And then Ghost, I think you were saying something.
Yeah, Ghost doesn't do well with children, so he's going to take the elevator too.
Okay, understood. Boss and Bones and Patches go the way they came in as the others take the elevator.
Pull out your
That's how I saw this
handkerchief
going.
and wipe the smudge off of your fur.
Aww.
Aw.
Wipe blood
I will
off
see
my
you up
fur.
top. I do not want to go back through there. It's bad on my nose.
I will see you up top.
You guys, go ahead, Marble. You
I
had
just
something?
wanted to have to say something to.
Oh, yeah. Have a conversation. Go for it. Go for it.
I just feel like, you do this often?
Kill dragons? No, not particularly.
Well, I mean, like the whole.
Honestly, not really. Murder's not exactly what I'm around for, but I'm not above it.
With someone in the background.
Ghost is going to try and shush them with his telepathy, and then I'm going to, before it opens, I'm going to open up, or I'm going to cast Silent Image on the door
Okay.
so that it looks like the elevator is empty.
That is such a cool idea. The elevator lifts you up. you guys hear a really awful thought, just a shush inside of your mind, like you have thought it. Because it's not like Ghost's voice is any different than anyone else's when they say shh. Everyone sounds the same when they say shh. So just shh appears in your mind.
That's what it
like something from your own subconscious.
Keaton shoots him.
The elevator comes to a halt kind of abruptly with a bit of a clutter. Ghost, you create this silent image of a closed elevator door. Can your friends see through that? I mean, they know what you just did, so I guess they can just disbelieve it and see through it.
Yeah, if they know it's an illusion, then they kind of see through it a little bit.
Makes sense. The elevator opens, and standing in front of the door is a guard, a human man, tall in sort of like a suit with a tie and a pistol down on his side in a holster, who, like... So, silent image, I assume, based on the name, does not produce any kind of sound or mask any kind of sound. Yes, it's just an image?
Yeah.
Okay. He hears...
Really visual.
He hears a sound, like an elevator coming up a shaft, and hears a door open, and turns around and sees the closed elevator door. You see him turn around and...
sorry. I wanted it to look like an empty elevator.
Oh, okay.
Door still opens, but try and do like a... kind of fake perspective.
I understand.
So that we're all against the back of the elevator, and it was just an
terrific.
image.
No, that's perfect. The elevator comes to the top. The door opens. He turns around and sees an empty elevator, having arrived at the top of the elevator shaft. He kind of furrows his brow a little bit and like looks into the elevator. Doesn't see anyone inside. I think I'm gonna have a roll a d20 here. He just looks inside and not seeing anything, kind of like frowns a little bit. Can you, I think you're an illusionist, Wizard, so I think you can do this. Can you change your silent image as it exists?
For silent image, I believe I can.
Okay. You see a look on his face but it's not even on his face. He seems content that the elevator, someone just pushed the button and sent it up for who knows what reason and nobody's on board. That said, if the door doesn't close by itself soon, he's going to be like, why is the door not closing? So I'll leave that to you what to do with that information. But the guard seems content that the elevator has just arrived at the top, or at the floor empty. So what do? You guys are inside of an elevator that this guard thinks has just arrived with nobody inside of it.
What does everybody else look like? Because I know what I'm going to do.
I look exhausted. One.
Morisco's doing a countdown.
I just walk out.
Okay. You just step out. The guy sees you just apparate from an empty elevator and kind of steps backwards a little bit, puts his hand on his holster. Says, whoa, 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 whoa. Who are you?
Okay, can I use Master of Tactics? Hold on. Oh, where is it? I'm sorry, Master of Intrigue. To unerringly mimic the speech patterns and accent of a creature that I hear speak for at least 1 minute to sound like a Rat King.
Absolutely. You can just be like Rosie Malone. You heard her talk a lot.
I'm like, who the fuck are you?
What?
Is this your first fucking day?
No, it's...
Get the fuck out of the way.
Roll me your choice of deception or intimidation. With advantage from your feature.
21.
21, okay. It's all right. Jesus, sorry. It's I was told there was going to be some weird
amateur hour.
I presume Marble and Morisco and Ghost then call you out.
I'll have my armor. I'll undone my armor just so I'm not like walking around.
Right, in a big mech suit. Yeah, you guys step out, and this guy has a look on his face of like utter confusion. But like,
I will kind of like keep my hat a little down. To kind of like
sure, I
am really sticking out in I am really sticking out in a kimono, but you know.
Yeah, rather, kimono is going on over there too. That makes this whole arc much cooler, imagining all this happening in you guys' like fancy casino clothes. I forgot about that part of this subplot.
Covered in blood.
Yes, covered in blood.
I have my big fur coat on.
The guy stands there like shell-shocked and agape as you guys step out of this elevator and kind of just out into the lobby of DTC, out to the front door, which again, the front door of this business place is locked too, but it's locked from the inside. You can just unlock it.
Yeah, I'll turn back. You think you're capable of locking this behind us?
Jesus Christ, Flavia. Supposed to be careful. I recognize you. I'm doing my fucking job. Sorry. Yes. Yeah. I got it.
Appreciate it. I'll make sure Rami knows you're doing a good job.
Go ahead, Marble.
Actually, since Ghost is like 14 feet long, can I like try
Totally,
to
yeah.
hide behind him? I don't really want to be seen by gangsters.
I'm going to
With
say you can try.
He's like
the
7
idea
foot-
of being
7
like
foot tail.
17.
the idea of being like totally unseen here is probably
Just
not
kinda
gonna
like
happen.
my
You can
face
obscure
can't be
yourself a
seen.
little
Yeah.
behind Ghost. Sure, give me a stealth check.
While he rolls, this is the second time someone has obscured themselves behind Ghost.
True.
Boss did so in
It's
that photo.
Only a 10.
A 10? Okay. Yeah, you try it. We'll put it that way.
That's all I can.
As I walk past, I will just say, "Sorry about that."
To the guard. I don't think he responds. But he does look at you with like a bit of a commiserating look, like he must also just be a working man.
You have to work with her all day.
Right. Sucks, dude. Worse for you than me. You guys step out of the front door of the DTC. Just, we'll say, around the... Well, actually, it's faster, specifically. So you guys have to wait around for a minute in front of the subway entrance for the rest of your associates.
Well, while we're waiting, we can... Ghost and I can probably start identifying some of these objects.
Yeah, if you wish to. Yeah, it's how long does identify
10
take?
minutes?
10 minutes. Yeah, you got about 20 minutes to wait, so you can do a few items each.
So I assume Ghost has identify.
Some of you have each of them. Give it a go.
Yeah. And people actually say, like, it's been a very long day, and do you think that perhaps I could do this? I'm sure you're very capable. It's just that, well, I don't actually sleep, and I would appreciate the distraction for the night after all of this.
Is he trying to steal them?
Give me an insight check.
Give me an insight check.
Dirty 30? Or sorry, dirty 20.
No, he genuinely just, like, is very stressed out and doesn't want to be thinking about this night all night well alone. Like, he wants a project, basically.
Can I do one?
Of course. I might just re-identify them a few times.
That's
over the course of the night.
understandable. What item am I given
Been a lot.
to identify? I know that Marisko has a ring. You have like 30 objects on you.
So you guys have, let's see here, someone's holding on to a pistol, someone's holding on to a ring, Boss is holding on to a shotgun, Patches is not with you, but he's holding on to this amulet.
I think Marisko has the ring, right?
Marisko has the ring.
Yeah, Marisko has the ring, sorry I said that wrong. Ghost is holding on to another ring that he found in a box of jewelry. I think Patches is holding on to a rapier. Who found the rapier? I can't
Kitty
remember.
said
It was
a ring.
Patch.
Patches found the rapier, and then Ghost is holding on to a set of like leather, like oiled bracers, like hardened leather bracers.
And Rami's wallet.
I've got
Is that
the
just-
wallet, the ticket, and the ledger, but only you know about the
All
ledger.
of it.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't. You told everybody else about everything besides the ledger.
Yeah, I didn't hide anything but the ledger.
Yes, I think there'll be some conversations to be
Yeah,
had.
this is still like 20, but yeah.
Yes, this is all
Like,
kind
that's
of.
fine.
Trying to.
I was just saying,
identify
like, I'm
some
on board.
weapons.
Like, Boss is the type of like the studious character that he's going to take inventory of everything that's laid out. Like, not necessarily if you hide something, you hide
No, I
something.
know what
You know
you
what I mean? And he's also discreet enough. Like, he's not going to call out the fact that he saw you cut a piece of dragon meat out. We'll discuss this later, young man. But no, but you know what I mean.
Shut
Like,
young man to my
as far
thoughts
as
there.
like what the group presents as their findings, like
Right.
there's going to be a ledger of inventory too.
But for the time being, Ghost, what do you hand to Marble to identify? You got 2 rings, a pistol, and a set of bracers.
I guess I'll hand him the pistol since it's semi-mechanical and that seems his bag.
Okay,
Also,
cool.
I am proficient in guns.
There you go. You take a moment to identify, and it's just a
I get out like
+1 pistol.
I do
nothing
get
fancy.
out like it looks kind of like I don't know. It has like a little satellite thingy on it. Little, like it's like,
Yeah, little, like Geiger counter thing.
yeah, and I'm just like I do scan it for a bit, and then it like it has a little piece of paper come out that like gives like just like detailed information that
Ticker
probably
type.
is not understandable to most people.
Yeah, absolutely. You get like the arcane signatures and stuff from it, all of the sort of like
Wow.
code,
It's just what we
essentially.
thought. A +1 pistol.
Yep, it's just
would've
plus one
guessed?
pistol, nothing flashy, but
I eat it.
Don't eat it.
you don't want to eat that.
You're not my dad.
Your little machine prints out like a Game Boy printer, little receipt paper that has the sort of code of this item on it. Cool. It's about that time as you're finishing that up. The rest of you, with Miri, arrive up at street level in Matnack. And as you guys arrive and you kind of spot your friends in the street, it's quiet, it's late, it's probably 10 p.m., maybe a little after 10, like 10:30 p.m. by this point. As the three of you that came from the sewers, or from the not the sewers, from the subway system, are walking towards the other four, between you, kind of moving quickly like a breeze of wind flying in between you, it's just a little group of bright blue butterflies that just pass between you guys and then fly off into somewhere in the city.
Gay.
Those again.
You said those again?
Yeah. Yes. Sorry. I thought I'd seen something. I'm so sorry.
Did we all? Sorry, go
I
for
saw
it.
some the other day. I have not seen them in my time here until just recently.
Have you seen these before?
Just a couple of days ago, but
Same as me.
Same.
strange.
Wait, you've seen
The
them as
same
well?
also. At a higher elevation, which is a little odd.
Well, I saw mine before I got on the boat to come here.
I saw mine days ago. Weeks.
I suppose any of you are entomologists.
Migrating? Bugs do that, right?
Yes, I believe so. And someone I've done quite a bit of study. I'm not an entomologist, but I've done a fair amount of study, and I've never seen a butterfly or a bug of this nature.
They were pretty, Miri says.
They're very, very pretty young one. Do they operate, or do they just like keep moving?
They just kind of fly off into the kind of they pass between you guys, then they fly down the street a little bit, like up, kind of between the sides of buildings, and kind of up out of sight somewhere up high.
And not to be racist.
Let's see where it goes. Let's find out where the sentence goes to go.
Boss just turns to Ghost. Have you? And then, like, as sensitively as possible, just like, have you seen any of these butterflies?
Yes, I have. And I'll just cast a spell, and as he casts a spell, they kind of like make very similar
Yeah.
butterflies.
I will say, as you do that, everybody give me a perception check or investigation.
What are my two best skills?
21.
Okay.
Not 20 for 24.
Nice.
Wasting it on investigation rolls. Let's go.
14.
14. 14.
10.
10.
13.
13. Okay. The people that rolled above 20, which is the two of you and maybe Ghost. Ghost, you can do this as well. Okay. Really just Boss and Cadence, the ones that rolled above 20. You see Ghost conjure this little butterfly made out of light in his hand as one of his like spell effects. And to those that rolled under 20, it could be mistaken for the same butterflies. It's quite similar. To those that rolled above 20, they are different. It is not quite the same thing. This is above table. This is the artifact of me using some of Drake's art without telling him what I was going to use it for, or knowing why he made it. The butterflies that have flown by you guys these couple of times look quite similar to Ghost's spell effect butterflies in that they're butterflies made out of light. But the ones that flew past you were like, I think when Ghost, correct me if I say anything incorrect here, Ghost, but I think when Ghost makes his butterflies, they're clearly light. They're made from light, and they have like sort of light trailing off of them. And that's true of these other ones as well, but they have almost like substance,
Tangibility?
a little bit, and more specifically than that, like a wateriness to them. You see little globules of light that fall off them that are sort of like undulating, and they look almost liquid. They move in sort of a fluid.
Almost like
looking
dissipate as
way.
they drop off. Like,
Yeah, and they kind of like trickle off
That being said,
mist almost.
Is there any of these droppings that we could collect?
No, they kind of, after they drop for a moment, they just kind of mist
Like
away and disappear.
effervescent?
Yeah, effervescent. They don't leave any physical substance in their wake, but you two on that very high roll notice the subtle difference. They do otherwise look quite similar, though.
Does it look similar to... Oh, I don't cast magic. Never mind.
They're beautiful. I do not understand them. But it seems if we've never seen them prior to now, and we've all recently seen them, and now they find us as a group. I hate to sound like the Holy One, but I feel there must be some symbolism to this.
I think I have
Somebody's watching.
concussion.
Do you need medical attention?
Maybe we should.
I don't know why that sent me the
Bosco is very concerned very quickly. Like, oh no, let's get you to a medical...
Like he's like his eyes are not blinking at the same time.
That's kind of hard to do. Miri says,
not like he's just like just like a little bit of a wave.
he goes, where's my mom and dad?
Let's take you there now, you little one.
She
Shotgun. I mean car. Driver.
car driver.
You're not driving. You're not driving for sure.
The left eye's just...
Yeah. You guys pile back into the Pendleton Company car and into the Symphony's car and onto the motorcycle.
I look at Patches and look at Miri that I'm holding and say, would anybody like to switch?
I can switch.
Miri goes, are we going to get in one of these?
We are.
I've never seen one. I've seen them, but I've never been in one of these before.
How many
They're,
cars?
they're not as fun as they look.
Oh, I don't know. They look really fun.
They're a lot of fun.
They're way more. I don't.
Can I go in yours?
Should it have a sidecar or is it just the bike?
I'll let you decide.
Yeah, it's got a sidecar. yeah, of course. You have to be careful. You cannot stand up in it.
Okay.
You have to
Going
stay
15 miles an hour.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're going a whopping 15 miles an hour. I do think actually these cap at like 50.
Yeah, 50 to go
dramatic.
fast in them.
But we're in
Probably
the
not doing that
city.
in the city streets, but
If you close your eyes, it feels a little like flying.
she smiles and gets in and sits down. The blanket that was over her head earlier, she just, I don't know where that blanket came from, but she just keeps it with her and like wraps it around herself to
I was
stay
just, I
warm.
get her a scarf and I put it.
Yeah.
And Boss tries to get on the back of the motorcycle with you. just like starts just like, so how to what is the best way?
The shots like struggling.
What is the best way for me
What does
to?
Boss actually weigh? Is he enormous?
Oh,
What's he?
God. No, he's
7'2".
huge.
He's 7'2", but he's like very like he's very like, slim
He's like
for
a
being a
twink?
Loxodon. No, he's not like skinny, but he's not like big.
He's not round.
Sure.
He's got the build of a strong
Yeah.
human
I'll
man.
just ask what I'm
essentially.
getting at eventually. Do I think that the bike can take this?
No.
Okay.
He's definitely heavier than that.
I gotcha. Do you know how to drive one of these?
Oh no.
So this is a single person vehicle with the sidecar, of course, but I think that only G could fit in there.
Oh, okay. No, that makes sense. I understand. Miri, are you happy here?
Yeah. And for what it's worth, like you've been like carrying her the whole time. She like when you set her down to go get in the sidecar, she doesn't let go of your like finger. She like pulls you with her to the sidecar, gets in it, and is still like holding your finger and is not like let go yet.
Sure. So I slowly I take my trunk and kind of like brush the back of her head and use my other hand to move her finger from mine. So you'll be safe with this one.
Okay.
And we'll be in that vehicle right there behind you.
We never
Okay.
see
With
Bones
you.
again.
As I see this all going down and I'm the only one in the car, I like roll up really fast, like screeching tires, and then I'm like, "Get in, a loser! We're going shopping." you know, I like Mean Girls. It's a really good movie. I think you would love it.
I assume you're driving the Pendleton car.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Boss looks behind him.
Great.
I'll get shotgun. Shotgun.
All right, you guys pile into the cars.
That's a
Miri wraps a
shotgun.
blanket around herself and she closes her eyes and like she's mumbling it to herself, but Bones you hear her saying like, "Pretend you're flying. Pretend you're flying. Pretend you're
Oh,
flying."
one more thing. If you do open your eyes, and you can, it's safe, but you'll want these. And I get the enormous me-sized goggles and I put them over.
Yeah, they're too big for her, so she just like physically holds them to
Yeah,
her
yeah.
head with her hands, and the strap is just kind of like hanging next to her face.
Excellent.
She's just kind of whispering to herself to pretend that she's flying as you guys begin to move yourselves through the streets of Matnack and back towards, I assume going back towards the safe house where Jack and Drambena have been staying.
We need to go back to the party to get my brothers.
So we got multiple stops to make.
That's a fair point. The casino is on the way to the Willow, so you can stop at the casino really quick just to pick up your brothers if you wish to. I don't know if you guys also want to stop and talk to people, but I assume
Say, if I stop there, I'm going to be stopped there. But somebody's welcome to like
I assume that we can probably find them on the way there. I don't know. Were they getting it in the morning or were they getting it at night?
They didn't give you specific time. They just said they would come
Classic.
get it that night.
Classic.
So,
I guess I just need to pop my head in and see if Kent is still there or
yeah,
what they plan on doing.
So
with
you
it.
guys, you start by making your way to the Gilded Parlor, moving through Glimmer. You got to drive past it anyway to get to Jack and Ravenna. You get to the Gilded Parlor, and as expected, there's police everywhere. They've surrounded the place. There's kind of a police line going on, and you do see you see Police Chief Lydia Powell is here, and then you also see that. Fucking twins' names, Top and Yo-Yo, are standing beyond this police line, like looking around for their car. And then when they see you coming up the street, you see them both go like, "Oh, thank God, thank God, we were worried."
Can I like drift it in?
Roll me a lane vehicles check.
Can I
I don't think
can I
you're
help him?
drifting it in front of a
Are you in his car?
police
Yeah,
investigation.
I'm trying to shotgun.
Sure. Also, you can like give him some advice. So
Yeah, I'll grab.
you have advantage because Marble's helping you.
I have a concussion, but I still want to fucking drive.
Natural 20.
Hell yes. This was going to be a tall
It's
order.
like, no, and I like, slap his hand and I pull the parking brake.
As a team effort, you guys drifted in like Chuck Norris.
It's a time for my favorite, The Fast and Furious, a Tokyo Drift.
That with the two extremely short characters having to work together to drive was really fun.
It is funny. And you like perfectly drifted, so it just stops right next to Top and Yo-Yo with the door right next to them. Say, okay, get the fuck out of there, I'm driving.
That's where you should have used your "get in, we're going shopping" line.
You alright, Marble? You're blinking funny.
I have a concussion.
Damn. We gotta get you to a doctor or something.
Yeah, I'm like probably covered in my own blood.
Oh yeah. Covered in your blood and the blood of others.
Well, no, that's all my armor.
That's true. I guess you did put the armor away, so that's good. Maurice, go.
Sensing an opportunity to show off in front of the twins, I'd like to jump out of the car for a second.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, that's okay. I got this. Don't worry. You'll feel better in no time. Out here. And I will put my head on your head and give you a little scalp massage.
Your head on my head?
My hand on your head. Excuse me. I misspoke. But then I'll cast Lay on Hands and give you 5 points of healing, and you get a Lesser Resto.
Very nice.
I get a what?
Lesser Restoration. So,
Oh, yeah.
Am I no longer exhausted?
I think that takes great.
Oh, that might be
I don't
greater.
remember for sure, but
I
either
can't
way,
remember
if you're
either.
having concussion-like symptoms.
Oh no, I was just doing that as flavor.
Oh, okay.
Because I went unconscious, and if you go unconscious, you have a
You're exhausted.
concussion.
Yeah, that's fair.
I do think. Let me check really quick.
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, Lesser is not.
Oh.
Normally it isn't. Did you look in ZE specifically?
Oh, no,
I
I'm just
think I might have
looking
updated it to do 1 level in ZE
That'd be nice. That'd make that even.
and then 2 levels for Gregor, if I remember correctly. Let me double check that before.
It's been funny if you had a concussion and you just spoke normally.
I thought about it, but I was like, nah. Because then I'm going to be concussed all the time, just so I can speak correctly.
Right
Concuss
before you
me,
like
concuss
walk
me
into
now.
a meeting, just hit yourself in the head really quick.
Have an important thing you need to say. Just bash your head in first.
With no healer, though.
Yes, instead of any condition, this spell can remove 1 level of exhaustion. So, yes, it does get rid of your exhaustion and gives you 5 hit points back.
No longer
Thank you.
concussed.
You.
I think actually it has to be hit points or restoration. I don't
remember.
Either way, we were about to rest anyway, so it's not a big deal. You guys, as you do that, Top puts a hand on your shoulder and says, "Hey, thanks, Marisco. That's awfully kind of you. Doctor ain't cheap these days."
Yeah, I figured I owe you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, shit. So you did the thing, huh? And they look in the motorcycle and see in the sidecar.
Which car am I in?
I think you rode with Patches, probably.
Yeah, we have a
Wanna
second
ride
car,
with
so-
So we've got
Oh yeah, so
company
then
car
you rode with Kate.
And I go, let's leave.
Yeah, and he does have a point. Like, you guys were part of what was going on here, and the police are here, like,
They
in the
don't
process of
know
investigating
that.
stuff.
We're not trying to get caught here yet. Like, we have something to do. Let's
Yeah.
leave.
Real quick before you leave, Cadence, roll me a perception check.
We just go fashionably late.
It is
12? 12? Okay. You can see inside the open door, and you can't make out anything specific about what's going on. Actually, you can read lips. You've got observant, right?
Yes.
Lovely. You wouldn't really be able to make out what was going on. You can see that still standing around a table inside are Solomon, Kent's son, and Piapini, Cremini, and the rest of the Cremini
The
family.
gangs, yeah.
The Cremini family is talking with Solomon and with Kent.
Is Eisenhower in there?
Eisenhower is not inside anymore. No, he's gone.
So that was something I was also going to check. Boss cares a lot about what Kid Sun's doing right now. Also know that Kid Sun's car's here, and he has
Yes.
a key for it. Doesn't want to try to steal it with the cops, or whatever. But was very hesitant to give up Kid Sun to Solomon when Cadence told him to.
Right.
So is that something I can
Yeah, roll me a perception check
I was
as well.
observant as well.
Yep, yep.
And
Give me perception as well. And then Maurice go while he's rolling.
I just wanted to jump back to the layered hands thing.
Okay.
So you know how like when you're having like a stroke, you smell burnt toast for a second, or what's a food that Marble really likes?
Katsu curry.
For a brief moment, you swear you get a whiff of katsu curry, and then your head just feels so much better.
Naturally.
Amazing. And then your
Dirty
perception.
20.
Dirty 20 and 12. You guys both see the same thing, that Solomon is standing at a table talking with Kent and with the Cremini family. You have no idea who the Cremini family is, but you see these mushroom people. And you know who they all are, except maybe not Piapini. But you definitely know who Don Vittorio and Fungo are. You can kind of, deduce the rest from context clues.
Noise.
And for lack of like a word-for-word conversation here, you see Solomon and Piopini, who seems to be speaking on behalf of Vittorio, who only does his telepathy thing, speaking with Kent and arranging a meeting. The bit that you see before you kind of move away is Solomon says, so we will see you all at the first movement tomorrow evening. I believe we have a lot to discuss. And in the interim, our people, he does like a finger motion to Fungo and to himself, and says our people will secure the subways until we have a chance to come to some sort of formal agreements. Fungo nods and says, hey, Porco, Basilico, we got something for you. And you get the sense essentially that the Santi Silenziosi and the Symphony are both sending a bunch of people down to secure the Rat King's headquarters, and there's going to be a meeting between the two tomorrow to work out specifics. But they made some sort of alliance or allegiance has been made here in the aftermath.
with this check, though, does it seem like maybe they've intimidated Kent Sun into...
Roll me an insight check to read Kent Sun's body language.
Literally a fat cat.
19?
Kent Sun looks intimidated and scared, yes.
Like they're making moves and telling him what they're about to do.
Seems that way, or at least that's what his body language seems to imply to you. He strikes you as a man who maybe always looks a little bit afraid.
Sure, but
Like he probably looks a little bit afraid when the waiter sets down lunch in front of him.
But like as like they're having this conversation in front of him, like his body has kind of like shrunken
Yes.
a little bit. He's
Yeah,
just
a
kind of
little
like
bit.
watching
He's kind
them
of got his
talk.
head down low, and it's clear that these two people have power over him in whatever conversation they're currently holding. Yep. But with that, unless you guys stick around longer to see what happens more, you do see Olga moving around inside. You see Arthur in there, but I think you guys move along before this turns into
Since
something.
Cadence and I are in the same car, I would just like to look and say, will Solomon keep him? Or will they let him go?
What do you mean keep him?
Do you think that they are going to let him go continue with his business?
Oh, of course, it's valuable.
Valuable in what way? We took down the Rat Kings. He was involved in the Rat Kings. He's done. Give him to the cops.
The head of transportation for Daybreak City? It's a valuable asset to have in your pocket.
What's pockets?
Our pocket.
Can you explain this as we drive?
I'll do what I can.
I'll let you guys just
Not to me
continue.
individually.
So I'll let you guys lean into that conversation as you guys start driving towards the Willows.
So you mean in pocket, like, what you going to put him in a pocket?
Not my physical pocket, no.
He's
Solomon is my boss.
Okay,
We,
like a master.
he's my boss.
Does he pay you money
He
to do
does.
jobs, to work?
Yes.
And he wants to keep Kinsun as a hostage?
No, of course not. As a useful friend.
So Kinsun will not be taken to justice for these actions.
There is no justice in this city.
We just enacted some.
Did we?
I feel as I did. We have a young girl that we were taking back to her parents. That seems beautiful justice.
I'll tell that to the string of dead rats that we killed in the streets.
They seem as if they needed to die.
And Ken seems like he needs to be useful to us.
Maybe you'll explain this a little bit more to me. I don't understand why this Kinsun is important to you.
He's in control of how things are moved in and out of the city and around the city. In my organization, We're into humanitarian efforts, taking care of the city.
Deception check, dude.
Yeah, be inside deception.
18.
Roll me an insight if you want to.
Ooh,
22.
there it is.
Yeah, at the very best, he's characterizing it in a deceptive way. At the worst, he's lying to your face. Or she, sorry.
We're alone, right? It's just two of us in this
Somebody's
car.
driving.
Who else is in the car?
So yeah,
How
let's
late-
iron that out really
where's
quick.
Ghost at?
Cadence is driving, Patches is driving.
Sorry, I should have done this before. so I'm talking.
Twins and
If the twins are in the car with us,
Marble.
then Ghost can't be in the car with us.
is it? So I think it's Patches.
Patches is, or Ghost is with Patches.
Okay, so Ghost, Patches, Twins, and Marble in the Pendleton car.
I wanna
Twins
see
sitting in.
Twins.
I'm sorry, I meant Morisco, not Marble. So Morisco sitting between the twins in the back seat.
No, Marble's there because we were
I
driving
was
together.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, in that case, it is
the Pendletons can't.
Patches.
Twins can't fit in the car.
right. Patches driving Pendleton car with Marble and the twins as well. And then you could still see Marble, Patches, twins. Yes. So Patches, Marble, Morisco, twins, Pendleton car. Bones in the motorcycle with Miri.
kicking
Cadence, Boss, and then Ghost is with you guys. So Ghost is with you too. That's who else is hearing this conversation, if it affects what you say.
I'm sorry, Ghost.
Sorry, Ghost.
It's okay.
But I do say humanitarian efforts. Okay.
Yep.
Kind of a tense, pregnant silence follows for a little bit as you guys drive in silence through the streets of Daybreak City. Arriving near Baxter Street, Baxter Square, around 11 p.m. or so. And you don't actually go into the safe house again, into the speakeasy again, but there's a nearby Santi Silenziosi safe house where Patches leads you guys. And you guys pull up to this house, and standing out front are Jack. Jack and Ravenna, and I think because Bones, you were driving a motorcycle, you're the first probably to arrive here, not by long, but just by a few seconds anyway. And by the time you are pulling up, Miri has kept her eyes closed the whole time and is still just whispering to herself, just pretend you're flying, pretend you're flying, pretend you're flying. And is as of yet unaware of the fact that her parents are standing outside a building, tears in their eyes. By the time the rest of you arrive, Ravenna and Jack and Miri are a puddle on the ground of just big emotions and tears streaming down everyone's cheeks as they hold Miri. They eventually, Jack gets enough composure to stand up for a second and walks over to the closest person, probably Bones, and just pulls you into a tight hug, big muscular arms. Just kind of starts crying into your shoulder.
Hey, it's going to be okay.
He says, why did you do this for us?
Because it was the right thing to do. And also we got paid. A little of column A, a little of column B.
He goes one by one to each of you, and says something. Does anyone speak Cohockney?
I do.
Okay.
Nerd. Yeah.
He just says the word family to each one of you in Cohockney.
Like Vin Diesel?
He says familia to you. No. He just one by one. Most of you don't even know what he's saying, and he doesn't seem to be trying to communicate to you. The body language is ritualistic or something. Mm-hmm. Each one of you, he just gives a tight hug and just kind of says family to you. And that just gives you all a very tight, very, very long hug.
This is the only time I'll ever be able to use this feature. I have anthropologist, which means I can quickly pick up on a language even if I don't speak it.
Nice.
Do I get it by the end?
Yeah, by the end of seven people.
Wonderful. I repeat it back to them.
Amazing. Ravenna eventually stands up, just holding Miri in her arms. Miri just Miri, she got here 5-ish minutes ago, and the time it's taken them to like collect themselves enough to even talk to you, and is completely fast asleep, just dead asleep in Ravenna's arms, holding her. Ravenna says, "We don't even know your names. We can't ever repay you for this. How can we thank you? What can we do?"
You may have lingering enemies here. I don't think they targeted you because they care about you, but all the same, you now have something they thought was theirs.
That we're going to leave this city and never come back.
For some time at least. Keep her safe, that's all you need to do for us.
Cheers to each other and be happy.
Boss would like to like just walk up and kind of touch her, wake her up slightly.
Yeah, she kind of a little groggily, eyes a little bit bloodshot.
He pulls a little pebble from his pocket and hands it to her.
She takes it in her hands.
Keep this with you, little one.
She squeezes it really tight to her chest and pulls it in really close. And
say, if you ever find yourself in trouble again, just remember that your parents do love you, and that there will be somebody fighting to find you. With that, he says, "Exat Payatar," and which means in Sabda, better together. Says that to her and like puts his like forehead on her, wraps his trunk around, and gives her a little hug and walks away.
She takes the pebble and puts it in one of her hands. The other one she like reaches and wraps around your trunk and kind of gives your trunk a hug as you're kind of hugging her with your trunk. And you kind of feel her fingertips sort of trail off the end of your trunk as you pull away from her, and she just kind of sits there with her pebble squeezed in her arms and nestled into her mom's neck. Jack says, "Well, I feel at a loss for what to say. Thank you.
There's nothing else to say.
Thank you. What do you guys wish to do?" Marble, go ahead.
While they're having their reunion, I'm going to pull out my camera. I'm going to take a photo of them.
Oh, that's so nice. Yeah, you get your camera out. Do you have a photographer's tools like kit actually?
I
just
have
have a
a
camera?
camera and film. I mean, I didn't realize there was a film kit. I think actually
There
it's
is.
more expensive to buy this than it was to just buy the kit.
There is a toolkit
But
proficiency
I
for it.
also
You
can just, I think as an artist, I don't know what level it is, but as an artist, I can just make one.
you have the tools themselves. I just didn't know if you had proficiency with photographer's
Oh, no,
tools.
not at all.
That's totally fine. You can still take a photo. It just doesn't have proficiency. So just make me wisdom or int or
That's it.
yeah, I think int.
So just raw in.
Yeah, straight int.
Can I take a better one? Since
Yeah, totally. Maybe a photographer's tools check. You can use wisdom or int and add your proficiency. And don't you have like movie lore or something? Yes, you can add your lore. It's fucking stupid. This guy's got a lore skill in something that does not exist.
When did movies start existing? I mean, it was before this, right? Because Cowboys had movies.
That was before this.
The very, very most primitive moving pictures exist in this day and age, but they are very primitive. We were way before movies.
Mean Girls hasn't happened yet.
Mean Girls has not happened yet.
I have my own burn book. It's fine.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, what kind of check?
You can do wisdom, and you add both your proficiency and your lore bonus, so +4 plus your wisdom.
9.
9 total.
18.
18.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a thing that happens where you see someone set up their camera on their tripod and like get poised for a picture. The parents even like they are happy to apply with anything you want from them, so they like set it up nice for a picture.
You
And
know, I think at this time period you didn't like it wasn't. I mean, depending how.
yeah, you don't have to stay like forever or anything, but
No,
you know.
Yeah. So.
But I think like while you're getting your setup going, Patch is like not to be showed up, like puts this a little bit off to the side and tries to get it going really fast to also participate.
Trying to be artistic
Yeah,
with
you
it.
try to be a little too artistic and like rush it also a little bit, which is a bad combo. But you do both end up with film that you'll need to develop to actually get pictures. But
Do they? I'd like to just ask, have this side conversation if they have money, like to travel home.
Give me your fucking money.
Ravenna says enough. Yes,
Do you need anything else to make you happy or comfortable?
I cannot imagine ever asking you for anything. No.
Where are you from?
We are just a little village outside of Daybreak. It's hold
Oh, so they should have known better. Than they
on. Dawnsong. We're from Dawnsong.
Whoa, is that far?
No, not very. Short.
What's not very far? Like, is that like?
Like
Straight-
less than a day's train ride.
Okay.
A couple hours train ride.
Good. With that, boss just gives them some of the loose leaf tea that he carries in his herbalism kit.
Yeah.
Says, this is something it brings me comforts, and I hope that you find the same comfort in it.
Yeah. He takes it.
Safe travels, little one.
Yeah. Go ahead, Bones.
I am just going to go over and grab my goggles while she's asleep. I see the scarf is never coming off, so she can just have it.
Yeah, it would be quite an ordeal to try to take it off of there. As you come over and take your goggles and ease them off, Ravenna's kind of hold her and kind of like leans her head forward for you to take the goggles, and she sees your eyes like see the scarf and decide not to go for it, and you see her go into her pocket to try to get some like money.
No. You've been through a lot. It's a gift to make up for.
Thank you.
I don't know what all you sent down there before we showed up. There are some bad people in the world, but there are also some good ones. You just have to keep waiting for them to show up.
I didn't. I thought I always believed that before this, and I didn't believe it anymore until you all came along. Yeah. Thank you.
You were lucky. But we make luck. Someday, years from now, maybe you will make somebody else lucky.
We'll try.
Good.
With that, you guys, go ahead, Marvel.
This is like as we're walking, seeing how Patches actually knows what he's doing with the camera. Even if he did a rush job, I will like hand him the film. Like, could you develop this?
Yes, I can do that. It might cost you a little bit, but I can do it.
Oh, then I'll do it myself.
I just mean the more like in the materials and everything. I can't just afford to do it for free. If you can fork over the materials, then I can do it for you.
So as an artificer, I can just make the tools of a toolkit.
Mm-hmm.
Would that include the materials needed to develop photos?
Yeah, you can make essentially photographer's tools.
Which would include?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. Is that something you're trying to do like right now, or is this a project?
No, I'm just
Okay.
handing it to him.
Gotcha. Okay.
I don't know if you're like giving them the photo or.
That's what I was
for
No,
you.
I want it. I wasn't.
Okay. Got it.
I want it for.
You should
me.
stick it on her back like a Kick Me poster.
Look at this crying bitch.
Just out of curiosity, what's Cadence doing during all of this?
Counting her payment.
Understood. That's kind of what I was curious about. Standing back a little bit and thumbing through bills of cash.
Yeah, very uncomfortable
Yeah.
with the whole situation.
How does Cadence respond when Jet comes over and tries to give her a hug and say something to her? Well, you know, you're the only one who knows what he says.
Yeah.
Say family to you.
I will definitely deny the hug, but I'll shake his hand.
Okay. Yeah, this seems like the most outlandish gesture this guy can imagine to reject a hug and to offer a handshake, but he figures
The most
that-
outlandish thing you could do to a porcupine man is reject a hug.
Really good point. Really good point. But no, it seems like deeply like he feels intense culture shock in this moment.
Yeah.
But he nonetheless
I
pulls
think
back.
in Cohockney, I probably say, God, Cakes is a bitch. I probably say, you got lucky this time. Keep her safe.
He nods and he just nods.
Yeah.
He still nonetheless says to family and Cohockney. He says in Cohockney, thank you. Sometimes the hard truths are the most important ones.
Yeah, I say family to that and raise the gold. And then we'll start counting it.
And he moves on to the next person in this line. And eventually you guys, unless there wasn't anything else they want to do with these people here, you guys step away from them. And what do you wish to do next? You guys, it's about 11 p.m. or so.
Fucking sleep.
So you guys are exhausted from the end of the night. I assume everyone's kind of headed to... Is everyone not headed to rest? We'll put it that way. Is everyone have other plans for tonight? Then just go rest somewhere. Several people, it looks like. So I'll start with Bones.
When does Bike due back?
Tonight. So, or you did a 24-hour rental. So it's tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, really.
I'll inspect to see if it's damaged.
I don't think so. No,
I
you're
don't remember
good.
being shot at her.
You got shot at once, but they missed. So we'll say it didn't hit the bike either.
Cool. Then I'll go back over. I assume I'm going home with Marble again, and I spend a little bit of
Our
time.
car was definitely shot.
Your car was for sure shot a couple times, and as this conversation is happening kind of off in the distance, Marble, or Top and Yo-Yo, who weren't really a party to the whole thing with Checker and Red, are kind of giving you guys your space, are looking through it. Just Top pulls his hat off and puts it at his heart like he's mourning at a funeral. Just because there's like a bullet dent in the side of his car. It's not even like ruined or anything. Yo-Yo puts a hand on his back and says, "It's all right. It's all right, brother. We'll fix her up. We're poor now, but we'll still find a way to. We'll find a way to get by. Maybe we can. Tom says, "Don't even say it. Don't even say it to me, Yo-Yo. Maybe we can get a smaller refrigerator. Don't even say it to me, Yo-Yo." Go ahead, Patches.
Also, there's a bullet hole through the windshield that definitely was not from me.
Oh, right.
You fired a Tommy gun through the windshield, yes.
And if they're like observing the car, at some point, I assume they'll look in the trunk and see just a box full of drugs in there. Because I definitely would have just put it in, and all the guns that are in there now
guns,
too. Probably.
and drugs in the trunk. And when they get back to that, Top wiping his eyes is like, well, maybe they give us a little cut of this, and we could sell some of this, and then we pay for the repairs that way. See, it's not so bad.
They're terrible. I love them.
Cadence, what are you up to this evening? As everybody else, I believe, had somewhere to sleep.
I'm going to drive the car back to the Gilded Palace
Stands
just
to
in case
reason,
people, just in case everyone is still there. Is anybody still? I
Yes.
think the police are still there. Solomon, the Creminis, they're all there.
Quick Bones, did you need something before Cadence?
Just before we go, as I say,
Okay.
are we meeting up tomorrow to split loot, or where are we doing that tonight? Where are we meeting up again?
Olga Sinclair's house. Get the rest of our payment.
Tomorrow at noon?
Works for me.
Perfect.
All right. You guys make all arrangements to meet up at Olga Sinclair's at noon tomorrow. Mauricio.
Bones, when do you have to return the bike?
Not till tomorrow. Midday. Evening.
Could I ride on it before you go?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will probably be up for a little while. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
And then I ask who's taken the products that we found to identify them.
I think most of the stuff is currently in the trunk of the Pendleton car. Ghost is carrying... A lot of people are just carrying stuff on their person, so yeah, that's good to iron out real quick.
I assume since Ghost has to stay up, then he's staying with me and probably just come back with me.
Makes sense. I said Ghost, I think you were going to say something. Go ahead, Ghost.
Yeah, I'll take it back to Patches and I can get everything identified.
Do I see that there are live explosives in this pile of loot?
Oh, yeah.
Sick. Maybe I should take those. Or at least either Marble or myself should handle those separately. Those will explode. Those will explode violently.
Certainly.
No.
Yes.
Well,
So,
then,
Bones, you grab a case that has 4 grenades in it.
Ghost, would you do me the favor of taking a comprehensive inventory of the items that were collected today?
Oh, of course. Already started.
No less.
So, Ghost, you guys pile all of your loot into the Pendleton trunk. And
I guess we'll drop them off.
yeah, that's
We'll go
fine.
home.
You'll have to eventually... This might end up having to be a slumber party at the Pendletons because, like... You're probably not going to take all this stuff on the ferry. You've got a lot of illegal contraband on you and a bunch of weapons and shit. So if you want to identify the stuff, you might need like stay at the Pendletons and do it in his workshop or something.
Too bad nobody works for us.
Or you could also go to La Familia or wherever.
He's a smuggler.
You are a smuggler, yes. You know, disregard everything that I've just said. You are a professional, high-ranking smuggler. You
I
know
hope
how
I
to
would
move
have connections
stuff.
with the ferry
Yes,
about
absolutely.
like just getting stuff
Yeah,
on.
if you've got a guy at the ferry, you guys can easily get the stuff to Patch's house. Totally ignored that incredibly important and obvious thing. Okay.
If it matters, I'll drop off the wallet with the 200 gold in it, but I
Okay.
keep the ticket and I obviously keep the ledger.
Okay, you keep the ticket ledger, you put the cash in to just split with everybody.
And I don't hide that I'm keeping the ticket, but
Understood.
Because I didn't hide that I took it.
Okay.
I also have high interest in this Kin's son situation. Not like fully distrusting of like Cadence or anything, but like I think I'd like to see my way back to the Gilded.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys talk about that, but Cadence is going back.
Honestly, if you express interest, probably before we leave for the night, and while we're talking about meeting up at Olga's, I'm like, well, I'm going to drop the car off at the Gilded Palace.
And
See
I
you guys.
believe I might have a car to pick up at the Gilded Palace.
I'm sure you have a car to pick up at the Gilded Palace, of course. Of course,
Right.
would you like a ride?
I'd like to go with you, yes.
I don't think he knows how property works.
So Cadence and Boss get into the Symphony's car to drive back to the Gilded Parlor.
Anybody else have a car to pick up at the Gilded Palace?
Meanwhile, the Pendletons and Morisco and Patches head back towards Patches' house and or Marvel's workshop. And Ghost as well.
Morisco's coming with
Morisco is riding it on the motorcycle.
Like a 30-minute, 40-minute joyride.
Oh, yeah.
Up at Marvel's.
Absolutely.
Are
Yeah.
you drop him off?
Was it?
Are you gonna drop him off?
We're going to go for a ride, and then I assume we will both meet you at your house. Yeah.
Yep. Say for the moment, Morisco and Boss, you guys have been just staying in like a hotel that's
Right.
paid till the end of the week. But
So before I left us, where are you going to sleep this evening?
Oh, I probably should stay at the hotel, right?
I was going to stay at the hotel.
Tops says, you don't want to stay at our place or anything? Because it sounds like we're having a bit of a slumber party.
Oh, if we're having a slumber party, then like.
You can stay too if you want to, Sam.
So it's just a party where you all sleep?
Yeah, it's the last couple slumber parties have kind of been all slumber, no party. You guys are all covered in blood, and my brother's concussed, so maybe it'll be that kind of party again tonight. But you're welcome to
Yes,
join
I
us if you want to, Sal.
I'm very tired, yes, and I could save some gold.
Yeah, you could save some money on the hotel. Yeah,
Yeah,
we
you
might be sleeping on the floor.
I can sleep on the floor. Too.
I can sleep on the floor.
Most people will be.
There's gonna be a lot of floor sleepers. I don't
have
want to
any-
oversell how partyful this slumber party is going to be. I'm basically just inviting you to sleep on my floor.
There's a spot in the garage you can have.
Are there any exposed stones?
I think we could just find some exposed stone for you.
I
Yeah.
think I could.
What about
I'd be comfortable.
concrete?
But it's just a lot of stones. I think we can make that work, yes.
All right.
He can sleep at my workshop.
Perfect.
I mean, if the Pendletons want, since we have to go to my place first, I have a space for you three.
Sure.
Oh, it's a big house.
But I will meet you at the workshop. Or where?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I don't know about the 5 people, but the 3 of since you are dropping me and the ghost off, I don't know if you want to wait for the ferry again to
Gotcha,
come
gotcha.
back. But it is up to you.
This is the best campaign.
Alright, so your offer is for the Pendleton brothers to come with you, and then these guys crash at our place.
Love the idea of taking the homeowners out of the home so other people can have their home.
I
Yeah.
mean, alright, just in their hotel.
Top goes, I kind of wouldn't mind to see your house. You look like you probably got a nice house.
It's not that bad.
I'll like tap him on the shoulder and be like, he's the one who tried to.
I understand that. He's rich. We're poor now. We need rich friends. You see the car? It's all fucked.
This guy gets it.
Go rest your concussion off. You'll feel better in the morning.
Yeah, go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Best advice for someone with a concussion.
Go to sleep like a concussion off.
Immediately go to sleep.
Morisco took care of him. He'll be fine. Right, yeah, so maybe the 2 of us and Ghost and Morisco head to Patch's place, and
I can take you there, yes.
Alright, one minute you guys figure out what your sleeping arrangements are going to be in a little bit. We'll come back to how that ends up after we do the first thing that happens, which is Boss and Cadence driving back to the Gilded Parlor in the Symphony's car.
So one second, Boss doesn't love not sleeping in the same place as Morisco.
Right. So he's been your like tether since you got to the city.
Yeah. No, but that's I guess we're gonna have to cut that tonight. Are you sure that you will be happy?
I think I'll be fine. Are you going to be fine?
I'll be okay.
Okay. Then yes, I'll be very fine.
I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
With that, you close the door of the car, and you and Cadence drive off towards the Gilded Parlor. I don't know if you guys now want to finish the conversation that you cut off earlier because Ghost was with you, or if you want to just drive in silence. That's up to you.
I'd like to have a little moment. Drive in silence for about 2 minutes. What was that? That third item.
The third item,
Come on,
the ledger.
the ledger.
That's exactly what it sounds like.
Well, why are you trying to hide it?
You're asking a lot of questions for somebody who seems very ill-suited to the city.
I just am a very curious individual. I'm a scholar and a student. The curiosity that I carry is stronger than I am.
You know what I think is most interesting about you so far? You ask a lot of questions and don't offer much in return.
No one has asked me a single thing.
Where are you from?
I am from Barcelona.
What's your purpose in the city?
I'm here seeking a friend.
Continue.
I have information that I need to seek my friend, so I can share this information.
Who's your friend? Maybe I know her.
It is him.
Maybe I know him.
He is a scholar. He is a half-elf man, elderly, long ears, white hair.
Does that ring any bells to me? Probably not. I
You've
assume
seen
not.
a million old half elves.
Oh, he didn't say his name. Sorry.
His name is Grim.
Roll me a history check.
Do I add any DC lore to this or anything? Probably not.
Yes, add Daybreak City lore.
Okay. 15.
15. Yes, you recognize the name. You don't know who this person is or what they look like or anything about their whereabouts or doings, but you know the name Grim.
Okay.
Because, and the reason Daybreak City lore applies to this,
Because of Olga, right?
law passed in Daybreak City sometime in the last, I'm going to say like 10 to 20 years, I don't have an exact time frame for you, called Grimm's Law, which essentially made it, there's a bit of context here. Basically, it used to be totally illegal to use certain kinds of magic completely by school. It was like necromancy magic, all necromancy is illegal. And, in certain circles, like evocation in city limits is illegal. Grimm's Law was sort of a sweeping overhaul of how magic is regulated to be less blanket legislating entire schools of magic and more specifically legislating what you can and cannot do with magic, taking the focus away from magic itself and more on like what you do with magic.
Got it.
It's called Grimm's Law. That's the first time you've ever heard of it. And on 15, you don't know much else, but the thought of a wizard named Grimm and a law called Grimm's Law passing,
Yeah.
rings a bell. Real quick, boss, go ahead and roll me a history check. Just so you might have more context on this than you realize.
Nat 20.
Okay, incredible.
21.
Yeah. Philor Grimm has talked to you at great length about his
Of course,
life's work.
yeah, of
He's
course,
a
it makes
rambler.
sense.
So this all makes a lot of sense to you.
Actually, geopolitics too. Add 20
Yes,
to that.
it
yeah.
all adds.
Okay.
Yep. Philord Grimm has long been like a magic rights activist. You know him to be a necromancer. You know that you don't know the details of this, even on a nat 20, but you know that he got into legal trouble in his past for the use of necromancy, for what he has always characterized as not an evil thing that he did, just a good and decent thing that he did, but because it was necromancy, he got in legal trouble for it.
Which is something we've talked about in...
Yes.
Yeah.
And he then spent a lot of time advocating in Alderaan, his home country, for magic reform, for magic legislation reform, and passed something like, I think, 30-ish years ago, that's not exact, but something like that, Grimm's Law, not in Daybreak City, but in a different city across the sea in Calamont. And essentially what you know is that this is kind of like his crowning achievement, was getting the city of Calumet and the nation of Alderaan to sort of rewrite their magic legislations. And since that has passed, other nations have adopted Grimm's laws of their own. And they're all kind of called Grimm's Law. But he sort of was the father of magic legislation reform in the last like 30 to 50 years, based on an experience he had as getting in trouble for necromancy.
So let me back up.
Yeah, the magic rights activist?
Yes, the one in the same.
What do you need to meet with him for?
He is a close friend. We had colleagues previous time in our lives. I found myself this direction because I was told Olga Sinclair had connection with him very recently. I have very important news I have to share with him. Now, hold on. I have one question for you.
Yeah.
I have been very forthright with you for the last 7 questions.
Accurate.
You have not been forthright with me about one.
What have I lied about?
I said forthright. You've been very hesitant to answer any of my questions. What is that ledger?
It is a ledger of the Rat King's workings, the people using them, what's being moved.
And this benefits you and your organization, as you said, how? For humanitarian efforts?
It's a treasure trove.
What
It's
do
the
you,
most valuable thing they own down there.
what do you intend to do with these treasures?
Well, first of all, there's a lead on somebody I'm looking for in it.
And who is this?
Her name's Vanira. She went missing 12-ish days ago. She works for my employer as well. We're trying to find her.
Close friend of yours?
I'd say close. We've worked together most of my life.
And do you need help finding her?
She's gone.
Is she in danger?
Last I saw her.
This is the only lead you have at this time?
At this time.
I will make you a pact. You help me find my friend Grim, and I will help you find your friend.
It's a deal.
Deception check.
I wasn't lying. But
So you were still rolling an insight check to see if you intuit that or not.
That's what a liar would say.
22.
that is what a liar would say for the record.
You could say what you wish to say on a 22 insight check.
22 insight check.
And this you mean?
You can tell she means it. You think that she's getting the much better end of this deal because she thinks like she could probably find Grim super easily, and Vanira's going to be a pain in the ass to track down.
That's it. I don't mind the trouble.
Yeah,
I just need to find my friend as quickly as possible.
I'm sure we can make that happen.
And then if immediately we must find your friends, I do understand I do have other business to attend to.
Of course.
But
Olga
I'm-
didn't know where he was?
She said to speak with her after we took care of this job. Hopefully we can speak with her once we get back to the Gilded Palace. If she has no... She also has not been very forthright. So if she does not help to, or intend to help me this evening, I do not intend to assist her with any further position.
I'm sure she'll be losing sleep over that. I don't know how to say this kindly, so I'm just gonna say it. People aren't forthright in this city, so I wouldn't be looking for it. And brute force usually doesn't go as far, but I'm in a giving mood tonight, because I've had a very successful job tonight. When Olga isn't forthright with you, I don't recommend coming at her like this. You're just gonna get shut out.
Thank you for the insight.
It's about this time that you guys are pulling up out front of the Gilded Parlor.
As we pull up, first of all, is Kent still in there?
Yeah, you look in the front door and see that Kent. How long has it been? Yeah, he's still in there.
Yeah. And one more thing. I wasn't lying to you when I said there is no justice in this city. If you try to turn Kent into the police, he'll serve a month in prison, and then his wealth will get him out. The only power in this city is money. And he's got loads of it.
And that I actually do understand better than you think, my friend.
Interesting. A perceptive scholar, knowledgeable of a power of money in Daybreak City.
And with that, Boss holds up a car key. It says, I have a car here I need you to help me find.
Okay.
Oh,
Shit. I'm intrigued.
You guys get out of your car and do a little bit of looking around for Kent's son's car. Both of you make me investigation checks.
Roll a 14. I'd also like to... okay. Let me back up with one question really quick. Is there any insignia on Kent's son's car key that is specific to a make or manufacturer logo?
I would say yes. However, it is for the Walker HC, Walker Horseless Carriage, which is what everyone is driving
Everybody's
right now.
driving that.
Not literally everyone, but 99% of the cars in the street are Walker HCs. It's kind of it's the Model T. You know what I mean?
Having to assume this is a nicer one, though, is there a certain level of car that we can assume isn't his?
Potentially, based on the rolls. You got a 14 investigation. What did you get?
19.
19. Yes, you guys are able to find one that. I'm trying to think of how you would differentiate it. I think you just find the ones that look the nicest and just try the key and find one that it unlocks. And on a 19 and a 14, basically first try, you just happen upon a nice car. It's got like a yellow finish to it, and it's looks freshly waxed and cleaned.
And with that, I just kind of give a slow nod and relock the door.
Do you like go into it, or you just wanted to find it?
I just want to find
Okay,
it.
cool. Yeah.
I want to identify the car that I have the key for. Sorry. I wanted to identify the car that I had the key for.
Yeah, you do. You find Kent Son's car. And you have a key
Is
for
it out front, like apparently out front, or is it kind of tucked off to like a valet parked it on the side lot or something?
No, they're all kind of just parked out front in the street. There's not that many left. Most have left at this point. The police are here. I'm not going to populate this map with a zillion police tokens, but there's a zillion police here.
There's no real plausible way for me to get into this car without being seen.
Yeah, you're probably going to be seen if you try to get into the car, yes. Out front, you guys do see that standing in the doorway is Police Chief Lydia Powell, who doesn't stop you as you enter. She goes like she's about to stop you, and then sees that it is Cadence and does not stop you.
Just take a super quick second and just lean on the door right next to her.
Yeah. She says, Miss
Long
Amato,
night. long night.
Yes, it certainly is.
Well, anyway, I better get to work. Keep it up.
She says, you do that.
Eli, every time you play a new character, I think it's my favorite character you've ever played. But I think Cadence might actually be my favorite character you've ever played.
As you guys step inside, the first people that you kind of encounter are Olga and Arthur Sterling, who are kind of right near the front doors. They kind of just nod at you and don't make any move to sort of like, talk to you or interact with you or anything at the moment as you enter. And I assume you guys are making your way towards the table where you see the Cremini family. Actually, At this point, the Creminis are gone.
Boss pulls out a shotgun and serves his own justice to Kent.
You guys step over to the table where Solomon is still there with Mr. Kent's son. He says, welcome back, Cadence. Just in time, we've just finished a very productive conversation, but he first looks at Sam before continuing that.
No, actually, no, I don't want to approach the table.
Okay, what do you do? Sorry.
I want to do, as if I'm investigating a little bit, take me up onto the stage. And I'm going to look around, just checking things out, using my observant to read lips or whatever.
Roll me a perception check. Or investigation. I assume perception's much better for you.
23.
23. You look around. You see that the police have already begun sort of like stabilizing the situation here. You see a lot of these like workers moving around, like bartenders and dealers, these like polygonal, colorful guys that are just kind of moving around. 23. For back in this sort of darkened space.
Sorry, did I say 23?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm at 13.
13, okay.
That's my
Big
bad.
difference.
I'm very
Okay.
sorry.
Still, on a 13, you hear some talking and like raised voices in a room over here that you don't quite see the door for from where you're currently standing. But you hear some raised voices in a room back there. But that's really the only thing that stands out to you on 13. The police are cordoning things off and stabilizing this crime scene, essentially.
That's fine. As I'm just kind of moving around the stage area, let them begin the conversation, and I would like to just use the observant feat to just read some lips.
Yeah.
Passively, I don't want to sit there and stare and catch every single line.
Sure, yeah. So just, I'll let you kind of play this above board. I think me and Cadence are about to have a conversation as Solomon and stuff, and you pick up bits and pieces of it as you feel it's fitting.
Okay.
But as you step up, Solomon says, we've just had a very productive conversation with the Cremini family. There's much to discuss. And he kind of looks around at all the police everywhere and the police chief and says, much of it probably best not in mixed company, but tomorrow, Mr. Sun and the Creminis have agreed to meet with us at the first movement. 8 p.m. we're going to discuss the future of the control of the Rat King's territory and how to manage it. I hope that you'll be there, of course.
Oh, of course I will. And you're amenable to this, Mr. Kim? Or I'm sorry, Mr. Sun?
Well, it would be my absolute honor. I do just, business is business, you understand? One business part or another, it's all business. I hope you all understand it's all business.
Can I insight check that?
Give me an insight check. And yeah, boss, you can do it too if you want to.
Yeah. 16.
Scared out of his mind.
Yeah.
Terrified. Terrified at any moment he's going to get murdered. Just doing whatever you guys tell him to do because he's scared he's going to die.
Right where you want him.
He says, the GTC has been a long-time partner of, not of you, but of your ilk, and with the Rat King's gone, we'll be looking for new business partners, of course. So,
A man of the people. I've always admired your resolve.
well, thank you. That's terribly kind. And
Of course.
he picks up absolutely none of your sarcasm. And you ease his fears legitimately by trying to intimidate him.
About 30 feet away, 25 feet away, you hear humanitarianism. Just whispered quietly.
Right. I'm very hopeful that we've always gotten along quite well with the Saints, but having them as legitimate allies would be... but everything is finished in terms of your assignment?
Finished and then some.
Excellent. I'm very pleased to hear that. We have, I believe, concluded our business for this evening as well. You look like you've seen some better days. Would you like to get some rest?
I have.
I have Rooster and Tommy and Walt and Kaladin are working with some Saints muscle to keep the territory secured until we can iron out a more permanent solution. But
Will Tommy be at the meeting tomorrow? I have something for him.
yes. He'll be there. Him and Kaladin are supposed to inform. So we'll see you tomorrow evening then.
Excellent.
Very well. He kind of gives you a handshake and kind of leans in close to you.
Yeah.
And in Infernal, just kind of whispers in your ear. Boss, do you speak Infernal? I don't think so.
I do not.
Okay. You, reading Solomon's ears, see him whisper something in Cadence ears, but it's in a language you don't understand, so you can't parse it. In Infernal, he whispers to you, the one you came here with, just use some caution. He took Mr. Sun's keys. I don't think too much of that on its own, but he's not entirely what he seems, I would guess.
Yeah, I'll reply in Infernal. No, he's certainly not. He knows a lot more than he's letting on. Don't trust him.
I never really trust anyone until they understand them. Even then, trust is a strong word. But I would like to understand him.
He's certainly interesting.
All right, then. Tomorrow evening. Mr. Sun, tomorrow evening? He says, oh, of course, I look very much forward to it. I've heard the... Great. Thank you, Mr. Sun. He just interrupts him, sticks his hands in his pockets, and starts walking out of this place. Mr. Sun does as well. Kent, I'll come to you in just a second, but Kent gets to the front doors and is touching his pockets and is like, oh heavens. Then comes back in and starts like looking around on the floors and stuff, trying to find his keys. Boss, you had a hand raised.
Where's the door for the raised voices I heard?
You don't see it immediately, but you see the hall goes up there. You'd guess back that way somewhere.
Boss goes ahead at that time and moves.
Okay.
I like to imagine this is when like he starts seeing them whisper in Infernal. He's
Sure.
like, all right,
Yeah.
we're done with this. Moves forward.
You come to a hallway back here and you see that there is a door. There's two doors. There's a door that leads outside, and then there's a door leading to a room somewhere inside of here. There's blood all over the floor. Caden shot somebody back here. But...
I don't know what you
In fact,
guys
there's probably a corpse covered in sheets back here.
She just loves to shoot
I'm
people.
an even-tempered, well-adjusted person.
No problems here.
Cadence is doing fine. She's doing good.
He had 1
She's
HP and was asking her to
right.
wait, and she did not.
Okay. I'd like to listen in on the door. I'd like to listen in on the door.
Yeah, you just gotta put your big ear to the door. Roll me, just for shits and giggles, a stealth check.
Also, anything I smell.
Okay, good, yeah. Stealth and perception.
Stealth in that one.
Okay.
He does trip, just like he said.
I would like to do the smell on the way in, if that's okay.
Sure, yeah.
Just a little bit
Yep.
ahead of time.
Give me the stealth, perception check with advantage for smell.
10.
Okay. Boy, that's pretty low. You make your way back to this door, and you try to use your sniffer to smell if there's anything behind this door that stands out to you. But the overwhelming smell in this hallway is blood.
Yeah.
A body was here, is still here. There's a dead body on the floor right next to this door.
Still smell their cologne a little bit too.
Yep, as well. And you go to put your ear on the door, and there's just like a creak of a floorboard that's loose right in front of the door, and you hear the voices go quiet, and you do hear them. You hear a voice in there say, actually, you know what? You hear a voice in there say something in a language you don't understand.
Can I tell, is there a lower voice, higher pitched voice, male, female?
You hear, as you step up, it was a 10 perception check, and that was only for the smell part, too.
Not one on stealth, but...
Yeah. You hear a conversation happening. You don't make out really the details. It sounds like two people talking. You don't really make out pitch or how many or whatever. More than one person is in there talking. You go to put your ear to the door to hear something better, and the conversation stops, as clearly they heard you. And then you hear a break in the conversation, a second of silence, and then something said in a language you don't understand. And then kind of everything goes quiet for a second, and then you hear like a chair scoot back. Then you hear footsteps coming toward the door from inside.
There are a fair number of cops in this building too.
Yes,
so
yeah.
already...
Yeah.
You can trust the cops.
Always, right? With that, let's step out the back door.
Okay.
I want to play off as if I was just walking towards the back door.
Sure, yeah. Around the time that you go out the back door, the door of this little office does open, and just one of these like weird polygonal staff people peeks his head out the door and sees you go out back, and then you hear the door just kind of close as he goes back into the office.
I didn't see anything inside the door.
Nah, no, not on those rolls.
Is there anything out back worth noting?
Nah, not really. It's just an alley between buildings. You do see, it was spotted earlier, that there's a manhole cover that is ajar, as if the manhole had been opened. It's easy enough to suss out where the gangsters came from, but nothing that like jumps out at you as important now.
Okay. Make my way back in.
Okay, making your way back in.
Making my way back in.
As Solomon and Kent leave, there's really not much of anybody left here other than the two of you and the cops.
Something nefarious in that.
Except Kent is still here looking for his keys. He's like under one of the poker tables now. Like, I know that this is where I was. This is such a bother.
Okay.
Okay.
Something. Excuse me, Kat. And I walk up and I say, something nefarious in that room.
Nefarious.
From what I can tell.
Well, follow your lead. Yeah. Lead the way.
I don't understand what they're saying.
I speak quite a few languages.
Every language.
Let me take a crack at it.
Yeah, just take a walk through the back door, take a look. If nothing, then we will.
Yeah, I'll go to the back and see if I can hear anything.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
22.
22, you easily sneak up to the door without being noticed, avoiding that creaky floorboard, and then roll me a perception check to try to listen into the room.
12.
12. Yeah, you likewise, you speak Infernal. Do you speak any Celestial?
I do not.
Okay. You hear, on a 12, you hear two voices talking. One of them is talking a language you don't understand. The other one is talking in Infernal. On a 12, I don't think you pick up words. You might hear a couple of words, but you hear them talking in a low register. I'll give you above board. You don't really know this, but like they were having a raised conversation and then heard someone walk past their door and like we should lower our voices. And now they've lowered their voices. So not a little harder to hear now. So on a 12, you're not going to quite hear what they're talking about in there. Whoever it is.
Boss rate is DC for you.
He did it. Yeah, I'll just walk back out to Pa or Sam. It's too hushed. Can't hear him. It's Infernal and something else. Do I recognize it as Celestial?
Give me a history check.
18.
18. I'm going to say no.
It's Infernal and something
it sounds
else.
like some sort of extraplanar. It doesn't sound like someone's just speaking a foreign language to you. It does sound kind of otherworldly.
Infernal and something else exotic, but
Worth a thought. Shall we leave?
I believe so. Where are you headed to?
So this is the point where I'll cut away and say, Bones and Morisco, you guys go on a little joyride around Daybreak City on your motorcycle.
Yeah. As we're getting ready, I do say, have you ridden one of these before?
No, it just looked really fun.
This is very fun. Okay. 3 things are very important. Do not try to lean with me. We will have a bad time. Stay up straight. Hold on. Do not let go. We will have a bad time if you let go. Keep your tail up or you will have a very bad time.
Yeah. You see that your tail is resting on a tire that will start spinning when you start driving.
And you do see that as I'm saying all of this, there's an open sidecar, but he begins to fish around in this backpack and eventually fishes out this big box, unfolds it, pulls up a gramophone horn, plugs in an aux cord and then an aux splitter, throws a record in there, and then piles a bunch of like cushions and stuff in the sidecar. So he has the gramophone in the sidecar, and then he gets a couple of earpieces to himself, and with the splitter hands a couple to you.
Amazing.
I love this.
That's great.
I have new records. I need to check them before I play them on the air.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. And then I essentially just make a beeline for the East Coast and kind of follow the boardwalks along the East Coast.
Amazing. Yeah, you and Morisco with some music playing, and this device that you listen to is incredible for the record. It's this beyond the state of the art.
Said record.
It is well advanced, well more advanced than the current state of gramophone technology. What Bones gets out, I don't even know if you know that or not. You might just think this is like a wonder of this city, but perhaps unbeknownst to Morisco is how advanced the technology that Bones is using right
it's
now.
more advanced than anything in the grape vinyl.
Yeah.
Okay, then
Yep.
he'd probably be impressed
Right,
with
sure.
that.
And I shouldn't say that you're like backwoods, like you work at a music lounge. You know of music stuff. It's more advanced than the stuff you guys have back at El Encanto. So you actually probably do recognize how advanced it is, at least to an extent. Would you guys go on a little joyride through Wax Row and along Niwakas Bay and get views of the Ocasek Ocean over off in the distance, kind of lit by the city? It's a beautiful ride. It's a beautiful night.
The record is one of the weird ones that I just pick up in town, which would be something from Harsaman, which I don't know if I asked what the music from there is like. I assume that it's sort of like an India or analog.
No, there's an Eastern, Mid-Eastern, Indian sort of twist to it.
Love it. And Bones loves it too, for sure. So yeah, probably play through the entire record, and then once it starts to wind down, we get to the end of it. He stops by the docks somewhere, whatever.
Yeah.
And just kind of hops off, stretches a bit. Do you smoke?
Smoke what?
So yes.
Neither do I. As he fishes out a cigarette and starts to light it. You can try one if you want. They're addictive. You will not like the taste at first, but it does feel nice.
It does kill off the taste of this, does it not?
Oh, great, yeah.
Probably not good in my profession. I'll leave you to it.
Good. It will just be a moment. It's been a while since I've killed someone.
You know, on second thought, give me one of those.
Yeah, he'll light up. And he just kind of like looks out over the sea and finishes the cigarette.
Yeah. You guys spend a little time with some Harsamani music playing in the background, smoking some cigarettes, looking out over the Ocasek Ocean. Of crazy blending of cultures happening here.
I figured I'd feel like a hero, you know. They hurt people. Why not?
Some people has to go. It does not make it easy to get rid of them. But you're a hero. You saved that girl. In fact, I think you possibly more than anyone else saved that girl from the fire. That was good work back there.
It was the right thing to do.
It was. We will get paid well for it too. That does not hurt.
That is certainly a loss. I'll take that.
Anyway, I picked up another record from the travel back from and the City of Amber, which I think is mostly percussive. It should be. I mean, recorded. When you're ready.
Yes, defeat with 1,000 bongos.
Yeah, when you're ready, I'd bundle things back up and head to the ferry because we're taking it down to Patches, right?
I believe that's correct.
I also decided I'm just going to go with two.
Okay.
Marble does not want to stay alone in the apartment.
Yeah.
Not after tonight.
I think for the time being, all of you end up going towards Patches'
I was
house.
saying-
You're not all going to fit there, but you can start by all going that way. And I guess if people are sleeping on floors anyway, you guys eventually end up all making your way with Patches paying off the right people to get your cars onto the ferry for free and not search them. You end up taking the ferry across Daybreak Bay over to Alban Island. Go ahead, Morisco.
Whenever we get there, Morisco is going to stop and... for your ride back to the apartment, if you're going back, I bought a record too. I'm going to send it back home, but I don't see why you shouldn't try it out too. Tell me how it is.
I'll take a listen. I appreciate your friend. Is he the only one staying back there now? Is that for me?
I hadn't considered. Maybe I should go back to see.
Oh, I was not trying to pressure you into that. You can't.
No. I am supposed to be sticking close to him. He's new to the city too.
Oh yeah, you definitely have not done that. You should
No,
come.
I should.
Yes, you should come with me. How did you meet?
On the ferry here, actually. I was fishing and he almost stepped on me. And
He is quite tall.
he's quite
You're quite small.
I'm quite small.
That makes sense.
But to be fair, he did step on me, and then the next day he came back and apologized.
Excellent.
Very true.
And then we will listen together on the way back up.
All right. You guys all get on a ferry together, going across Daybreak Bay.
Marble is probably sticking real close to the top, and every so often we'll kind of grab onto his sleeve and get like a really long 1,000-yard stare. Trying to process almost
sure.
getting killed by a dragon and all the death and mayhem that has happened around him.
Yeah. Top is top. You know, you keep grabbing his sleeve, and he just keeps kind of holding on to you as well, and making sure that you're like stable as you guys do this drive back and ride across the ferry. By the time you make it all the way to Albin Island, all the way towards Patch's house, it's getting a little bit, probably midnight-ish, a little after midnight even. As you guys find a quaint little street of residential houses here in Albin Island, and Patches, I assume you go unlock the front door and let everybody in. There you are. Those of you who have not yet met this little lad, there is a little tabaxi boy, maybe 9 or 10 years old or so, 11 maybe, tabby-furred, skinny. He's got a hat that is set on the nightstand next to the table. His suspenders are pulled down to his side. He's just sleeping in like a button-down shirt and trousers. Shoes are sitting next to him. There's a little baseball mitt sitting on the floor next to the couch, like where he just took it off and just collapsed. You guessed based on the like appearance of the room that he walked in. You see that there's an empty plate of spaghetti on the table. So he seemingly came home, ate the spaghetti, and just fell asleep on the couch and has been asleep ever since.
We're all here, correct?
I think you guys are still at the Gilded Parlor at this time. You might be meeting here at some point, I'm not sure.
Quick question, was Specs with us the entire time?
Ghost familiar? Yeah, Ghost was Specs with you, I presume so.
No, I had him dismissed for the time.
Oh, I was wrong, he was not with you.
Did you do a timeout for real?
Yeah, let's just take a quick break. We'll be back in 30 seconds, then we'll pick up right here, arriving at Patch's house, and we'll come right back. Back in 30 seconds. Welcome back, everybody. We come back into the living room of Patches, where Scraps is asleep on the couch with his baseball bat next to him. So, anybody at this house need to do anything other than just turn in for the night? Or are we just cutting back to Cadence and Boss? Alright.
I have a few things.
Yeah, go ahead, Ghost.
Right as I stuff my face full of popcorn.
So rude.
So, Ghost is gonna go over and identify everything.
Yes, maybe do that over the course of the night.
And it truly takes him, like, all night as he's filled with, like, that awful sensation of, like, being emotionally exhausted, but hopped up on adrenaline, so he can't, like, actually relax.
Every time you start to feel a little bit relaxed, you hold one of these objects, and some of them still have like blood on them, or still they all still smell to your antenna senses, like that room, like ash and smoke and drugs and blood. So
more than that, it is the image of Rami bearing down on him, this like giant Maud thing about to devour him.
For sure.
Can't imagine what that's like.
Amidst these horrors replaying themselves in your mind, you find yourself a little space to set up. Probably it's just in the living room with Scraps while he sleeps, and begin working on identifying your stuff. In the meantime, Marisco, go ahead.
I need to judge Patch's fridge.
Okay. Patches, what does Marisco find in your refrigerator?
Spaghetti.
Spaghetti.
It's just a bunch of pre-made spaghetti.
Yeah, just like meal prep spaghetti and frozen garlic bread and a whole bunch of just like ready to bake lasagnas that you like just kind of just pull out and put it in the oven.
Take out from Olive Garden.
Yeah.
This guy has a crazy number of like glass casserole pans. So many casseroles.
Just casserole. All casserole.
I'm going to take a fork and just steal a bite of it to judge his sauce.
Yeah. Give me a cook's utensils check with wisdom.
So lore is just a +2?
Yes.
12.
Okay. And then I guess you tell me, did you cook this? Is this stuff that you bought somewhere?
Oh no, this definitely would have all came from Toots.
Okay.
I feel like she would have made it for me.
Betsy cooks for you.
She knows I work a lot, so...
Yeah. I'll have Betsy make a cook's utensils check, see how good she is at it. It'll do.
Okay.
It tastes homemade, and it tastes like homemade, not in the way that like it's really wholesome, but more homemade in the way that like it came from a kitchen that doesn't have all that many spices. So it's a little bland, but it's not bad. Does that make sense?
Can I add my own spices?
Yeah,
to it?
absolutely. Yes. Patches, you walk into your kitchen to find Marisco with your fridge open, putting his own spices on your lasagna and
Closing
eating
the
it.
lid, putting the one, open another one, sprinkle some salt.
Yeah. He does seem to be, as you watch for a second, he does seem to be spicing it, but not eating it. He's just making your lasagna better and then putting it back in the fridge for you.
Thank you, I guess. I mean, it's mostly for scraps, so I'm sure he will appreciate it.
It is important to keep his nutrition, you see. He'll eat more, it tastes better, so
Scraps is your
they face the wrong way for that.
brother?
Ward? He's your ward.
Kidnappy?
He's the kind of like an apprentice,
Okay. I've heard that.
just helping him out, though, you know.
What are you doing to his food?
I'm just making it taste better with more spices. It is good. It's just it could be better.
I see.
Just elevate it a little.
Meanwhile, Marble, you and the twins are like standing with you. One of them tops. Is you ready to head up to bed? You can find a room to sleep in here, or you want to go back home?
Doesn't really matter. I just don't want to be alone.
Yo-Yo goes, yeah, I think probably closest bed is better than traveling anymore.
Can I stay with you?
Yeah, of course, Furball. I think the three of you go upstairs and find
Yeah.
like a spare room.
I will
in Patch's
spend like
house.
an hour. Probably I can't sleep yet. I'm gonna go ahead and make camera, photo, people tools,
Yeah.
just so that like I can like probably just like leave them out down here so that Patches has
Yeah.
access to them.
Makes
so
sense.
He can develop a photo
Yep.
for my scrapbook. No, I'm
You find a room with a little twin-sized bed, and the twins.
Twin?
Yes, and the twins like sort of get you settled in there, and then they both just kind of fall asleep in chairs in the room or off to the sides of the room, and eventually sleep takes you. With that, I'm going to jump back to Boss and Cadence. Boss and Cadence, you are sort of almost the last people here, except for Kent, who's looking for his keys, a bunch of police, and Lydia Powell. And then also, Olga has left, but Arthur is still here. And each of you hears in your mind, telepathically, Arthur's voice. He doesn't even look to see you. He just stands over there with both of his hands in his pockets and keeps kind of looking out the door for a moment. But you both hear in your mind, Miss Sinclair should be free most of the day tomorrow if you and your associates would like to come by the estate, and we'll settle the last of our affairs.
Is this a you can respond situation?
Yes, yeah, you've sensed that you can.
Okay. Very well. I think that we'll be there around noon.
He nods and kind of pulls his hat and tips his hat at you. And then just to Boss, not to Cadence, you only in your head telepathically hear whatever's easier for you, staying early or staying late, or coming early or staying late. Miss Sinclair understands that you have the need for some discretion. She'll be available most of the day.
I just like stomp the foot twice, just a little.
Okay.
Sorry, I stomped the foot twice, just a little.
Thank you. And then with that, Arthur, without even regarding you guys physically, with his real body language, walks out of this place. And it's just you guys and Kent and some cops and some bartenders.
Do you have somewhere to stay tonight? Where were you? Where are you supposed to wind up?
I was told that we were going to stay at Marble's shop, but
So the last thing you guys had heard is that some combination of your friends was going to be staying either at the Pendletons or Patch's house. I don't think you guys know that everyone has ended up just crashing at Patch's place, but
I'm uncertain. But I've procured a room at a nearby establishment, and I would be okay spending my evening there once again.
Very well. Do you feel safe getting there on your own?
I believe I can. Where are you going at this time?
I'm going home. I have an apartment in Glimmerwick.
Can we step outside as we're having this conversation?
definitely. Kent's, like, His shirt has come just untucked enough that his ass crack is hanging out a little bit as his whole butt is sticking up from under a poker table as he's like digging around for his keys. His tail is kind of going back and forth, agitated, as you guys walk out of the Gilded Parlor.
Sorry, I would have given the key to the Symphony's car to Solomon when he left, so he has, because I can make it
And he
to my
drives.
apartment.
Yeah, he takes it. That car's no longer out there as he drives on with it. So the two of you just kind of heading back to your...
Honestly, unless
believe
someone
so.
stops me, yeah.
Okay.
No, I believe so at this time, yeah.
All right, Tom, you just kind of hop onto a street tram and make your way back to the hotel. Even you don't know the city well yet, but you've been here long enough to at least be able to get your way back to your hotel without any trouble at all. And boss, are you doing anything besides just going to your hotel and going to sleep?
At this point, I think it's hotel.
Okay, makes sense. And then Cadence, anything after you leave the Gilded Parlor?
Yeah, I'll make it back to my apartment, change, bathe, all that good stuff. And I'm not going to stay up to the point of exhaustion, but I would like to start looking over this ledger.
Lovely.
For this first little stint, while I'm just kind of like taking a glance before I go to bed, I want to see if I can find anything that like somebody tried to smuggle in either the parts to the bomb that blew up Sadie's car, or just see if somebody smuggled in that object.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a investigation check. I do with advantage. You have the book in front of you. This is just for how long it's going to take you to find this information. The information is there, presumably.
23.
23. Yeah, you quickly work your way through. You sort of find the right window of dates to focus on to start with, and then sort of expand your way outward. You find some... I'm
sure it's full of juicy stuff. But...
Yeah, you find lots of juicy stuff. You find lots of stuff, even kind of in the right vein, stuff of like now illegal Arcanotech being smuggled sort of in advance. You see that stuff, there are other racers, not unlike Marble and Sadie, that have had stuff smuggled to them through the underground by the Rat Kings, illegal Arcanotech parts and stuff like that. But you don't find any activity at all from Sadie, specifically. She doesn't seem to have smuggled anything or paid for anything to be smuggled.
Okay.
You don't see anything being like delivered to her address or delivered to like her place of business or even to Sinclair.
Okay.
And you don't find, records of that device or parts of that device being delivered. I think on a 23, you essentially rule out that the Rat Kings had anything to do with what happened to Sadie.
Right. And
or that even
smuggled it. It happened from within the city.
Yep. You get the sense that nothing about what happened with Sadie's car moved through the Rat Kings or had anything to do with the Rat Kings. You can basically rule them out.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
I assume that takes me up to the point where I'm
you kind of are doing the like nodding off thing in front of your ledger book and eventually fall asleep. And you guys wake up the next morning to the psychedelic green of the zenith happening. Before you wake up the next morning, though, however, whilst you are still asleep,
You all die. Mauricio will also go back to the hotel.
Okay.
I drop you off at the hotel.
And pure flavor, too.
You're welcome to come up if you don't want to drive back. It's up to you.
There's 3 beds there. You can put them all together.
Whoa.
The ultimate bed.
Super red. But no, I'll stay at the hotel.
Okay. Bones, you just come up with Mauricio to his room where Boss is already... But you guys might all be getting back around the same time anyway, honestly. So the 3 of you get back to your room at, 1 o'clock in the morning, exhausted and beaten down from a rough day. And I presume I'll just go to sleep.
Briefly to Boston, what did you find out you were looking for there?
It's not quite. To an extent, I believe that we found some positive information, just nothing yet that really helps the cause.
That's fair. I suspect we won't be privy to a lot of the important details for some time. We are just starting to work on this. Or
Agreed.
maybe we'll not work on this anymore. Who knows?
I would like to speak with you in the near future about things that you may be privy to know.
I have great news. I'm unemployed. How's tomorrow for you?
Tomorrow would be great.
I'll be here.
Arthur did say that we would be able to meet around noontime with
Sure.
Olga.
Yes, and maybe after that.
I do have some other matters to attend to prior.
Yeah.
I will meet you at Olga's if I wake prior to you, noontime, and we can
good.
speak after.
Sounds good.
Eventually you all get to sleep, except Ghost, who stays up identifying some items. And I will just go through those really quick. Ghost, does he spend a...
On that note, I did take leave the shotgun with Ghost.
Lovely. Okay. Ghost, you spend some time identifying magic items and also just making yourself sort of a record ledger of non-magical stuff, of all these drugs and this money and all this stuff, or money and also like weapons and ammo and all that stuff. The magic items you identify are a +1 shotgun. I'll just keep these with me for now until you guys decide who is using them specifically. The sort of heavy military-looking leather bracers are marksman's bracers. While wearing them, you get a +2 bonus to damage rolls on ranged attacks made with longbows, shortbows, rifles, pistols, heavy crossbows, and hand crossbows. It is attunement. There's a +1 pistol. The ring that you found in that jewelry box, Ghost, is a ring of Puzzler's Wit. It has 3 charges, and you can expend a charge to give yourself advantage on an intelligence check. There's a ring of protection, just a basic +1 to AC and saving throws. Requires attunement. That was Rami's ring. There is the Sharkbite Rapier. It's this rapier that has like an engraving of a shark on the blade, and there's like shark skin leather along the handle. While you're attuned to it, you get a swimming speed equal to your walking speed. You can breathe underwater. If you make an attack roll against a target with less than half of its hit points, you do extra damage, a d4 specifically. And if you're fighting underwater, you get a bunch of benefits, including an extra d6 of damage and advantage on your attacks and so on and so forth. And then patches. I guess you don't actually know this yet, but the thing that you found, I guess I'll ask you this. You have this like amulet, this circular thing that you found. It's just like a plain silver circle with no, obviously. Do you hand that over to be identified, or you just keep it?
I'll give it to them.
Okay, cool. Ghost, you identify what is a +1 amulet of the devout. Has to be attuned to by a cleric or a paladin. You get a +1 bonus to spell attack rolls and saving throw DCs of your spells, and you can use Channel Divinity 1 extra time between rests. That's all the magic items. Then there was also all the magical ammunition and potions and spell scrolls and drugs and so on that I listed earlier, which I can send you guys a full inventory of that between sessions as well in the chat. The other thing that happens overnight, as Ghost is busy attuning these items, his mind flooded with horrible thoughts, and as everyone else is fast asleep from a long and trying day, there is the smell of lush grass, the warm morning sun, and the trickling of fountains. You find yourself in a familiar place. You're seated under a familiar pagoda in the courtyard of the royal palace of Har Saman. For all the world, it feels real to you. You can see the dizzying detail, the height of the great spire towering above. You can feel the breeze on your skin. It all feels as real as it did the last day you truly sat here, but you know that it isn't. You know that this is a dream. And it is not the first time that they've contacted you this way. You hear a voice approaching the pagoda. It says, Borshikar. Pratikar walks up, stepping towards you.
Frats.
Adorned in gleaming silver-white armor. Not for the first time it occurs to you that when Pratikar appears to you in a dream like this, they could appear however they wish, and this is how they always choose to present themselves. Armored, shield-equipped, sword close at hand. Samat of Shashvat Shayar, faithful servant of Har Saman, and above all else, a guardian and a protector. And as you regard them, they give a very low and very formal bow. Say, it is good to see you.
It is phenomenal to see you, Pratt.
He kind of, after this formality of his bow, reaches up and does a clasp on your arm like a big shake and kind of pulls you into a hug.
Boss's eyes go back to that 1,000-yard stare that none of you guys ever saw on him, but the one that he wore for about a week straight, about 2 weeks ago, and wells up with tears very, very strongly.
Yeah, he sees that they see that in their brow furrows. Saying, is everything all right, Borshikar?
Not at all, Pratt. Not at all.
Without really questioning you too much immediately, just kind of pulls you into another hug and kind of just pats your back for a moment.
And uncharacteristically, Boss goes for a full hug.
Yeah.
Like, really embraces.
Yeah. That, even the Prat, that takes Prat a second to sort of embrace, but he does as well, kind of leans into it. And after a moment of sort of just kind of hugging it out for a second, kind of leans back and Is there anything I can do to help you? Would you wish to speak of your troubles?
It's all gone. All of it. All of the work. 7 years. It's gone.
The scriptorium?
All of it.
How? What has happened?
It's unknown. I think I may be the only survivor besides Master Grimm. He wasn't there during the attack. It's absolute massacre. They are all gone.
He stands back a little bit. You see that, this is a dream, but he nonetheless kind of puts his hand to the hilt of his sword for a second in thought. Do you know who has done this thing?
No, I heard a roar on the mountainside. I don't understand who it was or what it was. They all did bear a strange symbol. I did not see many of them myself. I took what I could and I fled. I watched all of my kin perish in front of me as I made my way through the tunnels. I made the South Passage and I didn't turn back.
He gets kind of a similar 1,000-yard stare for a second and said, It is good that you escaped. Did they... I suppose you do not know, but did they come for you or for the place?
I do not know. I do not know.
He paces for a moment and says, I am afraid that I also come bearing troubling news.
What? What is it?
Word has reached Gati from our naval scouts that the Second Dominion is mobilizing forces on their eastern shores.
Again?
He nods. We have cause to believe that they mean to invade Spyrus once again. The High King is confident, and rightfully so, perhaps. Spyrus is prepared. The High King has called on his vassals, and they have all answered. Gati is stronger than ever. Stronger than we were the last time the Second Dominion attacked and was repelled after... But I must confess, I do not share the High King's optimism. We repelled the Second Dominion 10 years ago, indeed, but much has changed since then. They create weapons of war, machines the likes of which the world has never seen. And furthermore, they have only just begun recovering from their defeat at the hands of the West. Why do they so quickly move to engage in another war? I fear that they must have some secret they are keeping, some advantage we do not see. I do not mean to alarm you, Bazamajika. I thought it best you know as soon as possible, and in light of what you have said, perhaps these things are connected. I do not know.
I hope... In terms of myself, I hope that they are disconnected. To reach so far east, to reach so far south at the same time, it seems quite powerful. Is it possible that they are reaching south again for resources? Are they falling weak?
It could be. They have just lost a war against the Union, and it could be that they see eastward expansion as their only option, but it cannot be said without more information. It is still early. They have only just begun mobilizing. It is far from conflict actually beginning, but it was important that you know. And of course, what will you do? Will you return home? Will you?
I would like to. I am still in attempt to reach Master Grimm.
Where are you now?
I am Daybreak City. This place is horrible. I do not recommend it for you. I know that you've been here before, but this place is atrocious. I do intend to come home. How is the High King and High Queen? Are they in good health?
In good health, and as I said, good spirits. High King remains confident that even if the Second Dominion attacks, that they will find no purchase. He remains confident that Gati has stood against them before, and it will stand against them again. But
has there been word on Najayaj?
No word on Najayaj, no.
Lasil? Is she still well?
Lasil is well. She misses you. She wishes for you to return. I will not speak to her right away of what has happened with the scriptorium. It will worry her more. I'll wait until you have a chance to speak to her on this.
Yes, thank you. I believe discretion is best at this time. Maybe even keep that just between the two of us. I don't know who to trust at this time.
I understand.
There has been so much death, Prout. So much death.
Indeed. You have, he places a hand on your shoulder and says, you have, had the ill fortune of bearing far too much death at your age. You are too young to have seen as much death as you have seen. It is a heavy burden.
At this point, I do no longer care about death or life. Only the continuation of what I understand. As long as I can understand it. I hope to see you soon, friend.
Indeed.
Will you remain in Harsaman?
I will. Begin making preparations. If the Second Dominion is coming, we should be ready. I will speak to you again as soon as I can.
Is there anything I can do to prepare for this coming?
I do not believe so.
Are there any resources that you need, Prout?
We have everything that we need. You... Perhaps... I do not know if these two things are connected, what happened at the scriptorium and what happens in the east, but if they are, it is best that you find out what happened and find out who did it and see if it is all connected, yes?
Yes, agreed.
He steps forward. He kind of walks down by the fountain and kind of, puts his arm out for you to join him by the fountain, and he leans down, something that he has only ever done in dreams, but does pretty much every time you guys have a dream together, and picks up a little handful of pebbles, hands them to you, and tosses one in the fountain. Says, "These are worries for when we wake, perhaps for the rest of this night. Tell me, Borshakar, what is it that you wish to dream?" And you know that he can shape the rest of your night's dreams to be whatever you want to dream about.
I need clarity, my friend. I promised help to another to find a lost individual. I know you cannot show me where this individual is, but do what you can.
He nods at you, and he throws a little pebble into the fountain with a splash that he disappears in sort of a burst of mist as well. And I think the rest of your night's dreams are just sort of relaxation around this fountain. And at home, Pratikar, unfortunately, has no sort of divinatory ability to send you, prophecy or, information, but he nonetheless at least gives you a night of ease and rest. I think that, I think you wake up in the morning having just done 6 hours of dreaming of just being really relaxed and well, and realize the thing that Prat thought that you needed was just to relax for a few hours.
I immediately I think I realized he couldn't give anything, but he could give me relaxation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Meditation.
And in the morning you all wake up with the effects of Zenith, a short rest. Yeah, and you guys can roll hit dice if you wish to regain all your short rest resources. In terms of the day's events, at noon, you guys have been scheduled to meet with Olga. Patches, today is the day that you are due to meet with Don Vittorio Cremini. That meeting is at about 2 o'clock this afternoon at La Familia. So you can do the Olga thing first and then go to that if you wish to. That's the extent of your current sort of plans for the day. So, and then Cadence, tonight at 8. You have plans to meet with both the Saints and with the Symphony at the first movement to sort of suss out what's going on with their territory. Everyone wakes up, probably sleeping in to about 8 or 9 or so to get a full rest and to regain all your resources and such.
Quick question. Prep
Yes,
points, they refresh at long rest?
All of them refresh at a long rest,
Okay.
yes. Yep. And the current date is... you guys are waking up right now on the morning of the 22nd of Sprouts. On the 25th of Sprouts, you will receive a long rest.
Okay. Cool beans. If Walton's early in the morning, I kind of... Unless we get up to anything at Patch's house, I want to go see Sergey.
Makes sense. So as you guys wake up, have a little breakfast at Patch's house.
And I'll give you chemicals that you would need. I'll give you just a whole camera photographer's toolkit that I made. It's clearly made from scraps, but it all works perfectly.
It's functional.
Fine.
Yeah.
It's ingenuity. And then you have your own as well, so you can develop that film from last night and get a couple of pictures, one maybe a little bit better than the other, of Jack and Irvina and Miri.
I don't know which is which, so...
That was true. Yeah.
I definitely wasn't going to switch that. I would never.
So Marble is going to head over to Sergei's for the morning until Olga's thing. Anybody else? And it sounds like
So I think we're meeting at noon, right?
yeah, noon at Olga's is the current meeting plan. Anyone do anything before that meeting other than Marble? Boss,
I might.
Ghost. In the morning, Ghost, you present your sort of records of all your inventory list and all this stuff. I guess I'll start with, as you guys all wake up together at Patches before you leave for Sergei's, I think you guys will like talk to each other about or sort out as far as what your day is going to look like, or you're all just parting ways to meet up at Olga's later.
Bones does spend a little bit of time in the morning writing another letter, which I'll drop off at the post office.
Okay, lovely. You write another little letter.
Can I go with you and also write? I'm going to write a letter too.
Okay, cool. So the two of you write some letters and then probably ride the motorcycle together to the post office, and then that'll be your guys' morning. Marble's headed to Sergei's. Boss.
Yeah, I'll bring the twins with me.
Yeah, the twins will go with you, and yeah, you can probably like, drop them off at your... Actually, you can just go to Sergei's.
I mean, they technically own the car.
They can also easily walk from Sergei's to your workshop. You guys aren't far apart anyway. So we'll do you first. You guys, you with the twins return to Sulworth.
If we're going to the mainland, obviously, if the others want to hitch a ride with us to get back across the ferry, they're more than welcome to. I don't know what Patches and Ghost have in mind.
Oh yeah, sorry, Ghost, I interrupted you saying that you had something. What do you want to do this morning?
After I give the inventory list to Sam, I will. I'd kind of like to see if I can find the Holy and New Valarian Church here.
Yeah. So there are many of them. You're also on the island currently, by the way. We talked about this between sessions, where Daybreak City University is, if you wanted to go spell scroll shopping.
Yeah.
So that's here as well. Maybe that's something you can do this morning. So yeah, there are. It's sort of like if you were trying to find the Catholic Church in New York City. There's lots of different sort of parishes you could go to. So yes, you can easily find a Holy and New Valarian Church to go to. If you're specifically looking for like the central one or the like. The hub. You can roll me a, investigation check or religion check to try to, like, find it or figure out where it is. Or actually, if you're willing
Ghost,
to... Go ahead.
Ghost doesn't particularly care. Any church is going to be a good starting point. Drake, would prefer the one that's most narratively interesting, which I assume is the one Cadence went to. But.
That is narratively interesting. I do like that. And I think that because Patches, you know all the churches in the city, that's how your gang works. If you just ask Patches where to go to see the Holy New Valarian Church, for you the one that probably comes to mind is... if you're trying to think of like a legitimate upstanding church and not just a front for your gang, you probably do think of the Holy Order in Blackbrick, where the actual Archbishop of the church, Elias Hastings, is. So I think Ghost, maybe that's across Daybreak Bay from you, so you might do the university thing first and then go across the bay.
Sure.
So I thought you'd start with that, because that's the geographically closest thing. You start by making your way across Alban Island to Daybreak City University. It is very much just sort of a classic American college campus. It's a bunch of steepled buildings and a big green space. It is as much an institution of magic as just an institution of academics. You can learn about traditional academia here just as much as you can learn about magic.
Cool. I will, I guess, look for the first person that I see and ask. Excuse me, do you happen to know where the library is?
Yeah. I can show you the way. It's a little halfling guy, big knot of blonde hair on top of his head. He kind of leads you towards the library. This is, are you a student?
Of sorts. A student from another university, just visiting at the moment.
He kind of smiles and looks at you and says, I hope this isn't presumptuous. Is it the Citadel?
Yes.
That's amazing. I've heard there's an exchange program. I've kind of always wanted to visit.
Well, I highly recommend it. It's a wonderful time. I am finding myself fascinated by all the arcanotech up here. It's very different. Expect some culture shock if you do manage to travel.
Yeah, he smiles and says, it's funny, the arcanotech is kind of second nature to me. I grew up with it. What's interesting to me is the theory and the ancient arcana of it all, the stuff that I think Hallowhive has more of than we have up here. And yeah, culture shock for sure. I've heard you have to be careful throwing around the wrong terminology down there.
Yes, too much. It depends. The Citadel isn't so bad, but be cautious in the streets.
Well, thanks. Thanks for the tip. It's right around this way. And he kind of leads you around a hall to a big library. Books lining tall shelves, and leads you inside, or just points you in the door. He doesn't necessarily lead you inside, but you find yourself in the library of the Daybreak City University.
Perfect. Yes, I will take a little bit of time, do some studying, and see if there's a place where I can either purchase or, scribe some spells.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll me a luck check just to see which or how many of the scrolls you want are available to either purchase or to have made for you. Okay.
11.
On an 11, you find where scrolls can be purchased here, and a lot of them are low-level stuff that entry-level, one-on-one students make in their first introductory to Arcana classes, and then the school just kind of sells them. And none of them are quite the spells that you are looking for, but asking around, you find a student here, a young wizard, who knows all of the spells that you want and can scribe them all for you. He just needs about a day to work on it. He says, yeah, I can, if you can come back tomorrow, maybe noonish, I can have them done by then, I think. Class works light right now.
Perfect. How much do you want for it?
For these levels, 35 each. I know that's kind of steep, but that's pretty much just covered my costs and a little bit of my time. So 35 marks for each of these scrolls.
Well, all right. I am down to 5 marks.
Excellent. Says, thanks. Appreciate you doing business. He's this big, burly, muscular human guy, kind of short hair, balding a little bit on top. He looks kind of old to be a college student, but shakes your hand and gets to work right away. You see him get out his books and start scribing spells for you. With that, you've got your sort of spells being worked on, and then you're going to make your way across the ferry to the church.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll jump away from Ghost for just a moment, and we will jump over to let's do Sergei and Marble and the twins.
So we'll actually, before we even leave, I'm gonna I'll start casting mending, and I'll mend the card. It'll take a few minutes.
Okay.
But I just kind of just take out my. This would be artificing tool, I assume, not machinist.
You can do for mending magically, it would be artificers.
Yeah. I guess it doesn't matter. I guess I have to cast it with a tool.
Yeah. You could do machinist. You could do land vehicles, either way.
Yeah, and I'll just start getting the dents out, repairing the class.
Cool. The twins watch you do that and hey, that's a handy new trick. We were going to have to spend a fucking fortune getting this thing fixed up for a while.
They probably actually, I had mending way a long time. They've probably seen me do mending before.
Yeah, they've never seen it used on a car before.
Yeah.
It didn't occur to us that you could do that on something like this, like bullets. By the way, are you doing all right there for a bullet? There's bullet holes in the car and
just coughs up blood. No, not bullets. It's dragon fangs.
Yeah, no, I just mean I didn't mean you seem like the Zenith did you well and your wounds are closing up. I'm talking about are you doing all right? And he kind of points at your head. This is not.
Kind of takes an exasperated breath and sighs.
This ain't the sort of thing that you do, football.
Yeah, it was bloody and wild.
Yeah, well, over now, I guess. You're richer for it. But that's heavy stuff there, football. That's you might want to take a minute to process. I don't know. I'm not good at this, but Said, "You'll be all right." Tapa kind of pats your shoulder.
Marvel's doing his best to keep it together. Trying to process as best he can.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like this isn't the first time he's gotten into scrapes. This is probably the first time he got into scrapes where life was on the actual
Right.
line.
Yes. It's about this time that the car pulls up in front of Sergei's. You guys arrive at Sergei's workshop.
Yeah.
Inside Sergei, there once again, it's about 9 or 10 a.m. So
Oh no, I didn't go home. So
smell
I'm still
of-
in my kimono.
the smell of strong coffee. You can swing by your place if you want to.
I guess we have time.
Sergei's very close to your place. You could have changed.
Get my regular clothes on and
Yeah.
probably be like, I probably cast mending on my kimono to try to fix it up a
Yeah,
bit.
easy
Definitely
peasy.
just send it to the dry cleaners.
In the process of getting dressed for the day, you see that it's a little bit hard to tell because you're a furred creature, but
Very furred.
There are bruises that as you sort of part your fur a little bit, you can see bruises on your skin from a very rough. You went down 3 times, 4 times in those
It was
fights.
2 or 3.
Yeah. So Marvel had a rough time, and it shows.
Yeah.
Um,
But I'm tough.
Yep.
Not feet wise, but
Right. And the daily magical zenith goes a long way in this world to healing, but there's still the bruises and the scrapes. But you get dressed for the day and fix up your kimono, and then head over to Sergei's shop. I think the twins just end up staying home while you go to, unless you want them to go with you.
I want him with me.
Okay, yeah, they'll come with you. As you head to Sergei's and step inside, he says, "Hey, Babu, hey, Tapanyoyo, hello. Good morning. Coffee?" And they go, yeah,
Yes.
it's maybe an extra coffee day today. The Tapanyoyo
Red
walk
eye.
right over to the coffee pot. Sergei goes, "Hey, you look like shit."
He cult of a finger, and then he just kind of clenches his fist, and then he dons his armor, just showing that there are just giant
Yeah, huge scrapes from dragon claws.
through it.
There's a bullet hole in the window, or the
glass
helmet.
is probably broken by the bite of the dragon.
Yep. There's a whole hydraulic hose that's just hanging off of it. He says, hey, this is all real fight, eh? This is not from fighting ring.
No, I was shot, and then a dragon bit me.
The dragon beat you.
He's dead.
Well, it's shit. This is. Well, the dragon bites you, and you still stand, and you're not looking dead.
I went down.
Yeah, but you have your head still on shoulders.
Yeah.
So
It took 2 dragon swipes.
it held up good. Then it's.
Yeah, I was wanting to change it.
Yeah, sure. Try another alteration.
Yeah, and I'm going to change it to the guardian since I can get 10 health every so often. I think
Probably
it's
wise.
after I get below half health, I can get 10 health
Sweet.
every bonus action.
Nice. See that Sergei spent some time modifying the suit a little bit.
Going back to
a
the
different version.
original one that it was.
Yeah, I like it. He says, hey, if you don't mind ask, what fucking dragon? Why do you fight dragon? You don't have to tell. It's. I'm just curious.
You just see Marple thinking of the quickest way to try to get this out. Well, they're the rat kings.
They have dragon.
The leader was.
Hey,
We saved a little girl.
no, this is good. You,
Though a lot of the gangsters saw the suit.
you saved the girl then,
Yeah.
and my suit helped.
Yeah.
Good. You see, he smiles. This is good. Good. It's good. Make good difference for once. You made difference. Yeah. It was. It's not easy to get roughed up by dragon, but you do it for good reason. It feels good.
Yeah. It was very scary, but
Everything good is scary.
Kind of cool.
Yeah. It's very cool. Very cool. You. This is what we do this for, yeah. I not make this suit just for being fighting rings forever. It's just to make real difference. Use it to make real difference. You should feel good.
Yeah. It did.
Drink your coffee. You look like shit. We'll cut away from Marble, and as he's working on that, and as you two are driving to the post office, and as what else did we just do? As Ghost is sort of on the ferry back towards mainland. Bones, go ahead. You got something else?
A small thing before we leave. Did Morisco put that snake anywhere last night? What?
He has a
Just to preserve.
he has a magical chest
Okay.
of
Fair.
preserving
I
that,
will
preserves meat and shit.
Carry on.
Lovely.
I thought this through.
Yeah, sure did.
Kane, do you have anything in the morning before Olga?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Do I have time to make it to the airship that Rami was going to be getting on?
Yeah, easy peasy.
Is this okay? I don't know. Is this like Is this like? I don't. How am I trying to phrase it? Is this like public flying? Is this
No.
like a okay?
So I shouldn't put it that way. Anyone can buy a ticket to get on a
Right.
Zeppelin. They are like really expensive. You can like buy a car or buy a house or
Right.
buy a ticket on a Zeppelin.
Okay.
They're very, very
I
expensive.
basically just want to stake it out and see who's waiting for him.
Okay.
Yeah.
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 Go ahead and give me an investigation or perception check as you go over to sort of the Zeppelin docks. It's not like there's not even always a Zeppelin. A Zeppelin comes in today. There's like spectators, like, oh look, it's here. Like everyone's kind of watching, excited as the Zeppelin shows up towards the airship docks over in the Willows.
You said investigation.
Yeah, or perception, either one.
Really bad 7.
7. Yeah, you go. You know it's the right flight. There's not other flights.
Yeah.
And you just kind of wait in line, and you see, kind of the people you would expect: wealthy, well-to-do people, foreign dignitaries getting off the Zeppelin, and then people in line to get on. You don't see anyone here that seemed to be like here to meet Rami, or that he would have been like rendezvousing with, or
Okay.
any like anyone that's like looking for Rami even, or like looking for somebody that they can't find.
Right.
No obvious sign of, as far as you can tell, he may have just been traveling alone or something.
Right. Okay. Well, that's about all I wanted. I just want to see if someone
Okay.
was waiting for
Like
him.
another dragon with a curly mustache.
Right.
Oh, it says Rami.
Yes.
Yeah, there's none of that happening.
Yeah.
Can he scalp this ticket?
If you can try. It's like trying to
okay.
scalp something that costs
Yeah.
like $10,000.
Right,
It's gonna be tough. Most people have
He
made
can
these
sell
travel
it for, he can
plans in
sell it for, he
advance.
can sell it for less.
Yeah.
Well, right. The point is, who goes to an airship to like hope they can scalp a $9,000 ticket?
Right. You could certainly try. We'll put it that way.
Right.
No, I'm not going to try to scalp the ticket.
Okay.
I guess I'll probably just start, depending on how long that takes.
Say it's right about the right time to head to.
Let's head to Olga's, yeah.
Okay, so we'll come back to Ghost, who's headed over to the New Larian Church. Ghost, on the directions of Patches, you maybe a little bit to your own surprise, looking for like this central main Holy New Larian Church of this city, the one where the Archbishop, the leader of the Holy New Larian Church in Daybreak City, resides. Find yourself in like the slums in a very poor district with a lot of poor people and boarded up houses, and the streets literally like stained blackish green with the ether emissions that waft this way from the nearby Saltworks district. But eventually do find this church, stained glass windows, kind of a relatively modest little place, but much nicer than the neighborhood around it anyway. It is a Tuesday, as in the number 2, this day. So there's no like service or anything today. Inside the place is fairly empty at this hour of the morning. Other than you step inside and see a man that you have seen before because you saw him last night.
No, I did not.
Oh, were you upstairs for that?
Yeah, I was upstairs the entire time.
Oh, perfect. In that case, you see this man, Father Elias Hastings, whose name you don't currently know. He's a human man in his like mid-30s, maybe 35-ish, 36, something like that. Again, much to your surprise, if you're looking for like the archbishop of a church, you'd expect an older person, but this is a young man. Seems to be the only person here, though. When you step in, he is sort of standing over here in front of the statue of an angel, just kind of with his hands folded in front of him. You step into the church and says, "Welcome. How can I be of service?"
Yes, I was wondering if I could read some of your scripture.
course. Acrasiel's word is free to all. And he steps up to the altar up on the stage and reaches underneath and pulls out a scripture and hands it to you. It's the holy word of Acrasiel, it says, on the cover.
Perfect. Thank you.
Of course. Are you...
Looking at the statue behind him, does it look reminiscent?
Give me a perception check, or religion, or investigation.
Love investigation.
Ooh.
20 for 28.
Nat 20 for 28. Madness. Yeah. Reminiscent is the right word, because the drawing you have is very lacking in detail. It's kind of like a silhouetted form. But yes, it does, like, the structure is all right. It's all, like, the same sort of shape and the same, like, sort of, I don't know, stature. The proportions are right, the height's right and such, and it has the same sort of, like, feathered wings. And yeah, it's certainly reminiscent. It seems to at least be the same kind of angel, or, like, the same, I don't know, subset of angel kind. As you're sort of looking at the statue and studying it over, Elias stands a little bit behind you and says, "Are you new to the faith?"
Somewhat. Studied in the very basics, but that's about it, I'm afraid.
If you have any questions, it is my honor and duty to share Acrasiel's message.
I did have a few questions, actually. Are there any stories of one of Acrasiel's angels going missing?
He folds his hands in front of him. Actually, he doesn't. He steps over and, with the holy book in your hand, sort of opens it in your hands for you and flips to the right page for you to some sort of scriptures and verses. And as he does, he says, at the end of the Nuvolarian Empire, the Acrasiel and his generals ascended in glory to return one day to rebuild their kingdom. They may be thought of as missing, but only for a time. He will return and bring peace and order back to the world. To a world that has succumbed ever so much to chaos.
I see.
And as you sort of start reading through these passages, it describes basically a holy kingdom, a promised land, an empire that once ruled over the land. It says in kind of grandiose terms. You could do further research to see exactly what that means. And there was essentially war broke out between this holy kingdom and a kingdom of fiends and devils and dragons, essentially described as like this evil, this kingdom of evil, of evildoers and fiends and devils. And then in the midst of this war, Acrasiel ascended to the heavens with his angels, promising his people that he would return one day to redeem them from chaos. And that seems to be, this is kind of the John 3:16 of this Bible. It's sort of like the central passage, is that like Acrasiel left, but he will return one day and bring order back to the world.
Can I just kind of, however long I have here, just spend some time reading through it and studying it, seeing if there's any like side stories and passages that are at all like reminiscent or that I think are like meaningful.
Yeah.
Especially things, if I can find any like holy locations or like big sites that would be
Yeah.
worth investigating?
Absolutely. You start reading through and sort of learning the fundamental sort of lore of Anuvalarianism, and I'll send you some more complete information between sessions, but just to give you a quick little rundown, I'm going to go to the world map. You learn, and it's a weird blend of sort of history and mythology and religion, where there's like real historical events being discussed here, but couched in sort of mythological and religious language. That around 1,000-ish years ago, that's a broad time frame, in the northwest of the continent of Ocassus, angels ascended from the heavens and began their own kingdom on Earth. It was called Anuvalar. And they essentially were trying to bring the world out of an age of chaos that it had been sunk into for hundreds of years and just bring order to the world and build like a structured society, bring essentially like civilization to a chaotic world. And they very much did so. They built a kingdom and built an empire that over decades and centuries spread across all of Ocassus until pretty much the entire Ocassian continent was controlled by the Anuvalarian Empire, a kingdom, an empire ruled by angels and governed by angels. And that around, I think... Yeah, around 1,000-ish years ago, I'll get you specific timelines next session or between sessions. They began to expand beyond Ocassian shores and try to expand to Nidus and to the western coast of Presidium. The response to which was a all-out war launched on the Anuvalarian Empire by the Akkadian Empire, which is the Empire of Dragons, central to them being Babylon and the nation of Akkad, and also Nidus. And this war went on between the Akkadian Empire and the Anuvalarian Empire, and concluded with. And this is where it gets a little hard to parse the history from the mythology. What was your? Did you roll for this? Did you roll, or did I just tell you I'd give you this information? I can't remember now.
You just got told me.
Okay, go ahead and roll me history or investigation.
And
okay, it's hard to parse how much of this is history and how much of this is mythology. But the way it is described is essentially that the forces of the Akkadian Empire, this draconic empire, allied with demons and devils and fiends, and began to overrun the Anuvalarian Empire. And that in the wake of this war, Akrasiel and his angels that governs the Anuvalarian Empire essentially ascended back to the heavens from whence they came, promising to return one day and restore the Holy Land to its people. And that eventually the empire fell, was overcome by the Akkadians and by these demon and devil allies, and sort of fell into chaos. And that chaos now is sort of the... we'll call it the New Testament of this religion, that the world has succumbed to chaos and that must eagerly await Akrasiel's return to sort of restore the Holy Land to its people. The focus that you're looking on here is like holy sites that you might go to investigate for more information. The thing that you keep finding is traveling to Anuvalar, which still is a city that exists. The Anuvalarian Empire fell, but the city-state Anuvalar still exists, no longer governed by angels, but governed by the church. And that it is a holy site, a very devout and, well-to-do Anuvalarians that can afford to often make sort of like a pilgrimage to Anuvalar to sort of confirm their faith. And then also across sort of the bay from Anuvalar itself is Mount Erin, which is the highest mountain in the world. And it is said that that is the very site where the angels stepped foot on Earth before starting their kingdom. So... when the angels arrived onto the material plane, they landed on Mount Erin. They arrived at the top of Mount Erin and started their empire. So all that to say that if you're looking for places to go, like if you wanted to learn as much as you could about the Catholic Church, you'd probably go to the Vatican. The sort of quote unquote Vatican of the Anuvalarian Church is Anuvalar. That is where the leader of the Anuvalarian Church resides and where much of its holy site is.
Perfect. Before I leave, I will just say, Father, have you perhaps seen any images like this in any of your texts, and I will pull out the copy that I had made.
Okay, the copy, not the original.
Yeah.
He looks at this drawing that you present to him after giving you like as much time as you need to just sit and study this scripture. He kind of stands back and gives you your space, and says, "It appears to be a depiction of one of Akrasiel's angels, or perhaps Akrasiel himself. I've seen many such depictions, but none that this is especially reminiscent of specifically. Why do you ask?"
I'm an archaeologist, and I found some old depictions and some ruins that I wasn't really expecting. So I've been trying to hunt down some information about where it came from, really.
I understand. Where did you find these ruins?
Underground, actually. In the Underdark.
It is said that when the dragons aligned themselves with demons, that the demons rose from the earth. Perhaps this was a depiction made in mockery or in idolization of the angels, in fear. A depiction to who would have then been the enemy.
Yes, I suppose you may be right. Thank you very much for your time.
Of course. If you...
Unfortunately, I have other engagements that I must be getting to. Leave the scripture on one of the benches. And...
You go to set the scripture down, and he puts a hand on your hand and says, "You should keep it."
Very certain.
Akrasiel's word is for all.
Thank you very much. And I'll chuck it into my backpack.
Peace and blessings.
Peace and blessings to you as well.
You make your way out of the church and eventually to make your way towards Olga's. And then I think we will cut over to Basamajik, who are making your way over there earlier than everyone else this morning, I believe.
That is the plan.
Wonderful.
That music was delightful, and that scene was delightful.
I love it. I can't say shit about Hastings. I like Hastings. Boss, you just go to Olga's place just a little earlier than everybody else? Okay, cool.
Arthur also said, if you have business before or after.
Yep, absolutely. I just didn't know if you had other plans than just doing that.
No intention.
You make your way towards Olga's estate. Arthur is sort of out there already in the morning, so I'm just kind of overseeing his garden hands and others sort of tending the property.
Namaste. Good day, sir.
Good day, Sam. Come on in. I think Olga is ready for you.
Thank you.
He opens the gate and leads you inside, and as last time, you are sort of led into her conference room.
I bow as I walk in. Miss Sinclair.
Ah, Sam. Good to see you again. Last night was eventful.
It was, and I believe that we fulfilled the request.
That is what I have heard. Congratulations on a job well done.
I will be congratulated once I receive the information I initially asked for.
Straight to business it is. I like that. Let's not waste any time then. And she kind of gestures you over and take a seat if you wish to. Or you stood last time. I don't know if you stand or sit this time.
No, I would like to just walk up. I'll take a seat this time. Yeah, I'll take a seat. And earnestly lean in and ask her for hot water.
Hot water can be done. She without saying anything to Arthur steps out of the room, and a couple minutes later, servants walk in with hot water. And even though they're just bringing you hot water, it's like a very nice teacup on a little saucer with a little mint leaf next to it.
I smell it. Nothing nefarious.
Yeah, it just smells like mint and hot water.
I add my tea.
Yeah, make yourself a cup of tea.
Drop a pebble.
Yep. Olga has a little cup of coffee next to her, and she has her long, ever-present cigarette in her cigarette holder.
That's right. Her cigarette never burns out. Yeah.
And you, for what's worth, strong scent smell. It doesn't smell like smoke at all. There's no smell. There's no smell of cigarette smoke from her cigarette.
It's just an aesthetic.
Yeah. Stands to reason. She says, "Well, the job was done, and the promise is a promise. You want to know where Fillard is? I will tell you everything that I know."
Please tell me.
Fillard came to me about 2 weeks ago. He was asking for my expertise on the fall of the Nuvalarian Empire. More specifically, he was asking about a fiendish empire, a kingdom of devils that I guess he said existed in the Underdark, called Toroth. And Toroth's apparent collaboration with the Akkadian Empire. He told me a story about the dragon Xerxes. I'm sure you have heard of Xerxes as a student of the Scriptorium. Becoming possessed by a demon lord, Zorvaxis the Hungering Maw, during the Ocassian Uprising. Anyway, not to bore you with all those details, he wanted to know if I'd heard of this possession, and more broadly wanted my thoughts on possession and my expertise on the fall of the Empire. I had heard about Toroth, though this possession was news to me, and frankly, and I told Fillard the same thing, it sounds more like legend than fact to me. But I told him that if he wanted to pursue that course of information, he should head to the Citadel of Hallowhive. If anyone knew about the kingdoms of the Underdark, it would be them. And that was last I saw him. He departed here to go to the Citadel. That's all I know.
Can I roll insight?
Absolutely.
$19?
19? She seems honest. She seems forthright. She seems like a woman of business who knows that a deal is complete here, and she's completing her end of a deal.
Why would the Citadel have information on this?
The Citadel is an ancient institution of learning and history and magic, and it is in the Underdark. Frankly, it's just the best guess that I had. I certainly wasn't going to tell them to go to Babylon. So the Citadel it is. And I told them that they might know things about this empire of his.
Using my academia lore,
Yeah.
Is there a better place that she could have recommended?
Roll me a history check and apply academia lore.
15.
15. The only thing that even comes to mind is she could have recommended the Scriptorium, but she knows he came from there. This strikes you as like a legitimate thing. I'll say on a 15. Yeah, no, on a 15, this tracks. It makes sense. If he's looking for information about a demonic kingdom in the Underdark, then going to an ancient, Citadel in the Underdark makes sense. There are other places she could have sent him, but he was looking for a very specific niche of information that if you were looking for it, that's probably where you would go to.
Yeah. What is it that Master Grimm came and asked of you?
He wanted to know if I'd ever heard of Toroth, or ever heard of this story of Xerxes being possessed by this demon lord, and like I said, I'd heard of Toroth, I had not heard of the rest of it, and it all sounds a little bit more like legend than fact to me. Really quick, roll me just a history check, boss, just to see how much of the background information you know on your own.
Nah, 20 for 21.
Hell yes, that's incredible. Okay, let's go back to the world map for a second. Lord Upton.
So
We
many 20s tonight.
There have been a lot of 20s tonight.
I did.
Okay, I just described a lot of this to go, so we're going to just restate some things very quickly. A Nuvalarian Empire, about 1,000 years ago, big empire controlled by angels that ruled all of Ocassus, right? It fell under circumstances that have been couched in sort of mythology and religion, in war with the Akkadian Empire. I should decide how to pronounce that since I made it up.
Yeah.
Akkadian, probably. Akkadian, yeah.
I think Akkadian makes sense. It's also a real name from the real world.
So it's canon.
It's
real
world canon, also known as history. The Akkadian Empire is not really much of an empire anymore, but around that time, Akkad is a kingdom, nation, over in Presidium, the capital of which is Babylon. It is ruled by dragons and very, we'll call it like ethnocentric or something. They're not welcoming to anybody that isn't a dragon or at least a worshiper of a dragon. The dragon cults sort of live there, dragon worshippers and draconic government. So this empire, which is now currently just Akkad and the second dominion of dragons, Chernaya, the only two nations of this empire anymore, once ruled most of the world. And during that time, the Anuvilarian Empire rose up. Akkadian Empire went to war with them. Akkadian Empire won. Anuvilarian Empire fell. And according to this story, and also you know this because you rolled a nat 20, Akkad, the Akkadian Empire, had help in that war from this kingdom in the Underdark called Toroth, a fiendish, an empire in the Underdark of fiends and devils and such, that sort of aided them in overthrowing the Anuvilarian Empire. Some of these names, specifically Xerxes, he is the dragon that is credited with creating arcane magic. He invented the Vox Ethereum. You have in your possession a book called The Vox Ethereum, written by a dragon called Xerxes. He's the dragon who came up with arcane magic. He wrote it. Apparently, Philord came to Olga saying that he had read a story about Xerxes being possessed by a demon lord during this war, a demon lord called Zorbaxus the Hungering Maw. You've never heard that name, and that doesn't ring any kind of bells to you on a nat 20 for 28 or whatever. So you know the name Xerxes, you've never heard of this demon lord, and you've never heard of this possession thing happening, but that's your background knowledge of that.
That's intense.
Yeah, lots of information.
Hop in.
Go ahead, boss.
Real quick. Okay, so Chernaya is also known as the Second Dominion.
Yes, that is like a surname of Chernaya.
And that is referring to them being the Second Dominion of Akkad.
The Second Dominion of Dragons.
So we're essentially like a vassal state.
Yep.
Interesting.
You know all of that within the role required. Yep.
Wonderful. I'm trying to figure out if Bones knows that incredibly huge fact. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, go ahead. I guess as Bones, roll me a history check.
Right.
Apply if you said you anthropology or something like that.
15.
15. Yes. You live there. You know that for sure. Cool. Second Dominion of Dragons is the full secondary title.
Okay. All right. Wild. Carry on.
Yes. You would know some more detail too on a 15.
Okay. I have a immediate follow-up question. Did Akkad send reinforcements? Did they help? We're a vassal state. Or
not in the world that just happened.
Right.
Kind of. It's kind of not really. At this point in history, it's kind of a weird thing. Chernaya is still referred to as the Second Dominion of Dragons and is kind of a vassal state of the Akkadian Empire. Chernaya is more powerful than Akkad. Okay. The only thing Akkad is going for them is they have dragons. But Chernaya has a bigger military and better technology than Akkad does.
It's like Canada and France.
It's more like an alliance than it is like a vassal state. It started out as a vassal state situation. The short version is, for a long time, Akkad kind of was just Akkad, nothing else. They lost all their territories besides just Babylon, basically. Sure. And they kind of went quiet for hundreds of years. Right. And then they emerged into the world again with arcane magic. Being like, hey, we're ready to fuck all of you guys to death.
And that was a few hundred years ago?
That was 300 years ago, I believe. Something like that.
Right. Yeah.
Yes. Dragons re-emerged from the era of secrecy, having discovered arcane magic, and used that magic to go to war with the rest of the region. Sure. They defeated Chernaya, and Chernaya kind of bent the knee to them. Okay. From there, they kept spreading, and then eventually they crumbled into a civil war and sort of fell apart. And the only thing that remains of their empire is just Chernaya and them. And at this point, it's less of an empire, more of like an alliance, an allegiance, or something like that.
Got it. Noted.
So that's your kind of background.
Australia or Canada.
Something like that, yeah.
Nice.
So this is a ton of lore that you have in your mind as you talk to Olga.
So
Sorry about all that.
As we're talking about this, so Grim is going to the Citadel, as you understand?
Last I saw him 2 weeks ago, I told him to go to the Citadel if he wanted more information about the Underdark Fiend Kingdom.
Why was this so hard for you to tell me up front? There was so many others that were willing to help you.
Because if I would have told you this up front, you wouldn't have gone and killed Rami Asher for me.
I didn't have to be there.
You were.
Fuck you.
As I said, information is a commodity.
Do you know if
would you walk up to someone and say, why couldn't you have just handed me 100 marks in the first place?
No, I don't care for these questions. Where is Kint's son?
Kint's son?
Kint's son.
I have no idea what Kint's son is.
Do you know
I saw him last night scrounging around for his keys on the floor.
Right. What a pathetic individual he was.
He has always struck me as a little pathetic.
What's you know of this man?
He's the leader of a corporation that runs the subways and our L trains and our trams, and A little bit of the trains too, I think. The streets. He's got his fingers in all the travel infrastructure.
Is he always pathetic?
He's always struck me as a little pathetic, sure.
Do you know where he lives?
I do know where he lives.
Would you be willing to divulge that information?
I'm not entirely sure why I would.
Why wouldn't you? I already did what you asked me to do.
And I already paid you back with the information that I offered.
What else do you want for this?
I'm curious why you want to know about Ken Sun's home address.
I do not trust the man. I do not like the man. And I would like to see him find justice in his own way.
Understood. I cannot tell you where Ken Sun lives. It's not that I don't know, I just can't tell you.
What do you know about any of the missing people? Venera? Does that name ring a bell?
Doesn't ring a bell. Do you have a last name?
I do not.
There's plenty of Veneers out there.
Understood. Last, what do you know of the Second Dominion making moves on Gati?
It would be news to me, although it wouldn't be a surprise to me if I'm being honest.
I want to roll insight.
I'll keep the same roll from before.
Yeah, I just want to say, we do not have time before they arrive. They are coming now. All of the rest of the party. I want to be forthright with you. I want to be honest and direct. I need information. You have information. This is what you do, yes?
That's what I do.
I'm now providing you with information that you have nothing to know about.
I'm happy to receive your information.
So
I'm
now
not
pay
making
me
a quid
back.
pro quo here.
Pay me back. Where does Kid Son live?
You can't offer somebody information and then just demand it in exchange without an agreement beforehand. I told you, I cannot tell you where Kent's son lives.
Okay. What do you know about Gati in the Second Dominion?
This that you just talked about, the mobilization or something?
Oh, you know about the past. You know about the history.
I know some things. I know that they don't get along all that great. I know that Gati is rich in natural resources, and Shania would probably like to have them. I'm not an expert in geopolitics. I know a lot about this city and its workings.
Who do you know is trying to make moves at this time in the top form of government in Charnaya? These are definitely names that you know, correct?
I have no idea, if I'm being honest. I mean, I can tell you the name of the leader of Chernaya if that's what you want. I think I remember that one from the last history book I read, but I understand I'm a Daybreak City operation. I don't know things happening halfway across the world in a militaristic government that doesn't have anything to do with me.
I will say this, and I will say this lightly. If you intend to stay on top of this media empire, you should become more informed.
Believe me, I strive to every day.
And boss stands, gives a bow, and leaves.
Namaste.
Namaste. Damn.
You make your way out, and eventually we'll rejoin with the rest of the party to presumably come back in here once again.
They find me in the courtyard, meditating on that rock. As they
Understood. And I believe the rest of you all arrive here around noon to meet with Olga once again. And for, lack of describing this all over again, you all walked into this office, this conference room once again with Olga, by Arthur. Okay. You guys are all welcomed in once again. Olga, still plays her part, acts like she hasn't just had a conversation with Sam. Says, welcome everyone. Congratulations on a job well done. Last night went about as well as I think it could have. I think perhaps a toast is in order. And servants come around with a champagne bottle and start filling up. Oh, sorry. Thank you for the binocular gesture.
Binoculars and
I was like, what am I looking through the window?
Right.
Hello?
Through the window. You guys are brought into the conference room, and champagne is served in flutes.
I do appreciate how you put me as far away as possible from her.
You
now.
can say where you
It's
want.
Like, no,
Just
it's
put
okay.
it on
It makes a lot of sense. Like I said what I had to say. I'm okay with being back here now.
Understood. She says, no sense in drawing this out too long. And Arthur comes, she does a little finger gesture. Arthur comes along and hands you each an envelope that has 200 marks in it for each of you.
Oh, well.
Question.
Yes.
So, do I also get paid?
Yeah, when Arthur gets to you, he sets an envelope down in front of you, and Olga says to you, I'm glad that you saw your way to helping out after all.
Well, they attacked me, and then they shot me.
As I said, they're violent ne'er-do-wells who deserve to be eliminated.
Cheers.
One way or another, the job got done, and that's what counts. That was a bit of a surprise, the dragon thing.
Yes, about that. Perhaps a reassessment of the payment is in order for that.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Can we group persuasion
Okay.
check by shooting her a look?
You can
Can I roll investigation instead?
under no circumstances, but someone else can take the
What
second.
about chess?
Someone
What
else
about chess set?
under no circumstances. However, someone else can take the second in persuasion if they wish to sort of assist.
Who's the best persuasive person here?
Probably 6.
Oh yeah.
But
That was almost a 1.
You
But
also
also 17.
excuse me, what are we trying to persuade him?
Give us more money.
give us more money for hazard pay because we fought
Because it was a
back.
dragon and not just rats and the king.
Can I do this in a way that is not in any way going to risk backfiring?
We already have the 200.
Sure.
Bones
Right,
isn't
but-
willing to even strike a match on this bridge.
In that case, I'm going to say either roll it with disadvantage or let somebody else roll it. If somebody else is willing to actually push this.
Can I just give an eye at this point? Like,
Want to? I'm not going to let you make a whole persuasion roll just for an eye.
I mean, the conversation we just had
That's true. You're
with
laying
what
that
Ghost
in.
says, and then just like me giving, you know what I mean? Like, there's a little
Yeah.
bit of.
I think without actually saying something, you're just going to be giving Ghost a help action, and he'll just roll with advantage.
That's fine with me.
All right, Ghost, just roll again with advantage. Okay, on a 17.
There's the 1.
It had to happen eventually.
17.
Olga says, well, I believe expecting the unexpected and dealing with danger was the reason I already paid you so handsomely.
Agreed.
Didn't know what to expect either.
Understood. That makes sense, yes.
But I am appreciative. It's been a true pleasure doing business with you all. I have a feeling we may just end up needing each other once again someday.
I am certainly more interested in more work from time to time. If you have additional jobs.
I'm afraid I don't have anything right now, but I'll be sure to let you know. You have my address. You don't have a telephone, do you?
I'm working on it.
Working on it.
Sure. Just reach out to the operator.
Will you be running a story on this? Or have you already? I haven't checked the paper yet today.
We are deciding how to frame it. We'll put it that way.
Alright. Do you know when the story will run?
We'll be out by tomorrow morning with it. Perhaps even by the afternoon. We were discussing a special afternoon issue.
Okay.
Everything happened so late at night, we didn't get a chance to get everything written by this time just yet for the daily issue, but we may be putting out a special issue in the afternoon.
I understand. It takes some time. Print is, would that could travel as fast as wind.
Would that it could.
Would that it
She
could.
smiles at you. Go ahead, Cadence.
Do I get the sense that she's waiting to hear how the meeting goes tonight before she publishes anything, or
Roll
is
me
she
insight.
actually just trying to? Yeah.
Give me insight.
19.
You think she probably knows about the meeting tonight and might be waiting to hear from Solomon about how to report on this.
Can I look to Arthur and ask for hot water?
Yeah, is your hot water gone, or are you just asking for more? Just out of
That was from
curiosity.
before they were going.
Oh, right,
here.
right, right. Thank you, yes.
If he doesn't ask for it, it'll be
Assuming-
suspicious.
Assuming that mug was no longer here.
Yes, I apologize. I totally forgot this is, you asked for that last time. So yes, he brings out another cup of hot water and another sprig of mint.
I have more tea.
Yeah, what's more tea?
At this point, I just kind of look around the room, and is there other business that we care to discuss with Miss Sinclair?
I think we're finished for now, or at least I am.
Miss Sinclair, is there any other information that you need from us?
I believe our agreed upon arrangement has been completed. And she makes eye contact with you as she says that. But
Did we get lunch with this, or is this a foodless thing?
It is lunchtime.
I was going to just be champagne, but I'm happy to bring some lunch out. Are you hungry?
I love that.
Oh, I didn't mean that.
Okay.
I love that. At the
If it
end
was
of the
in
meeting,
character.
you're like, are we not going to eat?
Yeah, you do. I think you're a little disappointed because it does seem to be lunchtime, but all that's brought out is champagne. So by the end of it, you're kind of just like head buzzed from the fact that you're drinking champagne on an empty stomach. But
Arthur only brings out one plate for her, so she eats in front of us.
yeah.
Time for us to forget about it, Ron.
Yeah.
back to Baxter Square.
Is there any way I could see Sadie's car?
She thinks for a second. She looks to Arthur. I think that could be arranged. Yes.
It would help track down who did it.
Understood. And do let me know if you find anything out about that. She said out loud to Arthur. She says, "Do you know what's been done with the car so far?" Arthur says, "I believe that it was sent over to Hudson Salvage Company after they were finished their investigation." Olga writes you a little like a note essentially with her signature, giving you sort of like permission to investigate the car. Yep. So you've got that now in your hands.
Does anyone here have forgery?
Yes. But actually, though, I'll happily
with
take
that-
signatures.
Sounds like you guys all make your way out of this place.
Forget about it.
I think, speaking of spaghetti, I think the most time-relevant thing is that you got a meeting with Don Vittorio like an hour that you kind of got to get over to.
Yeah.
You guys, the things that are on the docket for you guys today are you've got a meeting tonight with the Symphony. You've got a meeting in a couple minutes with Don Vittorio. I think that's all the scheduled events you guys have for this day. I think first. Oh, there's also, this is not necessarily like a scheduled thing. You said that you might check back in with the kid outside of the church to see if he had any like updates.
Oh yeah, if I've got like free time, yeah,
at
sure.
some point. Yeah. So you told me you guys leave Olga's and you guys can talk about what you're going to do. For the record, this might be a conversation worth having. This is your for the moment, this is you guys' last like engagement together. If you make plans maybe to get together later tonight for dinner or something to talk about your future.
The end of the campaign, right? Like,
Yes, so this has been a really good campaign, guys.
None of us really have any
We have no
reason.
reason to stick together, yeah.
I don't have a connection to any of you, so.
I'm going to talk to Sergey and find out what I can do for the next 2 years.
Mariska. No, actually, I would at this time like to ask Cadence something as we leave.
Yeah, but just before Patches leaves, will I see you tonight at the meeting?
Ooh.
You don't know about this meeting right now. You don't know what he's talking about.
I mean, there's always a chance for everything.
Intriguing.
It depends on if I'm taking a little swim with the fishes, you know.
It depends if I'm dead.
Yeah, we'll see how my meeting goes first, and then we go from there.
Well, I wish you the best of luck.
Oh, fish, that's right.
I probably have to walk with Boss because I know we want to talk about something.
Understood.
Just want to ask Cadence if you know where Kin's son lives.
Ooh, do I know where Kin's son
Roll
lives?
me a history check.
Roughly.
Ooh, not one.
Yeah, no.
No.
So yeah, I'm assuming someone of that stature also like lives behind a gated
Presumably.
thing. So like I'm not going to
Yeah.
see the car from a street. Possibly,
Presumably.
whatever.
Stands to reason. It's probably in a garage or something.
That's fine. That's fine.
You can go look around if you want to.
No,
for the-
I'm very passively interested in
Makes sense.
his location.
For now, before we break off to Patches heading to his meeting, do you guys make some sort of plans to get together again later?
Buns and I are going to walk for a while.
I have no plan all day here. I don't. If the question is, do we have a plan to regather as a group? I don't.
Oh well,
think so.
I mean we can say that we're gonna do loot because like I have.
Oh, yeah,
Just a-
yeah.
just a quick yes, yeah. We'll do that. I
Have-
needed
have a nice,
a contrivance to get you guys together, so we don't end this
So
campaign.
like an early
So say-
dinner meeting for
Yeah. So you guys have not had the loot. You're not carrying around.
Should we
with
say
you.
it's at
So it's
Patch's
all at
house?
Patch's place. You guys, Patch is like, I've got shit to do till later. We'll meet at Patch's house tonight at bedtime, essentially. Great. So for the moment,
I'm gonna go make dinner. That's my plan for the day.
hell yes.
Ooh, do you mind if I join? I've heard you're quite the cook.
Oh, you can come to the food. That's fine.
Well, let's get the hunger.
For now, we move away from the rest of this group after Patches makes plans to invite you all to his house later. In case, if he's not sleeping with the fishes, you guys might get there and he's fucking dead.
I give
but-
someone a spare key just in case.
Yeah.
Free house?
Free house.
It comes with the child, though.
You don't have to take
Bummer.
risks.
Actually, yeah, boss is good with that. Yeah.
Patches, you move through the streets of Little Caruso. And eventually find the La Familia Cafe.
I'm so excited, you guys.
You step inside, where you see there's the sort of the ringing at the door. The door says closed, like it almost always does, but you step inside nonetheless. You find Vittorio seated in the seat where Fungo normally sits, with his daughter Piopini beside him. His hands are folded in his lap. Piopini is leaned forward with her elbows on the table. Fungo is seated across from them in a seat where you found yourself just a few short months ago, looking kind of nervous. You can see that he's sort of nervously tapping his foot really rapidly, and there's like beads of sweat accumulating on the cylindrical mushroom stalk that is his neck. Porco and Basilico are seated in a nearby booth, and Porco has a cigarette hanging from his lips. Bessie Darkwater, seated in her usual spot with a stack of papers in front of her. Raviolus has found a spot on the counter where a little bit of sunlight has leaked through the closed curtains, and he's there just basking in the sun, blissfully unaware. And as you step in, Piopini regards your entrance and says, "Patches, come have a seat."
Yes, sir, right away.
As you approach closer, there's a faint smell in the air that you recognize from your healing yesterday of soil and roots and mildew. You see that sitting in the middle of the table is a crumpled up to-do list that has been like uncrumpled and laid out flat with all of the items crossed off except the last one. Piopini, as you sit down, do you sit down backwards in your chair like a youth pastor, or do you sit normal?
I feel like I have to sit youth pastor-wise because I keep doing it.
Makes sense. It's just muscle memory at this point. She says, I have no doubt you know why we are here. My father, Don Vittorio, has heard my brother's version of what happened, but now he would like to hear yours. And she kind of gestures over to Bessie with two fingers, and Bessie comes over with her ledger book, sets it in the middle of the table. She can't quite make eye contact with you as she does so, and flips it open to a page showing you making 3 enormous withdrawals from the gang coffers. And Piopini just says, "What happened?"
I mean, I'm not...
Fungo goes like, so he's a fucking speechless.
I mean, I know I messed up, but no offense to Raviolus, but I thought I was doing the right thing, but I got the IQ of a ravioli, so I mean...
Fungo goes, see, like I told you, he's taken responsibility. He understands that this was all his fault.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have maybe what you might call the best accounting skills. I'm a little bit more creative than accurate.
Fungo, so as you can see, Don Vittorio, this has all been one big Patches fuck-up. He's loyal to us. I've treated him like family, but how to handle this? This is your decision to make, dear father. The cap of Vittorio's mushroom head shimmers and shudders, and the smell of earth and rot grows stronger. Piopini waits for a second, seemingly like receiving something from him telepathically, and then out loud, she says, "And what of this business with the Rat Kings? It would seem to me that Patches has more than atoned for his mistakes by eliminating our biggest competition in Daybreak City." Fungo says, "Which was my idea all along. It was." Piopini leans back and says, "Is that so?" And Fungo says, "Of course it is, dear sister. Running the family business in this city, you may not be aware, is quite complicated. We have to be careful. But I've had my sights set on the Rat Kings for a very long time. Patches was just the man I chose for the job when the time was right." And Piopini looks at you and says, "Is that true, Patches?" You turn over to look at Fungo. The collar of his shirt is like visibly sweaty. He's tapping his foot so fast. And he says, "Oh, go on, Patches, tell him. Maybe you can redeem yourself with my father." The smell, that dirt and mildew and rot, grows very strong, overwhelmingly strong, just like when you inhaled it yesterday on that con save. It's not even like a smell anymore. It's like there's just a sensation implanted in your brain, bypassing your senses. And you hear a voice in your head telepathically. "Do not look at him. Look at me. Is he telling the truth?"
Do I like? Can I respond
telepathically or out
telepathically?
loud,
Yeah.
your choice.
I like look over at him and I just like I nod and telepathically say yes,
Okay.
and then out loud I'll say,
I might not be the best with money, but when it comes to taking care of problems, I'm pretty good about that. I have quite some history taking out the trash, just so you might say.
Though he has no face or countenance from which to intuit his emotion, Vittorio turns to regard Fungo, who is still fidgeting nervously in his seat, and Fungo, takes a handkerchief from his pocket to dab the sweat from his forehead and says, "You see, Father, it was all part of the plan. It was all in the making." You see a little droplet of blood is forming in his nostril as he's dabbing the sweat from his face with his handkerchief. He wipes his nose and pulls it away, smeared with blood. There's now blood trickling out of both of Fungo's nostrils. He says, "Excuse me, sorry, I just he falls into a coughing fit for a few seconds. Across from him, Piapini leans backward in her seat, relaxed, crosses her arms and stares at Fungo. Vittorio remains motionless, except for the almost imperceptible shuddering of his mushroom cap. Fungo looks up from his coughing fit, his handkerchief now soaked in blood. Blood smeared all over his face, blood pouring out of his nose, staining his teeth, caked in his mustache. His eyes open wide in horror as he meets the expressionless gaze of Don Vittorio Cremini and says, Father, wait, Father, I'm sorry. Father, wait. It looks at first as though Fungo begins to cry, as you see the corners of his eyes glisten, until you realize that they are not tears. The whites of his eyes turn pink and bloodshot as blood begins to trickle out of the corners of his eyes. Fungo. Takes 56 points of necrotic damage. You see him clutch at his mushroom cap head. Just, blood begins streaming out of his eyes. Porco starts to stand up out of impulse, but Basilico wisely grabs his wrist and pulls him back down and shakes his head silently. Bessie can't bring herself to watch and kind of averts her eyes. Raviolis hops down off the counter and finds somewhere to hide. What do you do?
I definitely won't intervene.
Seems wise.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna also kind of see, look over at Porco and Basilico and just see them both not intervening, and I'll just take their lead on it. And
Fungo, blood pouring from his eyes and his nose and his mouth, doubled over in pain, screaming in agony. You can see that the tips of his fingers begin to shrivel and turn a foul corpse-like gray. His eyes start to sink into his skull. The edges of his mushroom cap begin to wrinkle and sag and shrivel like a piece of rotten fruit. Screaming in agony and clutching his head, he stands knocking over his chair and starts to try to run out of the diner, slipping on a crimson puddle of his own making that is gathered beneath his feet. As he slips and kind of falls down onto the ground, he starts to just crawl out of this diner, screaming in agony. Vittorio tilts his head ever so slightly, just a little head cock, almost imperceptible, and instantly the screaming stops. And calmly, though still profusely bleeding and rapidly shriveling, Fungo stands to his feet, turns around, and approaches the table, a glazed over look on his bloodshot eyes. He approaches, stumbling with tremendous effort, his shriveled hands trembling, and Vittorio, without standing up, extends his right hand to the center of the table, presenting a ring that he's wearing on his index finger. And Fungo steps over to the table, leans forward with blood pouring out of his nose and eyes, dripping all over the table and onto the crumpled up to-do list, and kisses Vittorio's ring, and just stammers out, Father, please.
100 points total.
He takes 44 more points of necrotic damage. There is a crash as Fungo Cremini's full weight, though diminished by his rapid living internal decomposition, crashes down onto the table with a thud and a squelch, and then slips from there down to the floor as a shriveled, lifeless corpse. Vittorio stands from the table, straightens his tie, and looks around the room to all of the horrified faces. His cap shimmers, and that earthy smell fills the room, and you hear his voice in your head once again. My daughter Piopini will be leading this operation from now on. You all answer to her. And then he turns a little to regard you. Just do not ever lie to me again.
I won't say anything, but I'll just nod. Just like, shocked expression, just understanding.
Reaching down to the table, Vittorio pulls a red and white checkered napkin out of a napkin holder and wipes the blood from his knuckles where his son kissed his ring, and then stepping over Fungo's rapidly decomposing corpse, walks out of the diner. Piopini.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I've never cheated an NPC more in my life.
I love this so. Oh my god, keep feeding me.
Piopini, allowing little more than a moment's respite, says, "Shall we talk business?" And Basilico and Porco come over towards the table, and Piopini says, "With the Rat Kings out of the way, we must move quickly to secure the territory. I believe we may have some assistance from the Symphony in this. We've arranged a meeting with them tonight. The three of you will accompany me." And she looks to Patches and Basilico and Porco. Still kind of in a stunned silence, Basilico and Porco just kind of nod. And then to you, Patches, she says, "As for you, Patches, after tonight's meeting, Don Vittorio has a special task for you. There is a shipment awaiting pickup in Hallowhive. He needs you to collect it and deliver it to him personally. Our asset in the city of Ember is Kari Sokio. She masquerades as a sister of the Xanthian Church. You should be able to find her at the Sanctum of Light. You are to meet with her, collect the shipment, and deliver it to Don Vittorio personally in Puerto Solterra. Now, someone clean up this mess." She gestures at Fungo's corpse.
I love the mental image of Patches making a to-do list.
Yeah, like in character, I pull out a piece of paper and start writing
Is
stuff
it
down right in
the
front of
same
her.
crumpled piece of paper? Just
Oh yeah, I just turn it over. I turn it over and start writing. Like directly in front of her.
Oh my god. As you and Basilico and Porco all kind of make eye contact for a moment of like, who's going to clean up Boss's corpse? Porco,
Whose corpse?
Fungo, ex-boss's corpse. The former boss. There's a little and Raviola sticks his head up over the counter. And with that, Piopini leans back in her chair and pulls the ledger book that Bessie brought over and starts just kind of flipping through pages, doing a little studying. What would you like to do?
I feel like I would start cleaning up the mess.
Understood. You and Porco and Basilico spend the next couple of hours disposing of Fungo Cremini's body. As you're working on it at one point, Raviolis walks over and kind of like sniffs at it and then just kind of sits and stares at Fungo for a minute. Or what remains of Fungo.
I feel like once everything is cleaned up, I would go over to Raviolis and like offer my hand to see if he'll smell it.
Stands up and kind of does the little cat smell and sniffs it a few times and then kind of nuzzles a little pasta ear into your hand. A little string of spaghetti that like hangs off like a little fuzz.
I feel like I would have seen what he eats, right? Like,
Yeah, just regular cat food.
Okay. I figured, but
It'd be weird if he ate pasta.
Yeah, it'd be weird if he ate pasta.
Eat
That'd be his
some
own
meatballs.
corpse.
yeah, I would go and like get him some food and
Yeah.
try and befriend him.
I understand. You go get him some food. Roll me an animal handling check with advantage.
8.
8. that's still enough. You got the upper hand in this. You feed Raviolis, and Raviolis eventually just kind of like follows you out the door of this place. I think you probably have to spend most of the rest of the afternoon here before you need to go to this meeting with the symphony anyway. And so you kind of spend the rest of the afternoon warming Raviolis up to you, at least to the point that he'll accompany you if you leave this place with him.
Yeah, I'll just befriend him, and then
Yeah.
because I figured he doesn't really have
Yeah.
a home now. I mean, I assumed he didn't live in.
No, he lived in the
restaurant.
food mill. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yep.
Free cat.
Got yourself a free cat.
Free house.
Perfect. What?
Oh.
is happening? What does...
The rest of us all simultaneously feel a chill.
yeah, something like that.
Daybreak City, baby.
I swear to God, if Morisco seasons my cat.
With that, a bunch of you have some time to kill before you're going to meet up with Patches later tonight. The Patches and Cadence now have a meeting at 8 p.m. What's everyone else getting up to with sort of the time? You're going to Sergis to do a little crafting. Bones and
Yeah,
Boss.
I'll go do the cart. I'll do the cart first. Yeah,
Okay,
do
sure.
crafting.
Bones and Boss, you guys wanted to have a conversation. I
So
believe.
probably, unless you guys want it to be private, I'll probably stick with you two for a while.
That's up to
Same.
you. It depends on what you want.
That's okay. At this point, I invite Cadence to come.
Even if you guys spend the day together, if you two want a private conversation, you can split off for a minute for a private
I'll
conversation.
hang out with you all day. I have no plans, so
Yeah.
it's up to you whether you wait for a private moment or not.
No, I think it was more dependent on the. I wanted to speak with Bones directly, but at this point, I feel like I invite Cadence into the mix. So we're like taking a walk. I assume at this point, just like north of where Sinclair lived, and just kind of like walking,
the willows,
just
yeah.
walking. I want to be forthright with you, Bones. Is it Bones?
Bones, yes.
My name is not Sam.
Okay.
I'm telling you this because you're the only one in this crew who has thus far been forthright with me and their intentions and their questions. My name is Basamajik. I do not have much interest in Daybreak City. I am looking for a very good friend of mine who I just found out from Olga Sinclair might be in the Hollow Hive at the Citadel.
Okay.
I'm only telling you this because you have expressed concerned interest in the individual that I am. And as I have made pact with Cadence, I'm sorry, I do not know your last name.
Cadence is fine.
Cadence is fine. As I have made pact with Cadence, I do not have many allies left at this time.
Okay.
But I do have a lot of things that I need answers for.
Certainly.
And I would be happy to make pact with you as well, if you could help me pursue my interests.
I would be interested in trying. I'm not a professional person finder, but I have some skills that I could put to use for you.
My first concern, and I'm sorry if this is offensive. You are of Chennaian blood?
I'm
correct?
Shernai. Bones is a nickname. I'm Bonicello von Stapel. I'm Shernai, yes.
What do you know of the current state of the government and the military powers that be?
I know that we are licking our wounds, or I say they now. I'm technically now a citizen of the Union, but the rest of the country is licking its wounds.
Can I roll insight on that?
Yeah, give me an insight check.
9.
Seems honest. Seems like I'm going to assume that you have some historical knowledge. It seems as if he, kind of realized that he's technically not Chernayan anymore. His territory got absorbed.
How do you feel about the government of Chennai?
Growing up, I don't know that I would say I was a patriot. I suppose I felt the same as any citizen does of their nation. I thought it was a nice place to live. I grew up there. And then the war came, and I found a small piece of purpose, but with it came a lot of... I had plans that crumbled when they started to draft people. I know that it is complicated, but I truly think we are on the cusp of something big. I think that in just a few short years, we will not be waiting for tomorrow afternoon to print the paper. We will hear the news as it happens, as fast as the wind travels. And I had made plans and invested a lot of money towards that, and that all kind of came crumbling down when the war started for stupid reasons, territory. The war came and went. I suppose I grew jaded, but now they are not my government. They lost my homeland. My homeland is not part of the Union, and so I have no allegiances to them anymore.
Do you know of the Southern Wars, the Spyrus Wars?
Do you know those?
You roll this between sessions at some point. Like, what did you know about? You know that Trinaya has gone to war multiple times with Spyrus. They seem to be interested in taking Spyrus territory for its rich natural resources. You know it's happened more than once. You know that there was one about 10 years ago and one about 20 years ago.
Right.
Yeah, you don't know much detail, but you know that they happened.
I was a teenager. I've heard of it. I don't know much of what was actually going on. If it was half as stupid as this latest one, then I assume that it was stupid.
You do seem honest, and I do appreciate and respect that about you. As much as a Trinayan seems to be the opposite of what I intend to find companion with this time, I feel that you are the one I'm drawn to. And I would ask for your assistance in some very, very intense endeavors that I intend to take on at this time. I will do in anything that you ask of me to do as return favor for what I will ask of you to do.
I suppose what I would ask is very simple, but also perhaps difficult. I just need money. I am very simple. When the war came, I lost a large investment that I am still climbing out of. There's a hole that I need to escape. This may be a forward question, but I'm going to ask it. You are from wealth. You are important. Are you not?
I am not of wealth. I am from wealth.
I see.
And with that, Boss's eyes kind of grow a little weepy.
I'm sorry for your loss.
It's not what you think. It is not what you think. I gave up what I had in order to pursue something I wanted. I lost the ability to pursue that any further. And at this time, the only wealth that I can ask for is companionship. But with that, I promise that I will continue to provide monetary wealth if that is what you ask of me.
I have great news for you. Companionship is free. I am always looking for new friends in the city.
Looks to Cadence. And then I say, sorry, you're still here.
I sure am.
Did you hear all of that?
I did hear all of that, yes.
You seem nonplussed.
Just processing. You and I have a pact anyway. Happens that I will be going past Hollow Hive, or at least in that general direction, looking for, well, who I'm looking for anyway. So,
As will you, yeah.
yeah, seems like a stroke of good luck.
Seems that our events are fortuitous.
Also happens that we have Ghost here. Not here, but you know, somebody knows the city.
Ghosts? Oh, ghosts.
Oh, do I know that about Ghost actually?
Yeah, you guys.
Okay,
You guys open talk about that plenty.
And with that, I look back and say to Cadence, our pact remains.
Of course.
I have
Always
learned
good
what I
with my
needed to
word.
learn, but I will, as I promised you, help you with your friend. I look to Bones and say, if it is monetary value, and I hand you 50 marks, and say to begin your journey with me, please.
Certainly. Hold your money for now until I know more about the job. But yes, I will travel with you. I have no plans. For a short time, at least. I should be honest with you. I am considering many prospects. There's a man in town named Sergei who I may have taken an apprenticeship with, but I've not committed to anything yet. Truthfully, I am also interested in doing more lucrative jobs for Daybreak, or for Sinclair. Assuming that they continue to be morally justifiable. I am no sellsword, or at least I am no morally agnostic sellsword. I would also want to know more about your friend and why you were looking for him. And real quick, Boss Majik, does that ring? I assume that means nothing to me.
ask this, but I
Both
also
of you
assumed.
can roll me history checks. You're both kind of fishing for nat 20s, but you can fish for them.
Yeah.
Bones has a better shot at this than Cadence does.
I never make this.
Oh, you never believe it.
Was it a 20?
Yeah, natural 20.
17 for 22.
17 for 22.
That's wild.
Not 20 for 20.
Okay.
That's fucking wild.
That is actually fucking wild. Sometimes you say, sometimes as a DM, you go, you're fishing for a 20. Hope, just like, I'm not going to tell you no matter what you roll. And then they roll a 20.
Cadence does really well on just these knowledge checks.
Until I know.
Okay. 22, it's... On a 22 with your background, I've already mentioned you have heard about these past invasions of Chernaya 10 years ago and 20 years ago. And I think just like the name sounds familiar. You don't know where, from what, but you think it has something to do with that.
Okay.
And, that makes sense. That's
Right.
Chernaya attacking his homeland.
Right.
You would assume some sort of publicly known figure if you know his name.
Right, it must be.
Natural 20. You know, likewise, you know some names of important leaders around the world. And you have heard the name Basamajik as even on a nat 20, just as some sort of like noble or lord or something in Gati.
Okay.
The Inspirus in the nation to
Yeah,
the
where he
southwest.
says he came from.
Yep. You don't know, even on nat 20, I don't think you know specifics of who he is, but you know he's somebody of importance.
Important
there,
enough
at
that I
least.
know him in
Yeah,
Edinburgh
exactly.
City.
It's
Yeah.
important enough that you've heard the name before.
Okay.
Also, can I place something as canon with what you said, with what we said earlier? When I was asked where I came from, I said Harsaman.
Yeah.
And just now you said that you understood this name as being like a royalty or lord from Gati.
Mm-hmm.
Could that play as the thing that Cadence does know? Is that like the name's from Gati, even though I said Harsaman?
Yeah, yes. It's kind of a niche
seems
distinction,
kinda like
but I will
weird.
show you on a map, because it is actually an important distinction.
Yeah.
And it does make more sense that this is where Cadence would know this information.
Right.
Down to the southwest of Ocasas, or southeast if you go the other way around the globe, is a continent called Spirus. To put this in real world context, all of this together is like kind of Australia-ish sized, like proportional to the planet.
Roger that.
But broken up into little bits. There's a big kingdom in the middle called Gati. And honestly, most of the world thinks of this whole region as just Greater Gati. There's kind of a central nation that rules the rest of the nations.
Okay, gotcha.
Harsaman is one small little nation called the Spirallands that's sort of allied with Gati, as all these other little nations are. And you've heard his name as being attached to Gati specifically.
yeah.
But you also know him to be from Harsaman.
As I said.
So there's like a distinction there.
Okay,
Is it white jiving or something?
So there's a lot to unpack here. Who's your friend? Tell me who you're looking for and what does he do and why do you look for him?
He was a colleague of mine for a long time. His name is Philord Grimm. Wizard, half-elf, long white hair. Olga Sinclair had been at academy with him in a prior time in life. And now he is apparently going to the Hallow Hive to the Citadel. And I need to find him immediately.
Anything, me?
Give me a history check.
18?
Are you proficient in Arcana?
Yes.
Yeah. You know Philord Grimm, maybe not, again, it's probably the same thing where you don't know Philord Grimm specifically, but you've heard of Grimm's Law,
Okay.
and it's easy enough to make that connection.
I have heard of him. I don't know him. I don't know where he is. I could help try to track him down.
I would pay you. If money is what you seek, I will pay you. At this time, I believe that it is imperative that we find this man.
All right.
Not just for the sake of ourselves.
You've not told me much, and I respect that, and I'm not going to press. I understand that secrecy must be important. I don't plan on leaving the city for some days, assuming that all you're looking for is a fresh pair of eyes to start looking for a lead. I'm happy to hit libraries to do research to try to find where it may be. Again, this is not my specialty, but I am also a reasonably clever man with some connections and nothing to do. So I'll look around a bit and see what I can find.
Right as you say that, you hear a little shout from around a corner that you guys are crossing as you're walking through the willows that says, hey, Bones! Hey, Bones! And you look down that way, and Percy Skydark is walking around.
There he is.
Hey! What are you doing?
The rest of you have not seen him before. See this little about 3'6" hummingbird Aarakocra, little bird guy. Bright green feathers and the pink tuft underneath, long pointed hummingbird beak. Comes like scampering up to Bones and gives you a big old like handshake, claps your hand.
How's the captain's chair?
Says, so, it ain't the same without you. I miss you up there, but it's good to see you, man.
It's good to see you.
It's been a little bit too long. There was you wouldn't believe the shit we saw last night. There was dragons around the city, and there was a whole car chase and stuff. And there was a gang shootout at the Gilded Parlor.
Did you ever find out what it was?
No. I mean, I just phoned it in. I don't know if they figured it out yet, but I tried to chase that big fucker down, but he went down into some buildings, and I couldn't find him anymore.
I've heard that they fly very fast.
Very fast, like very fucking fast.
Yeah.
It's so fast.
That sounds fascinating. It seems like I got out an interesting time.
Yeah, you want to go get a drink or something and catch up a little bit?
That sounds great, yes.
Is your friends?
Recent acquaintances.
Hey, Percy Skydark. And he shakes you guys' hands. Cadence?
Basso Magique.
Basso Magique? That's a mouthful.
I was going to say, do you actually go straight to that?
He does. No, he does. He goes,
I look to Percy, maybe be quiet with that one. We go by Some.
Oh, okay. Nickname, got it.
my name is Sam. Sorry. I've had too much tea.
No, I understand. Let's go get some more. I know a place, and he kind of leads you guys to just a little speakeasy somewhere. So just go grab a little bit of a drink with him. In the meantime, I'll jump away from these four for a little bit here, just for a minute. Let's see, Marvel, you've been waiting for quite a while here. You want to go to Sergei's?
I was going to invite. Well, I was going to go to the.
Oh, to the scrapyard first, yes.
And I don't know if Mercy's going to join or not.
Yeah, sorry.
Or whoever wants to join can join.
No. I was just going to say that if the day drinking would break into getting dinner for Morisco, I'll skip the day drinking and go get dinner.
You've got a little bit of time for both,
Okay.
I think. Or better, he'll just meet you guys for dinner. The
Also,
person
I'm
can come with
assuming
you guys to
that-
dinner.
I guess, where are you going to be cooking?
Oh, I just assumed I'd use Patch's house. Yes, he let us in once.
I think you guys should just go to Patch's house. It works.
I assume that like our apartment's probably closer.
It's probably a little closer, yeah, actually. It is.
That also
You don't have to go
works.
across the ferry.
If you have
Yeah.
a kitchen, I can use
And
it.
then I'm assuming the Hudson's is on the way there from where we are.
Just so for the sake of kind of getting everyone into one scene here, except Patches will be kind of left
I would
out
like
for a
to.
moment.
I would like to be able to chat
Yeah.
with Morisco.
Yeah.
I haven't actually talked with him
I
at
love
all
it.
yet.
So let's say that, like, Patches, you get done with your meeting with Don Vittorio, and you're going to go meet with everybody here at the Pendleton house where Morisco's going to cook everybody dinner, and then Ghost will get you wrapped in on that too. For the moment, before we get to that, Percy's going to come with you too, just to catch up with Bones. And before we get to all of that, you were going to serve to the salvage company.
Yeah.
Great. You make your way over into Saltworks and eventually to the Hudson Salvage Company.
I'll show Morisco like the tram system. I'm sure he's probably already been on it, but
Probably not.
I don't think you guys have used the trams yet. Maybe a little bit, but yeah, maybe not.
these are the trams that you have to like hop on as they go by.
Yeah, just go in the middle of the street like San
and you just
Francisco
like you
style.
just jump on it.
Yeah.
You just grab and jump, and I'll like
How does they know you paid for it? Or just
you pay when you get on.
oh, okay.
It's coming. get ready.
You guys hop onto the tram together and take it to Hudson Salvage Company. And eventually you move into Saltworks, this sort of industrial district of Daybreak, and eventually into the front door of a building that just sits in front of a huge just piles of scrap heaps, scrapyard. Rust, you know Rust very well. He's your sponsor. He's the guy who's in there when you walk in. He's this stout dwarven guy with big muscular arms, kind of like a buzz cut mohawk, and just covered in tattoos. He's wearing like overalls at the moment. He says, "Hey, Marvel. Hey, what's up, man?" And he kind of pats you on the back. And
I'm very scrawny.
oh, what are you concussed?
Yeah.
Says, what can I help you with? What can I do for you?
I'll pull up a note. I'm here to take a look at it.
All right. He takes the paper and kind of goes to like go put it away somewhere.
Yeah, and I'm sure that like he probably knows who this car belongs to, and
Yeah. He takes it. He says, "Oh, okay. Right away then." And he takes it and kind of puts it in there and says, "Yeah, I heard about that business with Sadie. That was that's shitty. It's terrible."
yeah, it was sabotage.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so I want to take a look.
Okay, that might be problematic. I can show you. Well, just come with me. And as he's walking you out to the scrapyard, he says they were pretty particular about this one being a quick job. I guess there must be some dirty fingers in the pile. He takes you out where the car has been like crushed using these big magical like trash compactors, essentially, into sort of like just a pile of scrap metal. He says, you're welcome to pick through that if you can find a way through it all. Mm-hmm. Like I said, normally something like this would sit out here for a while. I mean, honestly, there were some valuable parts in here we could have, but they said destroy it, so they destroyed it.
Could you help me flip it on its side? I assume he also probably has like some.
Yeah, Rust will help you out with some equipment and stuff too.
Okay. And then I'm gonna pull out. I'm gonna try mending the middle of it to see if I can like get it to piece back together where I knew the bomb was at.
Okay, go ahead and roll me an investigation check and apply your vehicle's lore. Okay. And you can also.
Can I tell you on an artificer's tools instead of investigation?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, it's going to be a 27.
27, amazing. You certainly mending isn't enough to repair this thing, but it's enough to sort of work your way down.
Unless you're able to give, is guidance a cantrip or is it a spell level?
It's a cantrip.
It's a cantrip.
I don't know how guidance works.
It's like once a long rest per person. You can just add a d4 to your roll. So
yeah, if it's important to you.
Yeah, add a d4.
Okay.
It's only a 1, so 28.
Okay, 28 is still very, very good. You were able to, on that incredibly good roll, find your way to sort of the panel that was on the bottom of the car that was where that device was, and sort of move the other parts out of the way and sort of, like you said, mend some things to get everything kind of back to how it was. And you can see that the device or the remains of that device are gone. They've been removed. In addition to the car being crushed, you were able to suss out that somebody took the remnants of that device off this car and then had the car crushed. Pronto, expedited order sort of thing.
I'll take a picture of it.
Yeah, you get your camera out and take a photograph. Rust says. What's that?
You want me to roll for the photo?
Yeah, sure. Just for how good it is, that's fine.
It's not very good. It's only an 8. So
okay.
Probably not.
Yeah, it might come out a little bit blurry. Your lighting's not great or something. But Rust, as you're doing all this, says, sorry, if I knew this mattered to you, I might have pushed it back a little bit more. But Powell was pretty serious. She said, put it at the front of the line. So
Powell?
The police chief, Lydia Powell.
We say in unison. No. Also, while I'm working on this, I'm probably going to so why did you come to Daybreak?
It's for multiple reasons, you see. I'm a cook, but when you cook the same menu over and over, you kind of, I don't want to say get bored.
What variety is the spice of life?
Yes, exactly. It's a very important spice. More important than the others. That's the big reason. There's a few more. My fiance and I, we've been engaged a while. I just want to, see the world a bit more before that. I don't exactly know where I'm from and feel there's a part of me I will lose if I don't find it.
What's your fiance like?
She's great. She does a lot more of the talking than I do most days, but she's
same.
Yeah, it's similar in ways. It's funny. She the stronger of the two of us. She taught me how to use the sword and the like. She beautiful singing voice. That's how I met her, really.
So you're trying to track down where you're from?
Yes, I don't have any lead at all on that. Not much of a lead there. I don't really know where to start. I mean, I don't even know if I'm in the right place.
Were you adopted?
Not technically. It's a complicated situation. I have a figure that is fatherly, but he is not my father, nor is he adopted me. He owns the restaurant I work at, and it's once again it's complicated.
I understand. I think.
It's not. I'm withholding things. I just don't want to bore you with details. It's.
I like to listen.
Yeah, that's fair. You seem trustworthy enough, and it's not like you could tell anybody it would take you 5 times as long.
He just kind of like gives you just like the deadpan like.
Well, you know it's true. I'm just poking fun. I'm sorry. He found me one day. I was cooking with what means I had, and he was a little impressed and decided to take me on. It was a bit of a risk on his part, taking, a kid off the street to come cook in his restaurant, but I do a pretty good job. You'll find out tonight. I'm trying to figure out what to make, though. It's hard to please all the palates at once.
What's your go-to?
Seafood mostly. Anything with seafood I can do. It's no problem at all, really. But
can you cook okuki?
Morisco probably knows what that is, but I don't.
It's a country.
Yeah, it's like to put it in real world terms, like Japanese food.
Oh, see, I've done that sometimes. Yeah, it's not too hard. It's a bit different than what I'm used to. You don't do that too much at the restaurant, but I cook at home when I want. So I could do that. Is that something you would want?
It tastes of home. My parents are from Okuki.
I see, it makes sense. Okay, we see about Okuki tonight. I'm not sure where I find the ingredients.
We could stop by Little Jiao.
Is that a marketplace?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jiao is where Okuki's from, or is.
Okuki is from Jiao. Okay, got it. Yeah, that would work. I could see what you've got. I assume we're on the coast. There should be good fish. And that's the most important part.
Pretty good.
That's not very confident.
7 out of 10.
I can make 7 out of 10 work. It'll be a 10 out of 10 for me. It's fine.
After that, I guess he kind of just does. I do what I can with the car.
Yeah.
I know this is kind of a weird thing, because obviously this has been smashed to shit. I assume that it's I know this is kind of a reach. There wasn't a keychain of hers that was left in the car that was smashed, was there?
Nah, no. You don't find any
memorabilia.
possessions or anything.
You can a horn.
Yes, and you can break off a little piece of her car.
That's what I wanted.
You can definitely break off a little piece of her car, and I'll leave it to you what that would be. But I mean, definitely Sadie's most prized possession, the thing that she poured her life into, was her car. So you can break off a little piece of her car as a memento, whatever you feel like is most appropriate.
Did it have a cool hood ornament?
Probably.
Yeah, I'm assuming she probably had a cool hood ornament on it.
Yeah, stands to reason.
I'll take it.
Yeah. She called her car Sapphire, so the hood ornament was a little just silver thing, just a little blue piece of glass, and then essentially just a glass blue crystal. Cool.
I'll take it.
Cool. You guys eventually.
Yeah, we'll jump on the tram, go to Jiao, get the ingredients we need, and it's probably honestly Jiaotown's not too far from where we live anyway.
Kipper goes to Jiaotown, so you can head through Jiaotown, go to the Okuko or the cookie market, and get yourself some stuff to make some sushi or whatever you're gonna make.
And also the food probably your place.
Probably is really good. And then eventually everybody, I think, including Percy Skydark being with you. Real quick, before you're all going to meet up at not Patches at the Pendleton house for dinner. But before that, Ghost, did you have anything you wanted to do in between like the noon meeting with Olga and dinner at the Pendletons?
Not a ton. I think that at some point, Ghost will go and like say a little prayer for all the people that died.
Yeah, makes sense.
But other than that, he spends a lot of time just like reading, studying, learning some new spells.
Yeah, makes sense. Find yourself a nice, quiet place to sit out in the sun and just do some studying.
Does all his post-level up wizard shit.
Right. Makes sense. It's at this point that you actually level up. While everyone else was leveling up last night. Cool. Eventually, 5 p.m.-ish comes. The only hard arrangements for the rest of the night are with Cadence and Patches, your meeting in the evening. But for now, you have dinner at the Pendleton house.
Damn, I'm glad I was invited.
You guys are all there. You were there. You're invited.
When?
Meeting at noon.
Well, he said he was
With Olga.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were. Yeah.
We said we were going to meet back up later for looting and dinner.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, but we later said like later after like the meeting and stuff.
That was at your place, so this has all gotten a little convoluted. Later tonight at like 10 p.m., you guys are meeting at your place to divvy up loot. For dinner at the Pendleton's place, Mariska's going to cook everybody dinner. So 2 separate loading meetings happening.
So you have this dinner, and then your crime meeting, and then we meet to split up loot.
Yeah.
So to make this even more confusing, I'm going to put it. I don't have a map for the Pendleton part, so I'm going to put us in Patch's house.
I
You guys are actually at Pendleton's house.
This is a lot smaller. Probably what I'll do is like probably get some cushions out. We'll probably just like sit on the floor.
Yeah.
Which we probably have like. Yeah. We probably even have like.
So Top and Yo-Yo have already got that stuff out and like set stuff up for everybody.
It's probably we probably have this is easy to store.
Makes sense. Okay. As you guys get here, Percy comes with you and says, "Oh man, this is nice for our inspection. I just thought we'd go to the bar and get a drink or something. We get to like have a home cooked meal. This is amazing.
Man, I have heard a lot of good things about his cooking. I have not tried it yet.
I'm excited to see.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to get Percy in here too.
Also, I assume I dropped Revulus off with scraps.
That's a good point. You can do that if you wish to. Yeah, you drop Raviola off at your house.
Yeah, I figured I wouldn't just
bring with you
around
town. Yeah. Scraps is really excited to have a kitty cat at home to play with.
Real quick, small note. I do have to return the bike.
Yeah, you can do that at some point.
Okay,
We'll handle later that.
Yeah.
You return the bike.
For what it's worth, I asked like how much would it be to buy it, and I get a price of that.
Yes, they give you the price, which I forget off the top of my head.
I also forget.
I think it's like 300 marks or something.
I do ask, do you do lines of credit, payment plans? I'm so sorry.
Not usually. Sometimes for our, most specialized customers, but
I understand. I may be back for it. It was a delight.
Hope you enjoyed yourself, but it's a lot of fun.
Very much. And then I'll head over to dinner.
Sweet.
On my regular bike.
On your regular bicycle.
Actually, I forget. I don't know if I have a regular
So,
bike. I think I'm just taking the tram.
Taking the tram. Cool. And eventually you all meet up at the Pendleton house for Maurice to start cooking everybody some dinner. As Maurice goes cooking, we'll come to some cooking rules in a minute. Percy finds some time to sit with you and just kind of have a conversation with you. And
So Ace on the river, and at this point I'm sweating bullets, but I believe in it, and I believe in myself, and I've seen that fucker lie so many times.
That's the hardest shit I've ever heard in my life, Bones. That's so great. I wish I could have been fucking seen that. I wish I could have been there to see that. That's amazing.
Pretty fantastic.
Oh man, that explains why he came to work so fucking grumpy the next day.
Was he pissed?
Oh, absolutely. When I came to work this morning, he looked like somebody shit in his cereal. You know what I mean?
Well, I may as well have.
Oh, but they gave me today off because I guess they want to do some more stuff to the Zeppelin. She was grounded for repairs for a few days after everything, and then she's airworthy again now, but they've still been keeping her in the maintenance bay with maintenance techs crawling all over the place. Look, Bones, you're probably going to hate me for this, and I deserve it, especially after you saved my skin, but they've been asking a lot of questions about what you did to the radio, like how it works and all, and I told them that, well, that was all your thing, and I didn't know much about anything, and that's the truth, by the way, but they weren't taking no for an answer, and they even brought in the big man himself to poke around it, like Gates's boss's boss, like Eisenhower, big corporate guy, scary fucking customer.
Eisenhower's looking at my work.
Yeah, looking at it. He was looking at it. Now he gutted the thing. He took it out of the Zeppelin and shipped it off someplace to study it. And that's one thing. But where I'm going with this, and look, I'm really sorry for this, Bones. They really put the screws to me. They told me my job was on the line and I got beaks to feed, you know. I told them about the relay. Everything I could remember about it anyway, and I told the truth. I don't really know very much. It's not my thing. Like, I told them what I know.
How long ago?
2 days ago.
Okay.
And above table, I don't know how much Percy knows about the relay.
Sure.
Ranging from you've just told him a little bit about it to you've shown it to him, but somewhere in between there.
Fair. I think maybe leave it up to a die roll, but
Sure.
The big thing I'm fishing for here is, do they have a location?
Yeah, roll me a dice. See if you've like showed Percy where it is.
13? I don't even know if I'm rolling high or low.
I assume it's a luck check,
Sure.
so we'll say high is good for you. So yeah, you maybe have not shown or told Percy exactly where it is. You just told him about how vaguely how it works.
The follow-up question is, how easily could a skilled technician figure out the location by having my broadcast?
Roll me a communications tools check.
Could I help him?
I think this is a side conversation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind.
I think Percy's deliberately being a little bit shifty about this.
12.
12 is enough to know that it would be quite easy, unfortunately.
Okay.
Because the whole function of your, like, relay is to relay a signal that is tuned specifically to come from your transmitter. So all they would have to do is transmit and
Find it.
find
Right.
it. Like,
Exactly.
use-
Like
triangulate where it comes from.
okay.
Yes.
You're okay, Percy. I understand. I knew when I set everything up in there that I was taking a big risk.
Look, I know, but still, it's you. You saved my fucking job. I mean, you took responsibility for everything. You took the fall, and now here I am, still flying. And here you are. So I'm sorry, Bones. I wanted to tell you sooner, but I've been feeling sheepish about it.
No, it's alright. I've been busy the past couple of days anyway.
Like I said, I didn't know that much. I just told him I think I know. I think this is how it works.
Even if you had said nothing, they will learn everything they need to know by dissecting the machine anyway. It takes solace in knowing that what you said did not matter ultimately.
that does make me feel a little bit better.
I
Yeah.
thought it might. If you feel obligated to help me, let me know if you hear anything else on the matter.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yes. Tell you anything I hear.
If you see or hear anything.
Yeah. All I know for now is that Eisenhower took a special. I mean, that's why he traveled here. I think he came here special out of Rakovo and came in to look at the radio and then shipped it off overseas. And
Yes. Okay. Thank you for telling me. This is good to know. I should get out to that relay soon.
yeah, for sure. As you guys are having that conversation, Marisco, I think you start cooking everybody some dinner. You want to give me a cookie tools check?
Sure.
Utensils.
I'm going to go ahead and use my inspiration on this preemptive.
I love that.
That sucks. That really sucks. I hate everything. I can't use
Yeah,
two,
we got double
inspiration
up,
to
roll it.
unfortunately. I don't think I can use favorite on it because it's not like a save.
Does it have to be favorite only on saves?
I think
don't
it
know how that works.
saves and attack rolls.
Gotcha, okay. I'll let you use favorite by the
Okay.
gods on it if you want to.
I do. I really do because right now
He's talking
I
a lot of smack. He's got to cook.
Yeah.
more.
Yeah, I got to cook. With... Okay, that's a little better. Okay.
Little divine intervention dinner.
Don't forget your cooking lore applies here too.
I do, and I did put expertise in it, so
Yeah.
is that
So you should be adding +6 for your lore and proficiency, plus whatever your stat is. So wisdom or
6 plus
12 plus 12.
it wasn't wisdom because I was using int.
And it's just fine too, yeah.
So 13 plus the so 18 plus additional set 25.
That's insanely good. For a bad roll, that's so
Let's see
good.
what you're talking about. This.
Yeah, you start out by being in a little bit of a funk for like, there's some intense pressure involved with being like presented with needing to like impress a bunch of new friends who you've just gone through life and death circumstances with. But you end up putting on a good showing after sort of shaking yourself out of a weird headspace. And what do you cook? Tell me what you prepare.
Dragon steak.
Dragon steaks.
No, I don't think that's a good first meal. I don't know how it's
Right.
gonna cook.
And importantly, what do you tell us that you
Yeah.
prepare? Yeah.
Boss, yeah.
So put it in art and music here, but there are a few different things. To start with, we've got Tamari style sushi. So Tamari is Kyoto style, which means it's in this like round ball shape because Tamari is like a round toy that's named that. but that's just kind of for flair and starting. Then unagidon, so charcoal grilled eel, rice bowl. So I had to buy a few eels, but I'm sure eels are
Hell yes, yeah.
are available in the market there. And then
cheap.
Yeah, and cheap, so that's also good. But we did just get paid. So he continues to show off with more sushi dishes, probably fry some shrimp and stuff too. I put photos in the art and music chat on Discord, so if you're on our Discord, make sure to get on there and look at that.
Hell yeah.
But yeah,
And
a
if
lot
you're
of
in the
it's
past,
just
be confused.
him constantly cooking and making more stuff for people as he goes, because, yeah, it's better if he makes it there.
I love it. Yeah, you end up putting together a mushroom is insane. You end up putting together a gorgeous cookie meal for your friends here. Top and Yo-Yo and Marble seem especially appreciative of it. Top is like, I gotta tell you, Marisco, I haven't had anything this good since last time we went home. This is divine.
Seafood is my specialty. Is what I cook with every day. Well, did every day. It's been a while.
He was like, if we weren't poor now, I'd be trying to hire you as like a personal chef.
Fighting over the
Sorry, everyone. That was a cat fight.
That's a real cat fight.
Actually did bring raviolis and
Oh, that's great. That was the Pendleton brothers.
Yeah. Yeah, they're fighting over
this
Risco.
piece.
Yeah.
I'll just make you another one. It's okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. But I can find employment if I need it.
Well, you can't. We're
Well,
poor.
no, you're poor.
But if we weren't poor,
But if
I
you
would for
weren't-
sure hire you
right,
as a personal chef. Yeah.
When you come into money again.
It's just a matter of time. Our brother's a genius. So. Our brother's a genius crafter, and we're genius marketers. So.
It was his idea to go with this cuisine today, so you can thank him for the idea. But I figured a good taste of home for you and a good way to highlight my skills for me.
It is. Yeah, it's showing off. It's delicious. Go ahead, Marble.
Yeah, I just kind of want to have a little chat with Cadence while we're probably like eating before we're eating. Just
Yeah,
during
at some
that time
point as
period.
you guys are
Does anyone
together.
want to make a
Is it about
perception
the
check to make
execution?
sure I didn't slip in the dragon roll? No, not really.
I would never question you about your job.
Think.
I knew what I was getting into.
Actually, you know what? I want to make sure it's still in the not that you cooked it, but that it was still in the pack.
So I don't think you can see into the pack is the thing. It's
You know, but did
He probably
did
is
he take
taking it off and is not paying attention, yeah.
Oh, you just like look inside there. Yeah. If you want to try to do it sneakily, give me a stealth check.
You have advantage because he's distracted.
Right.
21.
21, brilliant. Yeah, I don't think Marisco is too bad. You're also using the same chest of preserving to bring all your groceries home from Jiaotown anyway.
Right.
So your bag is like open with all your cooking ingredients in it, and you do see inside of there like a big chunk of dragon flesh.
I saw that earlier too.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't know what it was if you didn't see him collect it.
So we need to talk about that.
At some point.
At some point, I don't know
discussing.
you know, really.
Yeah. Go ahead, Marble and Cadence.
Yeah. So I investigated the car. It looks like Chief Powell
Oh, Lydia?
ordered it to be destroyed immediately.
Intriguing.
And they crushed it, and they removed all evidence of the bomb first.
Do I know if Lydia has enough station? How do I want to phrase it? Does she have enough station that I think she did this of her own volition, or do I think she was following orders to have this taken care of immediately?
Give me an insight check and apply your either Daybreak City lore or criminal lore. Either way, add your lore bonus.
You said insight and lore.
Yes.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You would guess that this is more her following orders from somebody.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be more her vibe. You would think that like Lydia is probably the only person that has the authority to tell someone to destroy police evidence in a hurry.
Right.
But you don't see a cause you don't see that as something that she would do unless she was told to do it by somebody.
Right.
There's too many
If she did it, she wouldn't have let me investigate the cars.
Exactly. There's too many powerful interests in this city that have some form of leverage on her that she wouldn't do that for free. You know?
Right. It definitely strikes me as Wayne, right? Lydia wouldn't do that on her own.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And during this time, he also was like very casually, just like wraps his tail around your like behind you and just like kind of like puts the little tail like on your lap. Very casual.
So casual. Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah. It's a fuzzy cat tail.
Yeah, you're gonna.
I might be a bitch, but I'm human.
All of his fur just goes instantly on end.
Yeah, makes sense. Standing up on him. I assume that Patches, by the way, shows up to this dinner with a bit of 1,000-yard stare. I mean, just disposed of his boss's body.
It's good to see you're not sleeping with the fishes.
Yes, I'm still here.
Do you think that you are going to remain here? What is your situation?
It's yet to be seen.
Is this because of?
Why do you smell like mushroom?
It smells very strongly of mushroom, doesn't it? Yes.
But like earthy.
Yeah, no, it smells like rotten, almost like death.
Mildew or something.
Yeah, it's bad.
Like a mushroom that died.
Yeah, it's not
It
good.
had a little blood thrown on it.
There is a little mishap at the restaurant.
Is it hydrochloric acid?
No, it's
Pizza sauce.
how do you say it? Sorry, it's not my first language, so I can't think of how to put it. It's not my first language.
Brooksy, I switched to. Is that hydrochloric acid?
No idea what he's saying.
I just like stare at him, and I just go.
Okay.
And Rooksy, I don't think he's really Rooksy.
So,
I think
in
Is
common, Colton, sorry, what is your first language? I never asked.
I just like walk away. I'm like,
Boss is asking you such a simple question. Just walk away.
You said I smell like a mushroom, so let me go and wash up over the ground.
This one I do not know.
You said like I smell like a mushroom. So let me go wash up.
I'm gonna wait because I have a question for him, but
Okay.
everyone kind of drove him off.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't want to ruin the meal though with my stomach.
You eventually emerge from the bathroom washed up and
That
fresh.
you walk into someone else's house smelling like a mushroom and then just beeline to their shower.
I gotta clean all.
Dude, I've been there though.
I mean, for sure.
Yeah.
Smelling like mushrooms, and you gotta go.
Not specifically
potty
mushrooms.
because your gangster boss killed his son.
yeah, I feel like it's fine because they slept in my house last night. So
That's true.
at this point, I have
Yeah.
full access to their shower.
Correct.
That's how it works.
That shower's his now. He owns it. Is this because of the?
Did you guys have sex?
No,
Oh, they're both small cats.
Well, they had a lot of hand motions. I'm sorry, I just didn't.
no.
They're the right size.
Right size for.
Each other. Do you not see it? It would be kind of cute.
Marble's just like red.
Yeah. That's why.
Do you think that they have to be the same size?
Under his fur?
Oh, they don't necessarily have to.
Okay, maybe cute because they're both so small.
I'm just doing this because look at the color of his face.
Oh, that is pretty good. You do look like the fish.
Shut up! It's because he bribed me, and I turned it down.
He bribed you for sex.
No.
So there's a different word for that, yes?
Yes.
It's because
Prostitution.
Prostitution.
Yeah.
Yes.
Prostitution.
No, we just
that's not the word that I know. It's the word we know.
we have a work relationship together.
Oh, so that's what I would call it too.
You almost call him like my work wife.
But to be fair, if I were to pay someone for the sex that they have with me, that's a work relationship.
I say we call those working girls around here, Top says. I would maybe call that kind of like a work wife.
Well, I mean, I guess with the how with the how things have worked, I guess he is now my work ex.
Well, with the ASPA. What's the new
ASPCA?
act? Yes, with that thing, we may all find new lines of work. How is the pay?
Sexual work is still work in my planet,
Oh,
my continent, as far as I know.
Is that legal or is that like criminal work?
You are already doing criminal work, so it's not
wasn't-
big of a step.
It's criminal so that gangs can make a bunch of money off
That's
it,
what-
like
that's
everything in the city.
Fruit would be illegal if they can make a profit off
Absolutely.
Girl, give it time.
Fruit is illegal.
Oh, on the subject of the APSA, let me rewind to something that might be relevant to
it.
the
Oh yeah, I
conversation
gotta
you
get
guys
the
are
fuck
having.
out of this country.
Quick thing. This morning you met with Sergey. I'm going to rewind a little bit to this morning, something that I forgot to say that I needed to tell you while I was Sergey. At some point in your morning with Sergey, crafting on your suit, tinkering and putting things together, he says, I may have the lead for you and parts for your engine and maybe for your friend Van Stapel too, for his projects. You should go tonight to see Puck. Puck is the guy who runs the fighting rings.
Gotcha.
Kind of fight organizer, the artificer fight organizer. Says he is things will be quiet around here for a time with APSA, but he has leads on other places you might go.
In the Underdark.
I don't know.
I'm just joking.
I did not tell.
That was me out of character.
I did not tell where it was. I don't know if they fight in Underdark. But so go see Puck tonight, usual place.
Oh, okay. There's nothing tonight.
No, just I told him you might come look and speak to him. So
Okay, I'll tell Bones.
Cool.
Bones at Tella?
Van Stapel, Bonicello Van Stapel, he says.
Von Stapel?
Van Stapel.
Von Stapel?
Van Stapel. It's tough to say.
Boom.
So fast forwarding, you have that information
Yeah.
to possibly talk to Bones about tonight too. Just forgot to do that earlier, and I needed to.
If everyone's done bullying me.
I would make a good pimp, I think,
You could do worse. There are worse pimps than Bones out there.
We could probably get pretty rich being pimps.
Well, we cannot
If they're
all
all
be
pimps, yeah.
Oops, all pimps! Actually, I have a lead.
on prostitution.
No!
On what?
Money!
Oh, that's great. What do you have?
Damn, let's hope we have the prostitution.
From Sergey.
Oh,
Yeah, he said we should meet with Puck
when?
tonight.
When?
Tonight?
What is what
the
time?
usual.
It's basically
Time.
just
I don't know what
kind
the
of
usual-
anytime after
Has
sundown.
Bones ever been with me
I
to one
don't-
of my underground
I don't think I've been
either.
down
You might not even know who he's talking about.
Meta, I know what you're talking about. In character, I don't think.
Oh,
I've
because
been
you
down
just saw my suit for the first time. You know
Correct.
I probably do it. Well, it's the ring.
there. Oh,
Yeah. He said that I might be able to find parts for my car,
okay.
and you could find something. Money.
That's the way that you're making this face at me suggests that yes, you could find parts for your car, but does not have anything to do with me making money.
Sergey said you should go too.
Oh, well then I'll go.
I said that earlier.
I will be there. What time?
7.
PM, of course.
You guys are probably leaving from here to do that.
I was going to say
basically, 'cause
we should leave pretty soon if we're going to do that. Yes.
Also, Borbo looks exhausted from all of his talking.
Yeah, this is the most he's talked in 72 hours. Yes, I'd be happy to. We are meeting back up tonight to split things. 10, 11?
Yeah, I think you guys had said 10ish at Patch's
Here?
place. Patch's place is where all the stuff is.
Patch's place. Okay. Yeah. I'll be there.
Percy says, "This has been delightful. My compliments to the chef. I better get after it. My family's been wondering where I am.
This
But
was delicious. Yes, thank you.
this is amazing. Best meal I've had in a long time." And this little Percy guy, this little hummingbird fella, makes his way out of here.
Percy,
Who was that? I know I cooked for him, but who the fuck was that?
that is who now pilots the airship. I worked with him for a long time. It's very recent.
Work wife.
He is my ex-work wife.
Okay, that's easy.
You're the wife here, right? Is that how this works?
Yeah, I kind of think that now I'm just a divorcee, but I was work wife.
It's a shame. Oh, a widow, though.
Yeah, widow. Work widow.
Work widow. He's my work widow.
But you're not dead.
At work he is dead.
No, I do got the going for me.
I'm dead to work, yes. To that job.
You're dead to me.
I'll move on eventually. They'll bring somebody else up there, and they won't be half as good as Bones was. But I get to be in charge now, so we got that going for me. So Cadence and Patches are headed to their meeting. Bones and Marble are headed to their rendezvous. Go ahead, Bones.
Sorry, quick note. How far off is my relay?
It's like you go outside of city limits by a couple of hours, and then you hike off into the woods for a couple of hours. But it's like not super far.
When you say a couple of hours, you mean by car?
Right.
Yeah, so you got to like take a train out of Daybreak City.
What if we
short
stole
ways.
a car from my brother's?
You could steal a car. You can also just take your brother's car if you want to. But yeah, you can get to the relay just as it's like a day trip. It's like it's a day trip to get out to it. Like drive out there, hike for a while, drive back home, sort of thing.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Cool. For the time being, I think the next thing that happens is that you guys go meet with Puck.
Before we all part ways, can I get a quick second with Boss alone, actually?
Absolutely,
Or with
yes.
Sam alone?
Oh, you know my name. I have asked you to call me Sam, though.
Yeah. When I know that we're alone and it's just the two of us, I'll extend a hand out and I just go, Basamajik? Like I want to shake your hand. My name is Cadence Amato. That's it. I just shake your hand and tell you.
That means a lot.
I figured it would.
It means a lot.
Cadence doesn't do anything else. She just
The boss
shakes your hand and walks away.
Takes your hand, nods.
Are you learning my girlfriend's name right now?
I'm gonna say. You're literally learning.
Every session has Marvel being really possessive about it. Boss does to Cadence really casual.
Marvel does not say that. That's just me making a joke.
It's really funny.
But that means a lot. It means a lot.
Marble and Bones, you guys... Bones, Marble leads you into Black Brick, the sort of like impoverished district of Daybreak City, and around sort of an alley and a sort of thicket of buildings, where you find this guy is standing outside. He's a really tall, lanky human fella, white skin, wearing like a vest and goggles pushed up to his forehead, like a brown vest and work gloves. He's currently is opening up some cans of cat food and setting them down as like 15 stray cats are coming to eat at his door as he's like setting cat food
Bones
up for
and
cats.
I run up there.
No.
You're homeless though. It's for cheap.
Yeah, we could go.
We just ate though. We're good.
Yeah, you're right.
For you, Marble, you know this is Puck Vexford. He like runs the Artificer fighting ring here in Daybreak City. I don't think you know who this is outside of what Marble has told you about him. He says, "Hi, Marble."
Hey, Sergey said to come find you.
Yeah, he told me you're looking for parts and stuff.
Yep.
I've got maybe a lead for you. We're gonna be laying low for a little while with the APSA and stuff and everything that happened in the Sinclair Cup. We've got to, we got to take it easy for a minute. But I've got a friend in Cherry Falls, Daisy Canton. She runs a ring out there. She probably either can sell you the parts you need, or you might be able to win them in one of their fights out there if you don't have the money for it. I know you got a pretty specialized sort of shopping list, but I'm out of all that stuff.
Yeah, and Sergey said I should bring. This is my friend.
Oh, yeah, you're the radio guy?
The radio guy.
Okay. I can sell you conversion crystals, but it's going to cost you, and they're marked up as hell right now. APSA is everything's fucked.
No, I get
but Daisy probably has stuff you can either buy from her or win from her.
Good to have context. I'll probably wait for the market to settle down. But
Yeah, it shouldn't be as bad out there. No APSA out there. So
great news.
I think a lot of racers are going out there too, getting away from all this regulation shit.
Yep.
Do you know where the tournaments are going after that?
Where they're going? I don't know. I know that we're going to lay low for a while here. I think most people are going to Cherry Falls to see what Daisy's got organized out there. Her operation used to be pretty small, but a lot of people are leaving Daybreak to go to hers, so I think it could be getting big. As for me, I'm going to just keep my head underground for a while.
Awesome. I appreciate it.
Of course. You've been a lot of fun to work with. Hope we see you again soon. Tell Sergey I said hi.
Will do.
He leans down and starts scritching all these cats as they're eating.
Scritches me.
You could. No, he leans down and starts scritching all these cats as they're eating the canned cat food on his stoop outside. Then yeah, you guys after that short conversation essentially have like a lead on where you could go to potentially get the parts you guys need for your various projects.
Was the implication that the prize is either car parts or crystals, or
he says
both, that Bone should enter himself?
Usually the way it runs is you win and you just get kind of like an X value of whatever. If you want money, you can get money. If you want parts, you can get parts. You kind of take your pick. She's got sort of a warehouse out there, so just kind of as a grab bag. What are your winnings can be either money or parts or whatever you want it to be. And I mean, she'll just sell you stuff too if you just want to buy stuff. But it's kind of like winner gets a certain value of parts, and she's got a great collection of stuff, a lot of stuff. So. And their economy out there isn't as inflated as ours is right now.
Marvel's tail like swishes with excitement at the thought of more non-lethal fighting.
For sure. Meanwhile, around the same time as that conversation is happening, Patches and Cadence, you guys make your way to the first movement. I don't know if you guys want to have any conversations on the way there or just jump ahead to this meeting.
So I see you made it through.
Yes, it was quite the conversation, but
I imagine it must have been.
I mean, my boss, the big boss, he's not the one to, say it, fuck with.
That's one way to say it.
He gives off that aura, yes.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't speak, so aura is kind of all he has.
Well, I'm glad you made it through.
Me too. It could have gone a lot worse.
I cannot believe it didn't.
Honestly, me too.
You guys approach the outside of this building in Matanak, but from the outside you have no idea that the top floor is like a swanky bar and lounge, but nonetheless Cadence leads you upstairs where you guys enter the first movement.
Have my associates shown up already, or am I the first?
Yeah, I think you run into them out front and kind of part ways with Cadence. Cadence, you probably go in first, and then you kind of meet up with Basilico and Porco and Piopini. And not long after Cadence enters, in come Piopini, accompanied by Basilico and Porco and Patches. Seated at the bar are Tommy Finnegan and Rooster Clayton. Kaladin is here as well as Kent's son. All kind of standing around with cocktails and smoking cigars. Solomon seated in his usual place, Cadence right with them. Piopini walks in, flanked by her associates, and Solomon stands and approaches the Cremini family, or the Santi Silenzio C representatives, and says, "Good evening, everyone. Porco, Basilico, and it's Patches, yes?"
Yes, sir.
Pleasure to meet you. Solomon Dimitri, and he kind of shakes your hand. He's this tall, fiendish guy, black-skinned and black hair and horns, and says, "And Miss Cremini, welcome to our humble home." And he kind of gestures around the bar. Piopini just looks over to the bartender and says, "Negroni," and then goes and grabs a seat. Waits for a bartender to bring her Negroni. Porco and Basilico both kind of go sit over at the bar, kind of just to watch from a distance. How about you, Patches? You just sitting at the bar with them as well, or are you getting up in the mix, or what are you going to do?
I mean, because I know Cadence a little bit at least.
Yeah.
What does the vibe look like from the people sitting up?
Give me an insight check.
25.
Insanely good. You get the sense Cadence is kind of like Solomon's right-hand man, like her first, her kind of first in charge sort of thing, or the first mate, whatever. So she's kind of with him for that reason. Piopini kind of sees Basilico and Porco sit at the bar behind her, sort of keeping watch from a distance, ready to jump in if shit gets violent or something. So probably that would be where she would expect you to be too, but you can, assert yourself in the conversation with Cadence too if you want to. If you want to make a power move here.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd make a power move, but I want to sit kind of close, maybe on the other side by Cadence.
Yeah.
So maybe Piopini thinks I'm also like watching that side, you know.
Makes sense. Kind of stand over here, like kind of by this bookshelf or something.
Yeah.
I like it. So
Kind of give her
flanking.
give her a little nod when no one else is looking. Like,
I like it. Absolutely. She nods at you as well. After you guys get kind of settled in and drinks are brought out, Negroni for Piapini and whatever everybody else wants to drink, Solomon says to Piapini, I understand there's been something of a change of leadership in Santi Silenziosi. May I ask in what capacity I now speak with you? And Piapini says, my brother's dead. His business is mine now. Solomon kind of raises his eyebrows a little bit and says, my sincerest condolences to you and Don Vittorio. Shall we raise a glass for the departed? And Piapini says, my brother is ash and blood now. Let's not allow his death to interfere with our business, Mr. Dimitri.
Well, I heard.
Solomon says, as you wish. So, the Rat King's territory is under control, and he kind of looks to Kaladin, who kind of nods, verifying that. Solomon says, for the time being. But there are plenty of smaller fish than us that can smell blood in the water. It's only a matter of time. I can guarantee you that there are other gangs and meetings just like this one all around the city, plotting allegiances and deciding how to respond. The first 48 hours are crucial and may well determine the future of the territory. Piapini says, and what exactly is your proposal, Mr. Dimitri? Well, obviously, your operation could benefit immensely from control of this territory, but you don't have the manpower to control it. We can help with that. And in return. Frankly, I don't believe this has to be a purely transactional arrangement. Our organizations rarely compete with one another. In fact, our interests are often aligned. I would like to think of this as a partnership. This could be the beginning of a productive relationship wherein... And Piapini interrupts. Says, I don't do relationships, Mr. Dimitri. Let's dispense with this flirtation. I want the territory and I need your help to control it, yours or someone else's. You are offering me manpower. What do you want in return? Solomon says, I think a small portion of your earnings on goods moved to the territory seems only fair, just enough to cover expenses. We can negotiate the percentage, but more importantly, access. And Piapini furrows her brow and says, access. Both to your infrastructure and to your information. For as long as we remain in business together. We help you secure the underground, and in exchange my people move freely through the territory, and you provide us with your client lists, your manifests, orders, contacts, records. We won't interfere with your business, of course. You'll use the territory for your purposes, and we'll use it for ours. Piapini takes a little sip of her Negroni and says, and what exactly is your business? And Solomon says, information. Nothing happens in this city without my knowledge. I'd like to keep it that way. And, of course, as part of this partnership, there may even be valuable information our organization could share with yours. As Piapini sits for a second and thinks, Kent's son goes, and for my part, it would be a pleasure to consider myself in allegiance with both of you. I look forward to... Shut the fuck up, Kent, Solomon says. Piapini says, so you provide manpower to protect our territory, you share your intelligence with us, and in exchange you want what? A hall pass? Access to our books? Pardon my incredulity, but it sounds a little too good to be true, Mr. Dimitri. And Solomon says, well, if I may be so bold, Miss Cremini, perhaps you underestimate the value of information. So, do we have an agreement? This could prove quite lucrative for us both. I understand Mr. Sun has plans to expand his subway system into all of Daybreak City eventually. Kent says, oh yes, quite spectacular plans. In fact, by 1920, the city will be the very model of... Shut the fuck up, Kent, Piapini says. I came to this city to clean up the mess my late brother left behind, and I intend to do so. And she sets her cup down. Says, I believe that we can benefit one another, Mr. Dimitri, but let me be clear. If you give me a reason to regret this deal, I will cut your silver tongue out and sell it to the highest bidder. And then she holds out her hand to shake Solomon's hand. And Solomon smiles, a wicked smile, his little fiendish fangs exposed a little bit, and shakes Piapini's hand. Says, now let's talk numbers. And for a bit, they sort of start negotiating exact numbers for things. In the meantime, Cadence and Patches, you have sort of the room to chat with your associates. Patches, roll me a perception check.
8.
8? Okay. Noted.
That's right. That's correct.
Do I have an advantage for any reason?
I do think you have advantage. I do want you to roll that again.
11.
11's good enough. I was literally just looking for a 10 on this. Over at the bar are Porco and Bianchi and a couple of Rat King's gangsters, Tommy and Rooster. You don't know who these guys are. You've never seen them before. One of them is a tall, skinny, orange-furred tabaxi guy who just looks kind of familiar to you.
Ruh-roh. What?
Can I place where?
Not on an 11. He just, something striking him as familiar to you. You can have a conversation with him if you want to.
Like from a movie? Or...
You're pretty sure it's not from a movie.
His name's Scraps. Interesting.
His name is Scrap Spinning.
That's the cutest thing I've ever heard.
You made Tommy a dad, now he's even hotter.
Well, speaking of Tommy, I need to go over to
Yeah,
Tommy,
you go
so-
talk to Tommy to start with.
Yeah. I'll just start heading his way. Tommy. And I'll flick
Hey
him,
there, Cadence.
I'll flick him the scale.
You actually did it.
Well, yeah, I'm a woman of my word.
I knew I could count on you, Cadence. And he takes it and sort of holds it in his hand, just studies for a little bit, kind of turning it back and forth. Says, that thing really reflects, doesn't it?
It sure does. It's a hell of a fight.
I wish I could have been there. We saw your handiwork, though. We went down there to sort of keep things locked up until they got it all sort of, buttoned up here. And pretty big mess down there.
What can I say? I leave a mark.
Yeah, that you do. Look at this, Rooster. And he holds the scale up for Rooster to see. He says, damn.
That's it. Just
Don't ever change, Rooster.
Damn.
Where's Rocky at?
I think that he's still down there, keeping things tight until we figure out exactly how we're going to staff it all. I'm talking in Solomon's accent by accident.
I assumed.
Tommy. He's still down there. He's, keeping things buttoned up.
Yeah, that makes
Still,
sense.
it's all pretty touch and go. We don't know when somebody else is going to end up down there and try to
Yeah,
rough
critical
things up.
time.
So, did you find anything else down there that was interesting?
Not right now.
Understood. He just sits there and kind of holds the scale in his hand for a minute. They spent a little time just kind of talking numbers over there. Patches, you want to do anything in particular?
yeah, I'll head over to the bar and
Yeah.
grab a drink. Kind of in between Basilico and Tommy.
Yeah. You sit down near Basilico, and he at one point looks over you. It's the first time you've had a chance to be like, whew. Basilico is like, this has been a bit of a day.
Yeah, this, I didn't think of that would happen. But,
Like, I thought you were going to maybe be swimming with the fishes tonight. I didn't think it
that's
was.
what I was saying earlier too.
I didn't think it was going to be Boss Man swimming with the fishes. But
I gave a friend the key to my house just in case someone had to go and take care of scraps.
And I'll say that like out loud. And
Right.
I don't know if like Tommy would hear that.
roll me an insight check.
10.
10. You do, when you say scraps, you do see Tommy's eyes just kind of shoot your way for just a second. Just like a brief recognition. And I think you start to clock the resemblance. You don't know this man's name, but you do know that Scraps' full name is Alfie Finnegan, of course.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It seemed a very. I don't want to say a sudden, but I haven't been around a long time. But I don't know. I thought that the boss did a good job.
You say that a lot, that you've been around for a long time. You've been here for like 2 years. Maybe 3 now?
If you would consider that a long time.
No, it's but now you got this whole thing. You got to. You're doing a big job now. Like travel international shit.
I guess so.
I'll like pull my crumpled up piece of paper out and like start looking over the notes I took
Yeah.
with my to-do
Your
list.
to-do list to go get this shipment from Hallow Hive and take it to the Dawn.
I failed at the last one, and that was basically just dealing with money, and now with this. So
Yeah, you've clearly made an impression of one kind or another.
I I guess so, but I better not to fuck at this one.
Porco kind of snorts and laughs. Says, yeah, you can say that again. Well, looks like they're getting along just swimmingly. He looks over at Piapini and Solomon. Might be in business after all. Tommy. Sorry, go ahead.
Do they make Porco eat the bodies?
Don't make Porco eat the
I
bodies.
was also thinking that Porco was going to
That's
eat that
such a
body.
fucked up question.
He was a pig, so it was like,
Guys.
Also, truffles, guys.
It's too much. Too much.
I got it out of the way. And
Man,
I got
sure. Man,
I
that's
love
the
it.
hunger. He's
I love
eating
it.
dragon flesh. He's having pork eat bodies. You gotta watch this guy.
I'm glad it's moving.
Tommy,
I'm not actually.
at one point when there's a bit of a lull in the conversation, Tommy looks over to you, Patches, and says, hey, sorry, man, I didn't mean to pry or anything, but, did you say scraps?
Yeah. Little catfolk, calm scraps.
He, leans
What
over.
about it?
He leans his elbows on the bar and picks up his old fashioned and takes a sip of it. Says, you've seen scraps?
I mean, who's asking?
Well, I'm his older brother. If you're talking about my little brother, which I'm guessing you are, if you're talking about a little tabaxi boy called Scraps.
I mean, I assume so.
What does he look like me? Is he?
You look pretty much like you, just smaller and younger. So, if you had an older brother, I would almost say you looked like you.
Well, you see him again, you tell him to come the fuck home.
Is there a reason why he's not at home?
He's a runaway, abandoned my family when they needed him most, is why.
For a little guy like him, just to abandon it, something must have happened.
Look, I don't think that's really your business, is it? It's a family affair. I'm just saying, tell him his brother's looking for him and worried about him, yeah?
Alright, I'll pass the word along. I'm sure I'll see him again.
For what it's worth, you obviously don't say anything about this right now, but in character, you know that Alfie has always told you that he's like an orphan with no family.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to fish,
Yeah,
what happened.
right. Tommy goes back to just sort of fiddling with the scale. He kind of starts spinning it on the table in between his fingers. Eventually, this meeting kind of starts to wind down, unless you guys have other conversations you want to have. They kind of come to an agreement that essentially the Symphony and the Silent Saints, Santi Silenciosi, are going to sort of ally themselves to control the underground. The Santi Silenciosi will become the smugglers moving stuff underground, and the Symphony will just use the territory and have access to the books and kind of help man the manpower of it all. And that meeting kind of comes to a bit of a conclusion.
As it's wrapping up,
Yeah, go for it.
I walk over to Kent. Hey, Kent.
Well, it's lovely to see you again. It seems like business is to be booming.
Booming, yes. Pleasure as always. Now that we're in business, let me give you a ride home.
Give me a persuasion check. Or deception if you're intending to fuck this guy. To death. In the bad way.
17.
17? So that would be lovely. It's funny you should say that. I lost my keys last night.
I saw the fiasco.
So until the locksmith makes me new ones, I've been taking my own public transit. How funny is that?
So your car's just in front of the Gilded Palace right
Just
now?
sitting in front of the parlor.
That's insane. We'll have to get that taken care of.
Well, I would appreciate that. It's good to have powerful friends.
Yes. Well, follow me. Let's get you home.
We should let's do that. Mr. Dimitri, Miss Corbini, it's been a true pleasure doing business. I look forward to the future of our endeavors together. They both don't say anything to him and continue working.
I'll just walk over to Solomon really quickly and whisper in Infernal. I'll be back. There's more to talk about.
Understood. You and Kent walk out of this place and down to the street level, and
Hilarious.
Yeah. I'll get the Symphony car, the
Yeah.
company car.
yeah, for sure.
And I'll have him give me his home address.
There you go.
Hey.
You get his home address and drive him there. He lives in Wax Row at a very
Amazing.
nice sort of estate.
Mission
Not far
accomplished.
from Olga Sinclair.
His car, his address.
Perfect. And he says, this was very
Leave it to
gracious.
Cadence.
Very gracious of you. I'm very grateful.
Of course, my absolute pleasure.
I look forward to a lucrative future
Yeah,
together.
and I start driving away.
For now, you make your way back to the first movement. By the time you get back, I think the Creminis are largely leaving. They've kind of made their business. So, Patches, I don't know if you stay for a bit, if you are going to go. What's your plans for the evening? I guess you're going back to your house to meet with.
Yeah, because everyone's going back.
So I guess you can
to my
just
house
stay
anyway,
here
so
until
I-
Cadence gets back, and you guys can go back to your place together.
I don't know if Cadence asked me to stay and take you back or.
To you.
Probably. I didn't ask.
Yeah,
you
I figured
to.
probably
Yeah.
not. So I
Okay.
assume
You just
I
bounce
see
with the rest
Cadence
of your
leave,
guys.
so I just left too. Yeah.
Love it. So by the time you get back, Cadence, it's just Symphony people here. I think probably actually Tommy and Rooster are gone as well down to the help secure the underground some more. Just you and Solomon and Cadence, and Calvin
Calvin,
here when you get back.
Okay. Well, that seems successful.
Indeed, Solomon says. About as successful as I could have hoped for, honestly. Everything seems to be in order.
I don't need to tell you this, but careful with her. She's a lot sharper than Fungo was.
No, certainly. Fungo was a blunt instrument, a powerful one, but blunt. She's certainly more of a precision tool, it seems like. But change of pace. Did you
It's exciting.
Did you find anything in the rat's nest about Vanilla?
Yes, sorry, that's the more I needed to talk to you about. I'll pull out the ticket. This
Yeah.
was in Rami's pocket. I
Yeah.
don't know what the significance of
It's
Calumet
obvious.
is, but he intended to flee there.
He looks at it. Says, "Did he say anything about why he was doing? Why did he destroy everything?"
No, he didn't say much of anything. There was mostly just burning and roaring.
I suppose if he was just cutting ties and
It doesn't make any sense to me. There's no logic to what he did. I haven't quite wrapped my head around that one yet.
I'm not entirely sure he ever had any logic. He was a moron from the beginning, impulsive, reckless. It was only a matter of time till this happened.
Anyway, I'll take out the key that I got from Rosie.
Yeah.
Key to DTC Towers.
Excellent. This will be useful.
It also works on the hidden elevator behind the guard that's standing in front of it. He's a
Good to
pushover.
know.
Just yell at him.
Ken said he was going to get us more keys, but he can't.
Yeah.
Ken said he was going to get us more keys, but he can't even keep track of his own, so
Yeah.
best we have our own.
And then, most importantly, and I'll pull out the ledger.
Yeah.
The ledger from the previous Rat Kings.
You see his eyes almost sparkle.
Yeah. I've only skimmed it, but there's plenty to use in here, and to lead on Vanera.
Excellent work, Cadence. And he sets it down and starts flipping through the pages and says, "What about Vanera? What's the lead?"
I'll flip to the
Flip
page.
to that page
yeah.
and show him. He kind of frowns a little bit. Says, "Cherry Falls.
It's a long way away.
It is. And it's... Why'd she hire the Rat Kings to... This is all... He kind of rubs his chin for a second in thought. Says, I'm somewhat hesitant to even make this request, Cadence, because I'm loath not to have you at my side here, but I think finding Vanera is a priority, and I'd like you to go after her, if you can.
I, unfortunately agree.
I know this is somewhat unconventional. We don't normally do business outside of daybreak, but I think we should...
As long as she's a loose end, she's dangerous.
Exactly. If she's enough of a loose end that she felt like she couldn't even be in the city anymore, then that's all the more dangerous. I think that we can keep things under control here while you're gone.
There's enough there that if you wanted to put some pressure on Elias, he was the last one to see her before she got shipped out by the Rat Kings. Spin that narrative, have Olga put a story out.
Certainly try. I have
Just
trouble
an
imagining that he'll ever cave to any kind of pressure, but it's worth a shot. See what Olga can do for us. Good. Excellent work, Cadence. This is... He points at the book a couple times with his finger. Says this is exactly what we needed. This will help us very much.
Absolutely.
Well, I suppose this may be a farewell for a short time then, eh?
At least for a short time, but...
We'll be in touch. Here, you can take one of these. And he passes you a ascending stone, a kind of an old-fashioned magic item. It's literally like a circular pebble, like a skipping stone, kind of with a symbol etched in it. He's got one, you have one. He says it's a little bit low-tech, but, you know, the communication tech usually needs a hard wire, and this doesn't. So
Yeah, well, it works for me.
Cadence, if Father Hastings is right and Veneer has betrayed us, I trust you will not hesitate to do what's necessary.
When have I ever hesitated to do what's necessary?
He smiles. Says, that's why you're the right person for this job, Cadence. I can trust you with anything. Well, how about one last round before you leave?
Yeah, I was going to say, I look over to before I leave, look over to Kaladin and say, Kaladin, you're drinking with me?
Oh, with pleasure.
Yeah.
At some point in the evening, you get a moment with just Kaladin off to a side table as Solomon is sort of on his own and says, so you're going after Venera?
I guess so. Somebody has to.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. Loose ends are never good. It's just, that's far from home. You ever been? Say you ever been out of Daybreak? I haven't.
I'll keep that one to myself.
Fair enough. Well, good luck out there, and we'll try to keep things tidy for you while you're gone.
I appreciate it. Don't be afraid to lean on Demaya while I'm not here.
Yeah.
She's a useful resource.
Yeah, hopefully she can fill the gaps left behind by you and Veneer being gone. It's already been hard to parse all the information we used to parse without our sleepwalker. Now without you, it'll be even shorter. But we've got the Saints on our side now, so there's that.
Yeah, that'll be helpful.
Well, good luck, Cadence. And he kind of clinks your glass. It's just, be careful. Come back in one piece, yeah?
Absolutely. Until next time, cheers.
Sayonara.
As I was looking through the ledger over the last day-ish, could I have also looked for the words Finch Apparatus and Tide Harvester? Sorry, I had that written down and forgot to look for them.
What an incredibly good question. No.
Okay.
Yeah, you thoroughly search the book and don't find references to either of those things.
Okay, cool.
Yep. And eventually you make your way out of the first movement, presumably to be saying goodbye to this little second home for some time.
Yeah.
And make your way back out into the streets of Daybreak City. And I think that is a great spot for us to go ahead and wrap up this session. We'll pick up next time right here, probably the following morning. So we'll see you all next time. Thanks for watching. We love you. And goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Rest in peace, Mondo.
Thank you.